her body stiff with panic as she blocked Count Amaran's path. She hadn't even noticed me shouting her name. Her eyes were locked forward, wide and terrified. Why is she there? She can't take even one hit from him, not even in a dream. Viola! I shouted with everything I had. Too late. Count Amaran's fist was already descending, casting a massive shadow over her small frame. When did it start? When did my kind, gentle father turn into a demon? In every memory I still cherish, Father was always smiling softly at us. His voice was warm, his hands gentle. Our home used to be filled with laughter, quiet, ordinary happiness. But somewhere along the way, that peace shattered. Father's words grew harsh. His actions followed soon after. The smiles disappeared, replaced by cold eyes and short tempers. Before I could understand what was happening, violence became part of our daily lives. Whenever things didn't go his way, he would lock my sister and me in the dark basement. No light, no sound, just fear. And then he would come down. Because I was still young, most of that violence fell on my sister instead of me. Day by day, the wounds on her body increased, bruises, cuts, marks she tried to hide. Yet she never cried out. She never complained. She endured it all in silence. Even though her body was broken and every day was agony, she stayed strong for me. Together, we clung to a single hope, that one day, the father who used to hold us in his arms would return. But that hope was never rewarded. Thanks for reading Chapter 155. The Gray Doll, too. No matter how much time passed, the man we lived with never changed back. And when his violence finally began to turn toward me as well, my sister made her choice. She chose the last option. One day, she quietly left the mansion. When she returned, she wasn't alone. Fully armed knights stood behind her. That scene is burned into my memory. My sister, trembling, tears streaming down her face as she pointed at Father. Her hands shook, but her eyes were resolute. That was the last time I ever saw him. After that day, Father vanished from my life entirely. Only much later did I come to understand what had truly happened, what my sister had done for us, and the price she paid for it. Back then, I was too young to grasp any of it. I was simply happy. Happy that I would never again be locked in that dark, suffocating basement. Much time had passed since then. My sister had become the mistress of the once vacant Amaran County, and I had continued my studies at the academy as if nothing had happened. It was an event from more than a decade ago. Now, I didn't even feel curious about what became of the father who tormented us back then. And yet, the scars carved into my heart had already taken so much from me. The Gray Doll, a cruel nickname given to me because of my perpetually expressionless face. From that point on, I trusted no one and let no one into my heart. It should have been a story long finished, a chapter already closed. And yet, the memories of that time continued to cling to me like a specter, refusing to fade. That was why I shut myself away in my room. Unwilling to waste emotions, I buried myself in books. At least when I was reading, I could escape those nightmarish memories, even if only for a while. But that was nothing more than a childish illusion. Eventually, I realized the truth. Running away would never allow me to move forward. In my childhood, I had done nothing. I only cried while watching my sister suffer. I was the foolish Viola who submitted to violence without even attempting to resist. But now, it's different. I'm tired of crying like a tragic heroine trapped in her own misery. I'm no longer the helpless child who could only watch as someone precious to her was hurt. I've grown. I've become an adult. So, I won't be devoured by dreams like this anymore. No matter how painful the past may be, I will face it head on. Viola now in her adult form stood before Count Amaran, calmly blocking his punch with a single raised hand. You dare stand against me, Viola? I'm no longer the little girl I was back then. No longer the frightened child who trembled under his shadow. No longer the girl who could only endure in silence. She stood tall, unyielding. You dare defy me. I'm tired of shedding tears in silence. What could someone like you possibly do? Even as Count Amaran roared with fury, Viola remained composed. This man, this nightmare had haunted her for so long. Yet now, as she faced him, There was not a trace of fear in her eyes. "You are nothing but my possession." "No," she replied calmly. "I am not your property." The trembling young Viola was gone. In her place stood a woman confronting her past head-on. "I am myself, someone who can think for herself, someone who can make her own choices." "Are you really trying to define me, you insolent dash?" "Yes," she said firmly. "I'm an adult now. I will move forward. So, I should be able to cast aside a nightmare like you." Her voice carried unwavering resolve as she raised her hand toward Count Amarin. "What could someone like you possibly do?" He screamed, his voice nearly hysterical. "You should stay locked in the basement and obey me." He swung his fist wildly, but with a simple, effortless motion from Viola, Count Amarin crumbled into ash. And then, rumble, the world began to collapse. Was this finally the end of that long, suffocating dream? As everything around her shattered and fell away, Viola remained standing, unmoving. My vision of her slowly faded, until everything was swallowed by darkness. I woke up bathed in warm sunlight, blinking groggily. I turned my eyes toward the window and realized the sun was already high in the sky. Morning. I forced the last traces of sleep from my mind, rubbing my eyes as I tried to piece things together. When did I fall asleep? I was certain I'd been studying just moments ago. "Good morning, Louis." The quiet voice came from across the table. I lifted my head. Lisa was still fast asleep beside me, her breathing steady and peaceful. Across from her sat Viola, leaning against the desk, her chin propped on one hand. Our eyes met. She was staring straight at me. "Looks like you had a nightmare," she said calmly. At that, I instinctively rubbed my face. Was it really that obvious? I definitely felt like I had a strange dream, something intense, something lingering at the edge of my thoughts. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't remember a single detail. Just an odd, unsettled feeling in my chest. "Guess so," I murmured. Since I couldn't recall it anyway, I let the thought go. There was no point clinging to a dream that had already slipped away. Still half-dazed, I looked back at Viola, and only then did something click. At some point without me even noticing, she stopped addressing me formally. No Lord Louis. No polite distance. Just Louis. I frowned slightly, the realization catching me off guard. Had something changed? Viola noticed my expression and tilted her head faintly. Instead of her usual composed, unreadable look, there was a softness in her eyes, calm, relaxed, almost gentle. Not guarded, not distant. So wasn't just my imagination. Her demeanor had undeniably changed. And for reasons I couldn't quite put into words, that realization left my heart feeling strangely restless. Chapter 156. I don't like attention when the midterm exam results were finally posted. I expected nothing more than an unremarkable, safely average score, something that would let me fade into the background without drawing attention. Instead, I was ranked first in Class C, and not by a small margin either. The gap between me and second place was painfully obvious. This, isn't right. This was the exact opposite of what I wanted. I had aimed for mediocrity, bland, forgettable, perfectly ordinary. Now, instead of blending in, I painted a giant target on my back. Ha ha ha. You said you were confident, but you must studied like crazy. Leakin laughed loudly, slapping my shoulder with enough force to make me stumble. I suppose you could say that, I replied, forcing a stiff smile. At this rate, you might even take first place for the entire year. Please don't say things like that. I kept smiling, but inside I was quietly panicking. The reason this had happened was obvious. The practical exam had been a disaster for most of the class. Nearly everyone failed to meet the minimum standard. Meanwhile, the three of us who had found the treasure during the exam ended up earning absurdly high marks. On top of that, I already scored far better than expected on the written test. The result? Me suddenly labeled an honor student. Standing at the center of everyone's attention, I felt dizzy, unsettled, and deeply uncomfortable. If I earned these results through pure talent, maybe I wouldn't feel this way. I could accept it as fair and square. But that wasn't the case. The written exam, ID used underhanded methods. And now, every gaze directed at me felt less like admiration and more like a ticking time bomb. Of course, their essay saying that even cheating takes skill, but that doesn't make the guilt any easier to swallow. If my real abilities were exposed later, things would get complicated fast. Fame always comes with jealousy, and jealousy never stays quiet for long. Did you hear? That Lewis guy got second place overall. It was kind of stupid, though. Seriously. P.S. annoying. I heard he was bullying some weaker student. Oh, really? I knew there was something off about him. I can hear everything. You know, they weren't even trying to hide it. The timing was too perfect, the voices just loud enough to reach my ears as I passed by. It was obvious they wanted me to hear. For a brief moment, a violent impulse crossed my mind. Should I just smash my head into theirs and be done with it? As tempting as it was, I forced myself to breathe and let the thought go. Causing a scene here would only make things worse. The aftermath alone would be a nightmare. Did you really go around bullying other students, Lewis? I shot her a flat look, as if, I know. Lisa, who had clearly overheard the gossip as well, gave me a playful grin, her tone light, as if she were teasing on purpose. Still, Elena didn't look amused at all. But, is it really okay to leave it like this? She asked quietly. If things keep going, the rumors will only get worse. She was wrong. What started as petty jealousy was already twisting into outright slander, and judging by the look some students were giving me, it was beginning to sink in. I let out a slow breath. What exactly is happening to my reputation? I thought I'd been attending the academy, quietly studying properly, keeping my head down, and avoiding unnecessary trouble. And yet, for some reason, there were far too many people who seemed to dislike me. Should I just erase them all with my evil eye? Lisa's whisper slipped into my thoughts like a devil's temptation, soft, persuasive, and dangerously appealing. I shook my head. No, it's fine. If we ignore them, they'll disappear on their own soon enough. There was no reason to risk using the evil eye over something so trivial. Most of them were just venting their frustrations, poor grades, wounded pride, directionless anger. Given time, that bitterness would fade on its own. Jealousy like that was small and fleeting. What actually mattered wasn't the shallow resentment of inferior students. It was something far more troublesome. What if the princess takes an interest again, and had already shown interest in me once? Just thinking about how she might react when word of my grades spread made my stomach tighten. If she extended another recruitment offer, I would refuse again, but how many times could I keep doing that? And more importantly, how long before refusing stopped being an option at all? What happened with your supplementary exam? Did you pass? Now that I thought about it, Lisa had been on the verge of expulsion. I was pretty sure today was the day she was supposed to take that exam. Of course I passed. Barely, though. I let out a quiet sigh of relief. At least she hadn't been expelled. Knowing Lisa, she probably scraped through with just under 30 points. The real problem would be the final exams. Those were on a completely different level. Well, let us say relief, I said. Try not to cut it so close next time. All right. Did you hear? Lisa suddenly leaned closer, her eyes sparkling. There's a festival coming up. A festival? I tilted my head. The one on National Foundation Day. Is it already that time of year? Yep. In 3 days. She said excitedly. I heard even the capital is already getting ready. It's going to be huge. Right? The timing lined up perfectly. Right after the midterms, the Empire always held a grand festival to celebrate its founding. A massive, week-long event that drew people from all over the country. And during that time, the Academy declared a temporary closure. As memories from the comics surfaced in my mind, I couldn't help but feel a strange sense of anticipation. The festival arc was about to begin. Thanks for reading Chapter 157. I don't like attention to originally. This was supposed to be an event where all sorts of things happened to the protagonist, Edmund. Well, that is not something I need to worry about anymore. Actually, I was planning to go with Viola, Elena said cheerfully. Do you want to come too? Let us hang out together. We can eat lots of delicious food. It seemed the two of them had grown close while I'd been busy helping Lisa with her studies. to the point that they already made plans to tour the festival together. But Viola, going to festival? She was usually either buried in books in her room or quietly stationed in the library. A crowded, noisy festival felt completely out of character for her. Why would she suddenly want to go somewhere like that? Maybe something had changed. Come to think of it, her attitude toward me had been subtly different lately, starting with how she'd begun addressing me more casually. In a good way, of course. I want to go too, Lisa chimed in brightly. The academy will be closed, so we can have fun all we want. What about you, Lewis? Are you coming with us? Me? At Elena's question, I paused and gave it some thought. To be honest, I wasn't particularly interested. I've never liked noisy places, and festivals, at least in my old world, were exactly that. Crowded, loud, and exhausting. Of course, a festival in a fantasy world might have a completely different atmosphere, but I still wasn't sure I'd be able to genuinely enjoy it. I'll hold off for now, I said finally. Let me think about it, and I'll let you know later. All right, Elena replied with a nod. Make sure to tell me. There was also the issue of the group itself. Elena, Lisa, and even Viola already attracted plenty of attention on an ordinary day. If the three of them walked around a festival together and I joined them on top of that, it would definitely stand out. Yeah, that was something I needed to seriously think about. That evening, just as I had expected, Anna came to see me. This tea is quite good. I'm glad it suits your taste. Anna sat across from me, sipping her tea at an unhurried pace. Several minutes passed after she entered the room, yet she still hadn't said a word about why she was here. So, what exactly is her business? For a moment, an unpleasant suspicion crossed my mind. I quietly shifted my gaze as she continued to drink in silence, the sound of porcelain touching the saucer echoing far too clearly in the room. Then at last she spoke. Actually, I heard you did quite well during the practical exam. I came to inform you that the Academy and the Student Council are preparing a reward. A reward? Yes. Thanks to your actions, there were no casualties. We're truly grateful. Her expression turned serious as she said it, her tone sincere. I felt a little awkward being praised so directly, but my confusion only deepened. That's it? She came all the way to a man's room this late at night, just to say that? I couldn't understand her line of thinking. Did she not realize how easily rumors could spread? Every move the princess made was bound to be scrutinized. Something like this would only fuel the gossip-hungry students. Well, I suppose it just means she doesn't see me as a man at all. I'll be going now, Anna said calmly, standing up. We'll contact you once the reward is ready, so don't worry about it. With that, she placed her empty teacup neatly on the table and turned toward the door. She really came just to tell me that? Then why did she sit around for so long in the first place? I could only stare blankly as Anna left the room without another word, her composed footsteps fading down the hallway. The door closed with a soft click. Silence settled over the room. I stared at the spot where Anna had been standing, then slowly let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. What was that about? I glanced at the untouched teapot, then at the empty chair across from me. The air still carried the faint scent of tea and something else. A presence that lingered longer than it should have. If she truly came only to deliver a message, there was no reason for her to stay that long. No reason to make casual conversation. No reason to drink tea so leisurely. No reason at all to visit personally. And yet she had. I rubbed my face with one hand and leaned back against the chair. This is bad. Very bad. Anna wasn't some random noblewoman. She was a princess, someone whose every action could ripple through the academy like a stone dropped into still water. Even if no one saw her enter my room tonight, rumors didn't need witnesses. They only needed imagination. And the academy had plenty of that. If this spreads, it'll be annoying. No danjeros. Not because I cared about my reputation, but because attention was the last thing I needed. I was already interfering too much with the story as it was. Drawing the interest of the royal family on top of that. That was crossing a line. I stood up and walked to the window, pulling the curtain aside slightly. The academy grounds were quiet under the moonlight, lanterns casting soft glows along the paths. Everything looked peaceful. Too peaceful. I need to be more careful, I muttered. I let my guard down. Again, between Elena, the class representative plan, and now Anna, things were starting to pile up faster than I could control. Variables were increasing unnecessary ones, and the Sage S bookmark S words echoed in my mind. Several weak possibilities exist. At the time, ID brushed it off as something distant, abstract. Now, it felt uncomfortably close. I closed the curtain and returned to my desk, sitting down slowly. Tomorrow, the class representative selection would take place. That was my next move, my chance to push the story back onto its original rails. No distractions, no mistakes, no more royal visits. All right, I clenched my fist lightly and exhaled. One step at a time. If I could just get through tomorrow without incident, things might finally start settling down. Unaware of how badly that hope was about to be shattered. Chapter 158. The scent of madness in the late evening. Long after the sun had dipped below the horizon, Anna, the student council president, walked back toward her dormitory with light, unhurried steps. It's the first time I've ever seen him flustered. The memory made her smile again. Louis, always so calm, so composed, had looked genuinely startled when she suddenly appeared. The way his expression stiffened had been almost refreshing. She had planned on teasing him at first. She'd only stopped by on a whim, curious to see his face after so long. But once she noticed that reaction, well, she couldn't resist. He has changed, Anna murmured softly. Before, Louis had carried himself with a certain casual ease, almost indifferent to the world around him. But now, when she saw him again after some time apart, there was something different about him. A quiet maturity, a sharper presence, as if he'd been tempered by effort rather than time. I heard he's been training hard lately. Her thoughts drifted, unbidden, to the brief moment earlier, his posture, the strength in his arms when he moved. Compared to before, he definitely looked more solid. His body has improved too, hasn't it? She muttered. Realizing her cheeks had grown warm, Anna quickly fanned her face with one hand, trying to cool herself down. Why am I even reacting like this? She let out a small, embarrassed laugh. She wasn't some inexperienced schoolgirl. Getting flustered over something so trivial was ridiculous. Still, the image lingered. Once again, Louis had handled the incident during the practical exam flawlessly, clean, decisive, and without drawing unnecessary attention to himself. As expected of him, Anna's lips curved into a faint, thoughtful smile as she continued toward her dormitory, the quiet of the night wrapping gently around her. After the initial surprise wore off, Anna's first thought was a quiet, almost amused realization. That's Louis for you. No matter how hard he tried to keep his head down, something so valuable could never stay hidden forever. A good sword would always reveal its edge eventually, and Louis was exactly that. As he continued to prove himself, Anna felt something she had long kept buried begin to stir again. A familiar warmth, restrained but persistent. She was careful not to let it show. Anyone could tell that Louis disliked attention. He was someone who thrived under praise or spotlight. Not flashy, not loud, yet solid. Rugged, sharper, and stronger than anyone realized. If she wanted to get closer to him, she couldn't rush. She'd have to meet him on his terms. So for now, she chose patience, tucking her feelings away and resolving to approach him slowly, carefully. Finally, an opportunity. Despite him saving her twice, Anna had never properly thanked Louis. The thought had lingered in the back of her mind, leaving behind a small but persistent sense of regret. And now, at last, she had a chance to make it right. This time, she would express all the gratitude she and been able to put into words before. I hope Louis likes it, she murmured softly. A quiet smile curved her lips as she imagined the look on his face when he received it, a rare, unguarded smile that only appeared when he was genuinely pleased. Just thinking about it made her heart beat a little faster. Somewhere deep underground, in a prison where damp air clung to the stone walls, thud. Another body hit the floor. Gyuku. The guard collapsed, clutching his throat as blood seeped between his fingers. His groans echoed weakly through the corridor before dissolving into silence. Around him, the bodies of his former comrades lay scattered, already cold, their lifeless eyes staring into nothingness. An old man stood among them, watching without the slightest change in expression. His gaze drifted slowly across the scene, the corpses, the pooling blood, the shattered stillness, yet there was no satisfaction, no remorse. Only mild disappointment. So this wasn't the place either. He clicked his tongue softly and ran a hand through his snow-white hair, now faintly stained red at the tips. TSK. Young people these days are far too fragile, he muttered, shaking his head. To think they collapse so easily against a mere old man. It was a shameless complaint spoken by the very man who had slaughtered them. The air was thick with the metallic stench of blood, heavy enough to make breathing difficult. Yet he stood there comfortably, as if this carnage were nothing more than a minor inconvenience. Turning away from the bodies, the old man adjusted his coat and began walking deeper into the prison's shadows, his footsteps echoing calmly through the darkness, as though this had all been part of an ordinary routine. Sniff, sniff. After lingering in the damp air for a while, the old man finally caught the scent he was looking for. With a crooked grin, he followed it until he found a narrow staircase spiraling deeper underground. Without hesitation, he descended. Ah, so this is where you were hiding. At the very bottom of the prison, buried in shadows, he found her. Clarice. She was barely alive. A deep, unhealed wound gaped in her chest, dried blood staining her clothes. Her eyes stared blankly into nothingness, devoid of focus or will. Whatever resistance she once had long since been crushed by relentless torture. She was breathing, but only just TSK, completely broken. The old man clicked his tongue softly. She must have been beautiful once. Youth always was fragile, fleeting. Seeing her reduced to this pitiful state almost inspired a twisted sense of pity. If she had died outright, at least she would have been spared this fate. But then again, it was precisely because she hadn't died that he was here. The old man stepped closer and gently placed his hand atop Clarice's head. Instantly, a murky, oppressive energy spilled out from his palm, wrapping around them both like a suffocating fog. Clarice didn't react. Her mind was already too shattered to resist. He plunged into her consciousness, rummaging through fragmented memories, pain, screams, darkness discarding them one by one with impatience. Then, his lips curled upward. Fortunately, the memories are still intact. Among the chaos, a single scene stood out clearly. A female student with pink hair. An overwhelming surge of power pouring out from her and, at the same time, something enormous rising from the ground, as if answering her call. The moment the image formed, the old man's eyes gleamed. I finally found it. For so long, he had searched. Countless failures. Endless dead ends. And now at last he had his answer. The power of the devil. The old man slowly withdrew his hand, his smile deepening as he stood alone in the darkness. His eyes shone with unrestrained madness as he committed the girl's face to memory. So it's you, somewhere above, unaware of the gaze that had just fallen upon her. The owner of that power continued living her ordinary life. But that peace would not last much longer. Chapter 159. Gifts by Anna. What greeted me when I returned to my quarters after finishing my usual training was Bruno, standing in front of a massive box with a deeply puzzled expression. Young master, a package has arrived from the Imperial Palace. What? I stared at the box, then at him. Why would the Imperial Palace send me a package? Are you sure it isn't a mistake? I don't believe so, Bruno replied, pointing to the label. Your name is clearly written as the recipient. Shall I open it? Wait. Give me a moment, I said quickly. I need to prepare myself mentally first. The Imperial Palace. Why now? I had no contact with them until recently. No requests, no correspondence, nothing that would justify something like this. Then a thought crossed my mind. All right, Anna. She had visited me not long ago and mentioned a reward. Could this be what she was talking about? But it hadn't even been a few days. To prepare something and send it this fast, as expected of the imperial princess. That kind of efficiency really did suit the future emperor. All right, I exhaled. Go ahead and open it. After giving myself a brief moment to steady my nerves, I nodded. Bruno carefully opened the package. The first thing he pulled out was a black formal suit. At a glance, it was elegant and refined, its fabric smooth and faintly lustrous under the light. Even to my untrained eye, it was clearly no ordinary garment. But what caught my attention wasn't the suit itself. It was Bruno's reaction. His eyes widened slightly, and for a moment, he simply stared silent, stiff, as if he'd just seen something he wasn't supposed to. Bruno? He swallowed. Young master, he said slowly, his voice unusually tense. This suit. Something about the way he spoke made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Isn't just expensive. I frowned. He stared at me with his eyes wide open, as if he genuinely couldn't believe my reaction. What is it? I asked. Don't you know? He said, almost scandalized. This outfit was made by Saburwa. Saburwa? The name rang a faint bell. Ah, I said after a moment. The Imperial exclusive designer? I remembered now. There had been an extra character like that in the comic, a prodigy who supplied garments solely to the Imperial family thanks to his absurd level of skill. A man whose creations alone were enough to elevate one's status. So this outfit came from him. Still, my reaction remained lukewarm. As someone who had absolutely no interest in fashion, I couldn't bring myself to care. No matter how special or expensive clothes were, at the end of the day, they were still just clothes. I never understood the mindset of people who placed value and pride in luxury items. I see is not enough. He burst out. Do you have any idea what this outfit represents? No, I really don't, man. Seeing my indifferent reaction, Bruno suddenly grew animated. The ultimate in comfort, crafted from only the finest fabrics, he declared enthusiastically. Every design that comes from Saburwa's hands satisfies people of all ages and genders. The pinnacle of luxury. Oh, really? I replied, unsure how to react. That's why only members of the imperial family are allowed to wear these clothes in the empire. He added, his eyes practically shining. Why is he getting this excited all of a sudden? I could only stare at Bruno in bewilderment as he continued praising Saburwa's suits without pause. The way he spoke, his tone, his passion, he looked exactly like an otaku gushing over something he deeply loved. But then, why get it to me? I asked. That's what I want to know, Bruno said, finally calming down a little. I honestly don't understand why they send something like this to you, young master. I really didn't want to get tangled up in anything complicated. The last thing I needed was unwanted attention or criticism because of something like this. Still, after a moment's thought, I decided to let it go. Anna was known for her sharp mind. If this gift had reached me, then she must have already taken care of any problems that could arise. At least, that's what I chose to believe. To figure out what the remaining gifts were, I reached for the next item without hesitation. This is a cube-shaped lump of metal rested heavily in my palm. The moment I saw it, recognition hit me. Magnerium, among rare minerals with special properties. This one stood out as particularly unusual. Its magnetic force was absurdly strong, and its mana conductivity was exceptional yet aside from that. It was considered almost useless. Too niche, too impractical. At least, that was the common opinion. For me, though, it was different. This was one of the materials I had been desperately searching for. One of my abilities is magnetism. Until now, I could only use it in crude ways: pushing, pulling, simple attraction, and repulsion. Effective, but limited. This metal might change that. I gathered my mana and slowly infused it into the magnerium. For a brief moment, nothing happened. Then, the metal cube lifted gently into the air. It hovered there, perfectly still, responding to my intent, as if it were an extension of my own body. As expected, a grin spread across my face. This was exactly what I'd hoped for. With magnerium as a medium, my magnetic ability wasn't just stronger, it was refined. Instead of crude forces, I could now guide movement precisely, freely, almost intuitively. I willed it to move. The cube glided left, then right, rose higher, spun in place, and stopped on a dime. It felt less like magnetism now and more like telekinesis. I muttered, half in disbelief. Just like something out of a movie. I continued experimenting, pushing its limits, testing speed, control, and responsiveness. The more I moved it, the clearer its potential became. When I finally let the magnerium settle back into my hand, I exhaled in satisfaction. Yeah, I could do a lot with this. Very much so. Chapter 160. Family reunion. Now, I need to figure out how to process it and how to actually make use of it. At the moment, it's nothing more than a heavy lump of metal that I can barely manage to float in the air. Deciding that I think about refining the magnerium later, I set it aside and picked up the next item, a small, yellow artifact shaped like a ring. This one functions like a kind of battery. Using it should make controlling electricity noticeably easier. As I continued examining the contents of the box, I couldn't help but feel impressed. No astonisif. How did they manage to choose items that suited me this perfectly? It was almost as if they knew exactly what my abilities were. Could they really know everything about me? No, that's impossible. I quickly dismissed the thought. Anna couldn't possibly be aware of my true abilities. If she were, she would have realized long ago that I was the one who saved her from the Red Wolf Man. And no matter how many times I replayed in my head, it was clear she still hadn't connected me to the person wearing that helmet back then. If she had noticed, there's no way she would left me alone like this. With how ambitious she is, she would have already tried to pull me to her side by force if necessary. I pushed those complicated thoughts aside and refocused on the box. One by one, more potions and artifacts came into view. None of them were ordinary. Each item radiated value, rarity, or both. Even for an imperial princess, this level of generosity must have required a tremendous amount of resources. Is it really all right to give things like this to a mere student? Well, I'm not exactly in a position to complain. Holding the box filled with Anna's many gifts, I let a satisfied smile spread across my face. The next day, starting tomorrow, the academy would be temporarily closed for National Foundation Day. Maybe because of that, the atmosphere felt different. The students who usually wore stiff, unreadable expressions all seemed a little lighter, a little more relaxed. Laughter carried farther than usual through the corridors. Lewis, a familiar voice called out. Lisa, who was walking alongside Elena, spotted me and immediately ran over, waving her hand energetically. Tomorrow's the National Foundation Day already, she said, her eyes sparkling. Yeah, I replied with a small smile. Elena, have you decided what you want to do during the festival? Elena paused for a moment, then nodded eagerly. There's a famous chef from the eastern region opening a dessert stand. I want to go there first. And then, she trailed off, clearly lost in her own excitement. It was rare to see her like this, so openly animated. She really must be looking forward to the festival held during National Foundation Day. Meanwhile, I still hadn't given a proper answer about my own plans. As the two of them continued chatting excitedly about what they wanted to see and eat, my attention drifted elsewhere. A raised voice cut through the pleasant morning air. Wait a moment. Please, just listen to me. I turned my head toward the source of the commotion. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. But this is really important. I just need to check something quickly. Not allowed. Please leave. The exchange was tense, sharp enough to stand out from the otherwise cheerful mood around us. What is going on? My brows knit together as I watched the scene unfold from a distance. The academy gate was unusually noisy. A security guard stood near the entrance, visibly flustered as he argued with someone who stubbornly refused to back down. And the person causing the commotion was someone I recognized instantly. Lena? What is she doing here? Her sudden appearance left me genuinely confused, and judging by the reactions around me, I wasn't the only one. Sister? Lisa's voice trembled as recognition dawned on her face. Lisa, sister. The moment Lena heard her name, she vaulted past the stunned security guard without a second thought and sprinted toward us. The next instant, the two of them collided into each other, arms wrapping tight, as if afraid the other might disappear if they let go. They held on fiercely, shoulders shaking, completely oblivious to their surroundings. Students passing by slowed to a stop, exchanging confused glances. To anyone else, it must have looked like an overdramatic reunion. But I knew better. Knowing what they had been through, how long they had been separated, I couldn't bring myself to interrupt. I simply watched, a quiet warmth spreading through my chest. After what felt like 100 years, family had finally found its way back together. After the emotional reunion finally settled down, Lena was allowed to enter the academy as a student as family member. However, the loud, unmistakable sound coming from her stomach left no room for debate. In the end, we brought Lena straight to the cafeteria. Munch, munch. This is delicious. Just moments ago, she had been tearfully reminiscing about the past. Now, she was completely absorbed in devouring the food, her eyes practically sparkling with joy. Seeing her like this, it was hard not to feel relieved. By the way, I asked, watching her shovel another spoonful in her mouth. How did you know to come here? I already knew Lena and Lisa were sisters. I glimpsed it through Lisa's memories before. But Lena had vanished so suddenly back then that I never had the chance to arrange a reunion between them. And yet, here she was, at the academy of all places. How did she find out Lisa was here? Gulp. Lena swallowed before answering. I heard some rumors recently about an accident at the academy. The incident during the practical exam. The one where massive thorns had erupted from the ground. Those kinds of rumors spread fast enough to reach anyone who paid even a little attention to what people were whispering about. They said huge thorns burst out of nowhere, Lena continued. When I heard that, I thought maybe my sister was involved. Lisa's magic. The overwhelming attack she used to subdue Clarice. It all clicked into place. So Lena had followed the trail of rumors, trusting nothing more than intuition and sisterly instinct, and she'd been right. The result? A successful reunion. Watching the two sisters sitting together now, I quietly leaned back in my chair. Sometimes, rumors weren't just idle chatter. Sometimes they were the threads that reunited broken lives. Chapter 161. An Unexpected Invitation. Sister. Lisa had fallen asleep on Lena's shoulder, her breathing uneven from exhaustion after crying so much. Lena gently stroked her sister's hair, her movements careful, as if she were afraid Lisa might disappear again if she let go. Watching the scene, I finally spoke. So, Lisa was the precious thing you've been searching for all this time. Yes, Lena answered quietly. I've been looking for Lisa this whole time. For over 100 years. She had lived for that single purpose. She joined the rebels to gather information, searched every corner of the capital, even combed through the darkest underground waterways, never sparing herself, never giving up. And now, at last, the two sisters were reunited. There must have been countless emotions piled up between them over the years, words that could never fully be spoken. I stood up silently and went to pay the bill, leaving the sisters to their long-awaited moment. You don't have to pay, Lena said, glancing at me with an apologetic expression. But her words lacked urgency. She didn't really try to stop me. Given that she'd been starving for days, it wasn't hard to guess she didn't have much money left. Thank you, she said after a brief pause. If you're grateful, I replied lightly, pay me back later. Yes, I will, Lena said firmly. No matter what it takes, I'll repay you. Good, I said, turning away. Then I'll be going. I walked out, leaving Lena behind, still holding her sister, her eyes filled with quiet determination. Elena, who had been waiting outside, walked up to me as I stepped out. Where's Lena? It looks like she wanted to talk first, I replied. I see. It didn't seem like a bad idea to let the two of them catch up for now. We were already running late anyway, so Elena and I headed toward the classroom at an unhurried pace. But those two... Elena tilted her head slightly. Why are they so happy to see each other? I have an older sister too, but we're not like that, so I find it kind of strange. They were separated when they were young, I explained. This is the first time they've met again in a very long while. Oh, I see. That makes sense. The confusion on Elena's face faded as she nodded in understanding. Still, from what I knew, her situation wasn't all that different. Elena's older sister, Celia, was famously overprotective borderline a sister fanatic. Because of that, the two of them were actually quite close. At the very least, they didn't have the constant bickering relationship most sisters seem to have. Though, to be fair, Celia's affection was mostly one-sided, and it could be a little overwhelming for Elena at times. Even so, they were a harmonious family. Watching the reunited sisters with a faint smile, my thoughts drifted elsewhere. A harmonious family. For some reason, that concept didn't resonate with me at all. For someone like me, it felt distant, almost unreal. Loneliness and solitude were far more familiar companions. My heart had always felt hollow, and the thing that filled that emptiness was manga. What's wrong? Elena must have noticed my expression stiffen, because she looked at me with concern. It's nothing, I said, shaking my head lightly. Really, even as I said it, a faint bitterness lingered in my chest. Late at night, the academy was wrapped in an unusual stillness. Most of the students had gone out to enjoy the festival, leaving the grounds eerily quiet. Walking through the nearly deserted pathways, I found myself savoring a rare moment of peace. Since enrolling, one incident after another had piled up without giving me a chance to rest. The exhaustion had been constant, pressing down on me day after day. But now, with the cool night breeze brushing against my skin, I finally felt like I could breathe again. Yeah, people really do need time like this. I'd been living far too frantically lately. Lost in thought, I strolled along at an unhurried pace until a familiar silhouette caught my eye in the distance. Where are you going, Lewis? At the sound of my name, I looked up to see Viola approaching. Her hair was braided differently from usual, giving her a softer impression as she walked toward me with quick, light steps. I was heading back to the dormitory, I replied. What about you, Viola? Ever since the study group we formed to prevent Lisa's expulsion, we naturally started speaking to each other more casually. It felt strange at first, but now it came easily. Viola slowed to a stop in front of me. The faint glow of the lanterns lining the path reflected in her eyes. Although she hadn't exactly become friendly, the way she addressed me now felt noticeably more familiar. I'd never seen Viola speak casually with anyone else, so this was probably her own quiet way of showing closeness. I was on my way to the festival, she said. Aren't you going to, Lewis? The festival. Now that she mentioned it, hadn't Lisa said she was going with Viola? Was that today already? Lisa hadn't shown up to class because she reunited with Lena, but it seemed she was still planning to attend the festival tonight. After meeting her sister again after so long and getting to see the festival she'd been looking forward to today was probably one of the happiest days of her life. As for me, I replied after a moment, I'm not particularly interested. I'll probably just rest in my room. Honestly, lying down on a comfortable bed sounded far more appealing than squeezing through a crowded festival. It wasn't that I hated festivals. It was just troublesome, I guess. And more importantly, I didn't really have a reason to go. I see. At my answer, Viola lowered her gaze slightly. For just a moment, she looked disappointed. Why is she acting like that? As I looked at her with puzzled eyes, Viola suddenly raised her head, looked into my eyes, and said, Lewis, what? Would you like to go to the festival with me? Chapter 162, Festival with Viola. Viola invited me to the festival. The moment her words sank in, my eyes widened slightly. I don't think she'd ever suggested something like this before. Viola never struck me as the type to enjoy crowded, lively events. If anything, I'd always thought she preferred quiet corners and the company of books. Yet here she was, inviting me herself. I had planned to spend the holiday resting, but turning her down didn't even cross my mind. The break was long, anyway one day wouldn't he make much of a difference. Sure, I replied after a brief pause. Let us go together. Really? She looked genuinely surprised, as if she hadn't expected me to agree so easily. When I nodded, her lips curved into a bright, unguarded smile. For a moment, that smile reminded me of the younger Viola I met inside her dream. Lately, her expressions had been changing, becoming warmer, more vivid. It was unfamiliar, yet strangely captivating. We made our way toward the meeting place where Elena and Lisa were waiting, the streets already bustling with people preparing for the festival. Laughter, chatter, and the sound of vendors setting up stalls filled the air. As we walked, I noticed Viola slow down. I turned my head and followed her gaze. She was staring at a clothing shop, her eyes lingering on the dresses displayed behind the glass. What? I asked casually. Do you want to try one on? Oh, no. She answered quickly, flustered. I just thought the clothes looked pretty. I see. I studied her for a moment, then smiled. Then you should try them on. Yeah. Before she could react, I reached out and took her hand. Let's go inside. Wait, Lewis. Ignoring her protests, I gently pulled her along and stepped into the shop, the bell above the door chiming softly as we entered. Welcome. The shop owner greeted us with an overly cheerful voice. I glanced at the clothes Viola had been eyeing for a while and pointed toward the rack. Could she try on the outfit hanging over there? Of course. Right this way. Oh, I'm really fine, Viola said quickly, waving her hands. You don't have to, it's fine. Just try it on. When else would you get a chance like this? If you're going to enjoy a special day, you might as well go all the way. Before she could protest again, I gently but firmly guided the hesitant Viola toward the changing room. She looked back at me once, clearly flustered, then stepped inside as if she had no choice. I turned away and waited. A short while later, the curtain rustled. Viola emerged with the help of the shop attendant, carefully tugging at the hem of her clothes as if she didn't quite know what to do with herself. She was wearing the Empire S traditional attire. It vaguely reminded me of Hanbok, though I brushed that thought aside as probably the author's personal touch. Neatly fitted, vibrant in color, and elegant without being flashy, the outfit suited her far too well. Honestly, she was beautiful. Viola hesitated, her voice soft. How do I look? Does it not suit me? No. I clear my throat. It suits you well. I scratched the back of my head, suddenly unsure where to look. At my words, Viola's face lit up, blooming like a flower in full sunlight. Thank you for the compliment. I returned Viola's words with an awkward smile. This atmosphere is really uncomfortable. Since I was the one who had dragged her here in the first place, I quickly paid for the clothes and steered us out of the shop before things got any worse. Please come again. The shop owner's cheerful farewell followed us as we stepped outside. Then what are you going to do about this? A sharp, angry voice suddenly rang out, loud enough to make us both stop in our tracks. In the middle of the busy plaza ahead of us, a crowd had begun to form. What is going on? I asked. I don't know, but let us take a look. Curiosity got the better of us, and we headed toward the commotion. I said, what are you going to do about my clothes? I am so sorry. At the center of the crowd stood a small girl, repeatedly bowing her head, while a middle-aged woman towered over her, shouting relentlessly. My eyes narrowed as recognition dawned on me. That girl. It was Rain. Rain, the granddaughter of Vermut, the owner of the general store. She looked tiny, surrounded by so many adults, her shoulders trembling as she kept apologizing over and over, as if that was the only thing she knew how to do. As soon as I saw Rain standing there, surrounded by people with tear-filled eyes, I immediately grasped what was going on. She made a mistake, and now she was being humiliated for it, right in front of everyone. A middle-aged woman stood before her, the front of her clothes soaked by the contents of a half-empty cup. Her face was twisted with anger, but her posture remained stiff and controlled. I am so sorry, Rain stammered, bowing repeatedly. Save your apologies, the woman snapped. Just pay for it. I don't have any money right now. What if you try to run away? I'll come back. I promise. No, I don't believe you, the woman cut in sharply. Pay up. Right here, right now. One way or another. Hick. But I don't have anything on me. Rain looked like she was on the verge of breaking down completely. She clearly wanted to go home and bring the money back. But the woman had no intention of letting her leave so easily. In a place like this full of sharp-eyed children who were far more cunning than their age suggested naivety was a luxury you couldn't afford. Trusting someone blindly was just another way to get stabbed in the back. Even so, as loud and harsh as the woman's voice was, she was still being surprisingly reasonable. She and T raised a hand. She and T resorted to violence. Just that alone told me she was a civilized adult, doing her best to stay composed despite the situation. That was enough. May I pay for it? I spoke up. The woman turned sharply toward me. And who are you supposed to be? Rain's trembling gaze shifted to my face, her eyes widening slightly. Louis? Chapter 163. Savior. As I stepped forward without thinking, the murmurs around the scene abruptly died down. In an instant, every pair of eyes turned toward me. Oh, my savior. Rain stared at me with widened eyes, clearly recognizing my face. Savior? That is a bit much. I had been involved with Rain before enough that, from her point of view, ID helped save her life. Her illness had improved because of me, after all. But honestly, I was the one who felt indebted. If not for what happened back then, if not for Rain and the dream, orb resonating and strengthening, I wouldn't have made it this far. So repaying her with something like this was the least I could do. I'll pay for it, I said calmly. How much is it? The man blocking her path scowled at me. And who do you think you are, sticking your nose into this? That is a good question. I hesitated for a moment, caught in an awkward pause, wondering how exactly I should answer. Should I give my name? My status? Or just ignore him? Before I could decide, a hushed voice rose from behind me. That uniform. ISNT, that an academy uniform? Huh, an academy student? That means a noble, right? The mood shifted instantly. En noble? Why would noble suddenly get involved in something like this? The atmosphere shifted the moment someone noticed the academy uniform I was wearing. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Then silence. I felt it immediately, the way people stiffened, the way their gazes darted away from me, as if I were something dangerous. A noble. The realization spread across their faces like a shadow. Fear. Unease. This wasn't the reaction ID expected at all. It was like ID just walked in carrying a plague. People took small steps back, creating an invisible circle around me. Some clutched their belongings tighter. Others lowered their heads, avoiding eye contact entirely. I blinked, completely at a loss. This is bad. I hadn't threatened anyone. I hadn't raised my voice. I was literally just standing there. Hadn't laws against abusing or insulting commoners been reinforced years ago? This kind of reaction felt outdated, excessive. Why are they this afraid of me? Unease crept up my spine as I took in the scene. This was my first time experiencing something like this firsthand, and I had no idea how to respond. Panicking slightly, I hurriedly pulled out my wallet, trying to calm the situation the only way I could think of. I'll take responsibility, I said quickly. Please tell me how much the clothes cost. I'll pay for them. And no. The woman shook her head so hard I thought it might fall off. Please. I'll accept the apology. That's more than enough. What? I was offering to pay. Yet she looked at me as if I might draw a sword at any moment. Her hands trembled, and she refused to meet my eyes. I stood there, utterly bewildered, wallet still open in my hand. This wasn't humility. This was fear. A deep, ingrained fear of nobles as a whole. Was the image of nobility really this terrible? The realization left a bitter taste in my mouth. I hadn't done anything wrong. If anything, I'd gone out of my way to be polite. And yet, the people around me looked like they were just waiting for the moment I'd snap. For the first time since coming to this world, I found myself speechless, staring at the invisible wall that separated noble from ordinary citizen, and realizing just how thick it truly was. Even after I entered the academy, the hostility toward nobles had never been this intense. Back then, There had been resentment, sure, but not fear. Now, the gazes directed at me were different, guarded, wary, as if I were something dangerous. What changed? Had some incident occurred while I was shut away, unaware of the outside world? According to the original manga, there shouldn't have been anything like this. No major event that would sour public sentiment so drastically. As I tilted my head in confusion, the middle-aged woman in the stained clothes suddenly turned and fled the scene, disappearing into the crowd. That seemed to be the signal. One by one, people began to disperse, casting cautious glances in my direction as they backed away. Before long, the once bustling street had emptied out. Soon, only Rain remained. My savior. She suddenly ran toward me and clung tightly to my legs. Startled for a moment, I then gently patted her head. It had been a long time since we last met. Rain looked up at me with a bright, unguarded smile, clearly overjoyed to see me again. But who was that person next to you? Only then did she seem to notice Viola, who had been standing quietly beside me this whole time. Rain tilted her head, eyes filled with curiosity. This is Viola. She attends the academy with me, I explained. Hello, Viola said politely, offering a small bow. Hello, I'm Rain, she replied cheerfully. Viola spoke formally even to a child. At this point, I couldn't help but wonder if there was anyone in this world she spoke to casually. After a brief moment of amusement, I gently pried Rain off my legs and said, You're not hurt anywhere, right? Then, is it okay if we get going now? What? You're leaving already? Rain blurted out, clearly flustered. I can serve you both snacks at my house. It was obvious she wanted to talk more, especially since we hadn't seen each other in so long. I hesitated. We did already have plans, but seeing her react like that made it hard to refuse outright. I was just about to suggest meeting again another time when, can't you stay? Her round, hopeful eyes looked straight at me, and the words I was about to say caught in my throat. Sensing my hesitation, Viola spoke up before I could respond. How about we stop by briefly? Is that all right? I asked, surprised. Yes, we have plenty of time, she replied calmly. Oh, really? Rain's face lit up instantly. Then, shall we stay for a bit? I let out a small sigh and nodded. Truth be told, part of me wanted an excuse to visit the general store again anyway. Chapter 164. Rain, the owner of the general store Vermut. There were a few things I wanted to ask him. He wasn't just an ordinary shopkeeper. Vermut was a capable grand magician who had once been affiliated with the Magic Tower. If anyone could give me proper advice, it was him. Lately, I'd been stuck on a particular problem: how to properly combine magnetism and electricity. Individually, I could use them well enough. But together? That was another story. I had a strong feeling there was a breakthrough waiting just out of reach, something obvious, something elegant, but no matter how much I thought about it, I kept running into impractical or half-baked ideas. From the bits of science I'd learned back in my previous life, there was something about electricity and magnetism being closely connected. Something, but that was as far as my memory went. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't push past that vague recollection. If I'd known I'd end up in a situation like this, I really should have studied harder. Well, regretting it now wouldn't help. With those muddled thoughts swirling in my head, I made my way to the general store, hoping Vermut, someone who had worked with electrical magic his entire life, might casually offer the exact insight I needed. I arrived with quiet anticipation. But, your grandfather isn't here? No, the girl behind the counter replied quickly. He said he was going out to meet someone. I froze for a moment. Seriously? The timing couldn't have been worse. Vermut was away at the moment. So much for asking him for advice. Well, it couldn't be helped. I'd just have to find time to visit him later. For now, Rain offered to prepare some tea, and while we waited, the three of us exchanged a bit of small talk. Viola tilted her head slightly and looked between Rain and me. Do you two know each other? Yes. Rain answered immediately, her eyes lighting up. Lewis is my savior. Savior? He saved my life. Viola's eyes widened in surprise as she turned toward me. I could practically see her image of me being revised in real time. I owe her. I was probably still the reckless troublemaker who kicked her fiancé in the shin without hesitation. Learning that I apparently saved someone else's life must have been confusing, to say the least. As for me, all I could do was give an awkward smile. While Rain enthusiastically praised me as her savior, the truth was far less impressive. Back then, I had really done anything. Vermont was the one who cured Rain's illness. I merely lent her the dream orb. That was all. If anyone deserved her gratitude, it was him. If anything, I was the one who should be thankful. What Vermont did back then was practically the reason I was still alive today. But Rain had already decided on her own version of events. In her eyes, I was the prince who had saved her at her lowest point. Her expression now was no different from that of a young fan meeting her favorite idol, not wanting to shatter her enthusiasm. I swallowed my objections and maintained my awkward smile. Viola let out a small hum, her lips curling into an amused smile. It seems you've been doing quite a few good deeds, Lewis. Aha. Well, I guess you could say that. I deliberately avoided Viola's gaze as she calmly sipped her tea, her eyes filled with quiet curiosity. Unaware of my discomfort, Rain continued enthusiastically showering me with praise, her words flowing without pause. But then, Russell, my ears twitched. Did I just hear something? While Rain kept talking cheerfully, I focused, straining to catch the sound again. For a moment, I wondered if it was just my imagination. Then thud. This time, it was unmistakable. Footsteps. Human ones. Rain, I asked casually, keeping my voice low. Is there anyone else here besides us? HM? She blinked in surprise. No, we're closed today, so there shouldn't be any customers. Why? I see. My eyes narrowed slightly. Then what was that sound? That wasn't the creaking of wood or the settling of the building. I heard it clearly, someone moving. And during a festive season, when the streets outside were packed with people, who would come to a closed shop like this? I turned toward Viola. Viola. Yes? She responded immediately. Prepare for combat. The air froze. Before either of them could react, bang. The front door was kicked in with a deafening crash. Splinters flew as several masked figures stormed inside, weapons already drawn. Find the girl. Their shout echoed through the shop. So that is how it is. In a rundown tavern tucked away in a forgotten corner of the capital, bang. What kind of nerve do you have, showing your face here now? Vermont, the owner of the general store, slammed his fist down on the table as he sprang to his feet. The wooden surface rattled violently, drawing uneasy glances from nearby patrons. Seated across from him, the man didn't flinch. Please calm down, he said quietly. I haven't even had the chance to speak yet. Calm down? Vermont snapped, his face flushing red with fury. You think I can calm down when I'm staring at the man who abandoned his own daughter and walked away without looking back? The man watched him in silence, his expression unreadable. Only after Vermont's breathing grew rough did he finally speak again. Father, I don't want to hear that word from your mouth, Vermont roared. Bane. Bane didn't raise his voice. He didn't look away, either. Everything I did was necessary. Don't give me that bullshit. Vermont shouted, slamming his hand down again. You're saying it was more important than Raina's life? Even if it was for that grand dream of yours changing the world, I will never understand it. Bane's fingers tightened slightly around his cup, but his tone remained steady. Then tell me, he asked calmly, almost wearily, what should I have done? Chapter 165. Father's duty. Bane closed his eyes, forcing himself to breathe. Even then, the tremor in his voice betrayed emotions he could no longer fully suppress. Are you saying I should have just stood there and watched my daughter die? He said hoarsely. As her father, I couldn't do that. Vermont's gaze hardened. A true family stays until the very end, he snapped back. They don't turn their backs and run away like you did. They were standing in the same room, speaking to each other, yet their thoughts were worlds apart. A father who had abandoned everything, claiming he would overturn the world, leaving behind a daughter, dying from an incurable disease, and grandparents who had never given up, who stayed by her side day and night, holding her hand until the very last moment. Between them lay a chasm that could never be bridged. You vanished for all those years. Vermut continued coldly. And now you dare show your face only after Rain regains consciousness? You may be my son, but what you did is nothing short of despicable. Vermut's mana surged violently, the air around him rippling as if a spell might erupt at any moment. For an instant, it seemed he would strike, but then he remembered this man, infuriating as he was still his son, and more importantly, he was Rain's only remaining parent. The spell dissipated before it could take form. Unable to act, Vermut let the magic fade and poured all his fury into words instead. His voice trembling with anger and grief spoken not just for himself, but for Rain as well. Vermut's aged, deeply wrinkled face twisted with barely restrained fury as he withdrew his magical energy. "Don't ever show your face before us again," he said coldly. "If you dare bring that damned face back, I'll sear it with lightning." If it ever came to that, Vermut had already made up his mind. From that moment on, he would no longer see Bane as his son, only as an enemy. Leaving behind that final warning, Vermut rose from his seat. Bang! The tavern door slammed shut as he stormed out. Bane didn't try to stop him. He simply watched in silence, his expression unreadable. "Are you all right?" A young blonde woman stepped closer, her voice tinged with concern. Bane, who had been standing there with his lips pressed tightly together, raised a hand to reassure her. "Don't worry about it," he said calmly. "This much doesn't bother me." And it was true. He firmly believed that convictions he had forged over time wouldn't be shaken by something like this. He had already made his choice, already taken his vow, to change this cursed world no matter the cost, even if it meant losing everything he once had. He had long since committed himself to a path with no turning back. More importantly, what's the situation? We've already dispatched our comrades to retrieve your daughter. Recently, every radical faction within the Revolutionary Army, those who proudly called themselves rebels, had been wiped out. Bane didn't know what had emboldened them to act so recklessly, but their downfall was obvious. They had overreached by attempting to kidnap the princess. Unlike his own faction, which sought to dismantle the system slowly and methodically to truly improve the world, those fools had only wanted blood. They dreamed of killing the king and seizing power in one violent stroke. And in doing so, they had ruined everything. By pushing too far, they had only strengthened the existing order and closed off the very paths the revolution needed to survive. It was dangerous. If word ever leaked that he was connected to the Revolutionary Army, Bane couldn't guarantee Rain's safety. He had to bring her back into his protection. But he also knew one painful truth. His father would never hand Rain over willingly. So he chose the only option left. He would draw his father out. And while all eyes were on him, they would take Rain. Bane swallowed the words he would never get to say, the ones meant for a father who had already disappeared from his life. "I'm sorry, Father." Those unspoken feelings were buried deep in his heart, sealed away, where they would never see the light. The carriage rocked gently as it moved through the narrow back streets, the sound of hooves muffled by the thick fog settling over the capital. Bane stared out the window, his reflection faintly visible against the dark glass. Everything was already in motion. If the operation succeeded, Rain would be brought to a safe house on the outskirts of a city far from the palace, far from his father's reach. From there, Bane could finally explain everything to her. Why he had stayed away, why he had chosen this path, why he couldn't afford to hesitate. If it failed, his fingers tightened slowly. Failure was not an option. "Sir," a man seated across from him spoke in a low voice. "The palace guard has increased patrols since the incident. Timing will be tight." "I know," Bane replied calmly. Too calmly. "That's why we move before dawn." The man hesitated. "And if His Majesty intervenes?" Bane's gaze sharpened. "Then I'll handle it." The carriage fell silent. They both understood what that meant. No matter how carefully he justified it, no matter how noble the cause sounded in his head, this was still betrayal. Not just of the crown, but of blood. Bane closed his eyes briefly. Raina's face surfaced in his mind, just as it always did. The way she laughed when she thought no one was watching. The way she stubbornly stood her ground, even as a child, when the world tried to push her aside. She deserved a future where she wasn't a pawn, where she didn't have to inherit a throne soaked in compromise and fear. "I'll protect you," he murmured under his breath, whether she hated him for it or not. The carriage slowed. "We're here," the man said. Bane stepped out into the fog, the cold air biting at his skin. Ahead, silhouettes of cloaked figures waited in silence, his allies, his accomplices, his sins. Once he took another step forward, there would be no turning back. And yet, Bane moved without hesitation, because some choices, once made, could only be carried through to the end. Chapter 166. Terrorist Attack One Bang. Who are you? Raina's voice trembled as the group burst in without warning. No answer came. Of course it didn't. If they planned on introducing themselves, they wouldn't have hidden their faces behind crude black masks. "Stay behind me, Rain." Whatever their goal was. One thing was clear: Rain was just an ordinary civilian. If this turned violent, she'd be the first to get hurt. I summoned my sword from the dream orb, the familiar weight forming in my hand, and leveled it toward the intruders. "That's one hell of an entrance," I said coldly. "State your business." Instead of responding, the masked men raised their swords in unison. "So that's how it is." Silence hung heavy in the air, taut like a drawn bowstring. "Then subdue them." "Huh." They rushed us all at once. About 10 of them. I acted immediately. I applied magnetic force to the two in the lead. Thud. Arg. Their bodies slammed into each other mid-charge, limbs tangling as they crashed to the floor in a heap. Before the others could react, I stepped forward. I swung my sword at the man, charging in behind them. Clang. TCH dash. He barely managed to block, the impact rattling his arms. I twisted my wrist, knocked his sword aside, and drove my foot into his chest. He flew backward, collapsing hard against the ground. Another attacker lunged at me. I didn't hesitate. One clean slash, he went down. Steel rang through the space, shouts and grunts overlapping as the remaining attackers closed in. I tightened my grip on the sword. Fine. If they wanted to fight, I'd end it quickly. Finally sensing that something was wrong, the group hesitated. Was this guy? This wasn't part of the plan. Their voices were laced with confusion and panic. One by one, they began retreating, their steps unsteady. That was when Viola struck. Air cutter. Blades of compressed wind rained down on them. Gah! In an instant, shallow cuts tore across more than half of their bodies. The spell was clearly lethal if used at full strength, but Viola had restrained it. The wounds bled and burned, yet none were fatal. It was deliberate. The attackers, now covered in injuries and clutching their bodies in pain, had no will left to fight. Any thought of charging at us vanished completely. I stepped forward and grabbed the collar of one of the men who had collapsed on the ground, hauling him upright. And then I saw it. My breath caught. Etched into the side of his neck was a tattoo clearly visible beneath the torn fabric. A red wolf. The sight sent a chill down my spine. What? These guys are still active? I was sure I'd heard they'd all been captured after the last incident. Looks like a few remnants managed to slip through the cracks. And now these bastards are trying to kidnap people again. I could almost understand them targeting Princess, and almost, but going after a child who couldn't even be 10 years old? That made my blood boil. These guys really are kidnapping specialists. Though, judging by their track record, their success rate is laughably low. I released my grip on the man's collar, letting him collapse to the ground in a coughing heap. The moment the others realized they stood no chance against me, panic spread through their ranks. They didn't even try to regroup. One by one, they turned and ran, fleeing without a single glance back, as if the hounds of hell were on their heels. I couldn't understand why they were trying to take Rain. As the scattered remnants of the incident faded away, the question lingered in my mind. I managed to stop anything serious from happening this time, but there was no guarantee they wouldn't come back. For now, the priority was clear. I needed to take Rain to the meeting place. Just in case, I decided to leave a note behind for Vermut. We'll be taking care of Rain for a while. Lewis, that should be enough. You understand what I meant, right? Savior, hurry. Rain tugged at me impatiently, her eyes sparkling with excitement, and I left the store with her in tow. Why didn't T notice was the single droplet of water on the desk. It slid slowly across the surface, blurring the ink just enough to erase my name completely. Wow, this is amazing. Despite what she'd just been through, Rain walked through the streets with boundless energy, her steps light and her voice full of wonder. Seeing that, I couldn't help but think, she really does have a strong heart. As she bounced along beside me, her gaze suddenly locked onto something ahead. Fluffy strands of cotton candy spun in the air, dyed in soft pastel colors. Her eyes widened instantly. Do you want some? And no, she tried to deny it, but it was painfully obvious. Rain kept sneaking glances at the cotton candy, her lips unconsciously licking as if she could already taste it. Unable to resist anymore, I stepped forward and bought one for her. But when a vendor handed it over, 3 cotton candies appeared instead of one. I blinked in confusion. Huh, we only ordered one. This one S on the house, the woman said cheerfully, waving her hand. You all look like such a happy family. It's nice to see. A family? It wasn't just the streets that were caught up in the festival mood, the people were too. The vendor's warm smile made it clear she had completely misunderstood our relationship. What a handsome couple you make, she added with a wink. There was a misunderstanding, but since we'd been given extra cotton candy, I decided not to correct her. Viola accepted one, her face instantly turning red. Is she embarrassed? I took a bite of mine. Sweet. So sweet that it made my tongue tingle, the sugary fluff melting almost instantly. As I glanced sideways, Rain was already happily nibbling at hers, eyes sparkling. Well, maybe it's fine to let misunderstandings like this slide once in a while. Each of us held a stick of cotton candy as we made our way through the crowded streets, eventually arriving at the agreed meeting place. The festival lanterns swayed gently overhead, laughter and music blending into a lively hum, but something was off. The appointed time had already passed, yet Elena and the others were nowhere to be seen. I checked the street again, then the surrounding alleys, my gaze unconsciously sweeping through the crowd. They're late, I muttered. That was unusual. Elena, especially, was never careless about time. As we stood there waiting, the atmosphere suddenly shifted. Boom! A deafening sound tore through the night sky. Wow, so pretty. Cheers erupted around us as people instinctively looked up. The dark sky bloomed with light, and for a brief moment, the entire street was bathed in crimson. At first glance, it looked like fireworks. The citizens certainly thought so. Children laughed, couples pointed excitedly upward, and vendors paused to admire the spectacle. But my stomach twisted. Those aren't fireworks. The flames weren't scattering into colorful sparks or fading gently into smoke. They burned too solidly, too violently thick, heavy streaks of light staining the sky. And the color, not festive, not joyful, a deep, ominous red, like blood soaking into the night. A bad feeling crawled up my spine. Lou, is that? Viola had noticed it too. Her cheerful expression vanished, her eyes narrowing as she stared upward. That's not normal, she said quietly. I exhaled slowly. Yeah, definitely not. Another boom echoed, louder this time, followed by a wave of heat that brushed against my skin. The crowd still hadn't realized anything was wrong, but I could feel it. Mana. Dense, violent mana rippling through the air. This wasn't a celebration. It was a signal, or worse, a declaration. Sigh, what now? I rubbed my forehead, already dreading the answer. The first night of the festival was supposed to be peaceful, lively, a simple event to deepen bonds and advance the story. Instead, it felt like the calm before a storm had already been torn apart. I glanced toward the direction the flames seemed to originate from. If Elena and the others were late, please don't tell me you're involved in this, I muttered under my breath. What's going on? Viola's voice was tense, as she looked up at the sky. Countless points of light shimmered overhead, drifting unnaturally instead of bursting and fading like fireworks should. While most people continued laughing and chatting in the festive streets, a handful had begun to notice it too, slowing their steps, frowning, unease creeping into their expressions. Something was wrong. Did an incident already happen? The thought slipped into my mind, unwanted and heavy. I tried to brush it off as needless worry, but the uneasiness only grew stronger by the second. Then, boom, the ground shook. A deafening explosion tore through the air, and a pillar of black smoke erupted in the middle of the street. Kaya! Aya! Move! Get out of the way! Screams exploded along with it. The crowd that had been celebrating just moments ago dissolved into pure panic, people crashing into one another as they fled in every direction. The cheerful festival vanished in an instant, replaced by chaos. Zen! I reached out on instinct, just as the surge of people threatened to sweep her away. I grabbed Reyna's hand and yanked her toward me. She stumbled, eyes wide, before regaining her balance. Thank you. Her grip tightened around mine, knuckles white. Don't let go, I said firmly, pulling her closer. Stick with me. Viola had already moved beside us, her expression sharp as she scanned the area. That explosion wasn't random, she said quietly. There was manner in it, so it was deliberate. Through the thinning smoke, silhouettes began to emerge, figures standing where the explosion had gone off, completely unaffected by the panic they caused. Not civilians. My jaw tightened. Of course, I muttered. A festival is the perfect place for this. This was in terrorist attack. Chapter 167. When a festival turned into chaos, a terrorist attack. Or maybe some kind of large-scale accident. As I scanned my surroundings, trying to grasp what was happening, thud. 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 The ground suddenly began to shake. At first, it felt distant, like a faint tremor carried through stone. But with each passing second, the vibrations grew heavier, more violent, as if something enormous was pounding its way straight toward us. People froze. Then murmurs spread. Then panic followed. And finally, Lisa? I spotted them emerging from between the buildings. Lisa and Elena were sprinting toward us at full speed, their faces pale, hair and clothes in complete disarray. But that wasn't what made my blood run cold. Behind them, something huge burst into view, kicking up clouds of dust with every step. Run away! Lisa screamed, her voice cracking as she waved her arms desperately. My breath caught in my throat. A massive figure charged forward, its hooves smashing into the stone pavement like thunder. Broad shoulders, muscles like twisted iron, and atop its body, a bull-'s head. A minotaur? The monster roared, a deafening sound that rattled my skull. Emlo! Its bloodshot eyes were wild, completely devoid of reason. Foam dripped from its mouth as it lowered its head. Horns aimed straight at the two girls it was chasing. This wasn't some summoned illusion or training construct. This was the real thing. People screamed and scattered in every direction. Shopkeepers abandoned their stalls. Nobles forgot their dignity, and guards struggled to organize as chaos exploded across the street. My mind raced. Why was a Minotaur A-rank monster inside the capital? How had it breached the city's defensive barriers? And why, of all people, were Elena and Lisa the ones it had locked onto? Elena stumbled. For a split second, her foot caught on the uneven stone, and she nearly fell. My heart dropped. The Minotaur roared again, clearly sensing its chance, and surged forward with terrifying speed. That was it. Thinking stopped. Instinct took over. I stepped forward, gripping my sword tightly as mana surged through my body. I didn't know how this situation came to be. I didn't know why the story had spiraled this far off course. But one thing was clear, at this rate, there really could have been casualties. The thought barely finished forming before my body moved on its own. I dashed forward, sword already in hand. Yulo dash. The Minotaur turned at the sound, its massive frame twisting as it noticed me, but it was already too late. I focused my mana and applied a magnetic force directly to its head. For an instant, the world seemed to lurch. Then thud, as if yanked by an invisible hand. The Minotaur's head was violently slammed into the ground. The impact shook the earth beneath our feet, unable to resist the sudden force or recover its balance. The huge body staggered, then toppled forward. Now, I didn't hesitate. Mana surged through my arm as I infused my sword with aura, the blade humming softly as it sharpened beyond steel. I stepped in close and drove the sword straight between its eyes. Squelch! The resistance was almost non-existent, like cutting through soft tofu rather than bone. The blade sank deep into its skull. The Minotaur's massive body shuddered once, twice, then went completely still. Silence followed. The heavy, oppressive presence that had filled the area vanished, as if it had never existed. Blood slowly pooled beneath the creature's head, staining the ground a dark crimson. Wow! Wow! Rain's voice rang out from behind me, filled with unfiltered amazement. I exhaled slowly and pulled my sword free, shaking off the blood before turning around. That's when I saw Lena. She was bent slightly forward, hands on her knees, clearly still catching her breath. Her face was pale, her golden hair clinging lightly to her forehead with sweat. When she looked up at me, her eyes were wide not with fear, but pure disbelief. What just happened? She asked, her voice unsteady. And what was that magic? I followed her gaze back to the Minotaur's corpse. Right? From her perspective, ID just charged in and killed a high-ranking monster in a matter of seconds. I'll explain later, I said, keeping my tone calm. More importantly, are you both hurt? Rain quickly shook her head. Me fine. Just tired, but seriously, that was incredible. Huh. The monsters escaped. Elena bent forward slightly, hands on her knees as she tried to catch her breath. Her usually calm expression was strained, and a few loose strands of her hair clung to her forehead. After taking a moment to steady herself, she continued. The Boars Trading Company brought in a number of rare monsters to celebrate the festival. Monsters? Yes. For a circus. I frowned instinctively. A circus, an old-fashioned form of entertainment. Even in the modern world I used to live in, it had existed in one form or another. Clowns, acrobats, exotic animals, and here apparently monsters. It seemed the Boars Trading Company had decided to put on a grand spectacle for the Empire's Founding Day Festival by importing monsters into the capital. That alone was already questionable. But something went wrong, Elena said quietly. The cages broke during transport. I don't know the exact cause, but the monsters escaped into the city. So that's why things turned into this mess. After hearing her full explanation, I let out a long sigh. They really outdid themselves this time. Bringing monsters into the city was reckless enough, but doing it in the very heart of the imperial capital? During a festival, no less, when the streets were packed with civilians? There was a limit to negligence, and this went far beyond it. Did they seriously not consider the possibility of an accident? Or worse, did they simply think nothing could go wrong? So these creatures are scattered all over the place now? I asked. Elena nodded grimly. Yes, I personally saw at least 10 of them escape. 10? The word slipped out before I could stop myself. That was far worse than I'd expected. 10 monsters loose in the capital wasn't an inconvenience. It was a full-blown disaster waiting to happen. Even low-grade monsters could cause chaos in crowded streets. And if even one of them was high-ranking, my jaw tightened. No wonder the knights were mobilizing so quickly. No wonder the streets felt tense. This isn't something students should be involved in, I muttered. Minotaurs are mid-tier monsters. Releasing even one inside the capital would already be a serious incident, so releasing multiple of them? That was completely beyond the scope of a normal accident. Even now, those creatures must be rampaging through the streets, causing chaos wherever they went. The thought alone made my stomach tighten. This wasn't something that could be brushed off as a mistake. I frowned, trying to piece things together. Then what were those explosions just now? The Boars Trading Company wasn't some nameless back alley merchant. It was one of the most influential trading companies in the entire empire, a giant that operated under the watchful eyes of both nobles and the imperial family. A company like that wouldn't recklessly cause explosions in the capital without preparations. No, if they moved, it meant they were confident they could control the situation. Or at least, that's how it should have been. I don't know, Elena replied, shaking her head. We were just passing by when all of a sudden, there was a huge explosion. And then, as if on cue, the monsters were released. Minotaurs bursting out amidst smoke and debris, panic screams filling the streets, civilians scattering in every direction. Elena and the others had simply been unlucky caught at the center of something they had nothing to do with. As she explained, I listened carefully, replaying the scene in my head. But the more I listened, the more something didn't sit right with me. Then why were you running away? I asked at last. Elena blinked, clearly not expecting the question. You two should be more than capable of taking down a Minotaur. I continued. One, maybe even two. It shouldn't have forced you to retreat like that. Silence hung between us for a moment. Even if Elena couldn't fight right now, because she didn't have her sword with her, Lisa should have been more than capable of dealing with a Minotaur on her own. So why did they run? Well, there were too many people around. Lisa's hesitant reply answered everything. So that's what it was. I immediately understood her reasoning. Lisa's power was dangerous in more ways than one. True to its name, the power of demons, it carried an unmistakably alien aura. If she used it openly in a crowded place, it wouldn't just end with the monster being defeated. Rumors would spread. Suspicion would follow. At worst, she could end up being treated as a threat herself. In that sense, choosing to flee instead of fighting had been the correct decision. They hadn't had a choice. They ran and, by sheer coincidence, ran straight into us. Chapter 168. When the festival turned into chaos, two rumors would spread. Suspicion would follow. At worst, she could end up being treated as a threat herself. In that sense, choosing to flee instead of fighting had been the correct decision. They hadn't had a choice. They ran and, by sheer coincidence, ran straight into us. I glanced around at the now deserted streets. Just moments ago, this place had been packed with people enjoying the festival. Now, only scattered debris and the echo of hurried footsteps remained. I let out a quiet sigh and shook my head. It hadn't even been a few minutes since I dealt with the thugs who tried to kidnap Rain. And now, this an entirely separate incident, and a far bigger one at that. At this point, I honestly couldn't tell anymore. Am I just incredibly unlucky? Or am I the cause of all this? Somewhere out there, this world should have its own protagonist. Someone meant to be at the center of these events. So why does it feel like everything keeps crashing into me instead? Is it just my imagination? Right now, I don't have an answer. But one thing is painfully clear. We've already missed our chance to enjoy the festival. I muttered. I looked at my companions Elena, Lisa, Rain, and the others. Their expressions ranged from concern to frustration, all of us clearly feeling the same disappointment. Let us get out of here, I said firmly. Most of the civilians had already evacuated somewhere safer. If we stayed here any longer, standing around confused, we'd just be inviting trouble. And given today's track record, running into another monster didn't sound unlikely at all. Still, shouldn't we help? The question came hesitantly, but I could feel the weight behind it. Elena and the others were academy students, future elites of the empire. To them, turning away from danger felt wrong. They looked uneasy, clearly wondering whether people like us, who could at least handle monsters to some extent, ought to step in. No, I said firmly. It's better if we don't get involved. By now, the capital's defense forces and the city's soldiers would already be mobilizing. If we started wandering around half-prepared, we'd only get in their way. Quietly removing ourselves from the area was the smarter choice. It was only because I found the situation troublesome. But that was part of it. Then, are we heading back to the academy? Viola asked. That is probably the best option for now, I replied. If we stay here, we might get dragged into something even bigger. The capital during an emergency was no place to linger. One wrong step, and we'd be caught between soldiers, monsters, or worse. Then what about this child? At Viola's words, I turned my head and looked down. Rain was staring up at me with blank, unreadable eyes, her small hands clutching the hem of my coat as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Yeah, I can't just leave her, I said quietly. There was no guarantee the attackers had fully withdrawn yet, and with monsters possibly roaming the outskirts, letting a child wander alone was out of the question. We'll take her with us, I decided, at least until things calmed down. Rain didn't say anything, she just nodded once, as if she'd already assumed that was how things would go. Just as we turned to leave, the atmosphere shifted. The light dimmed, as if someone had drawn a veil over the sky. I instinctively looked up. The clouds above the Capitol were thickening unnaturally fast, rolling over one another like waves of ink. The bright afternoon sky was swallowed bit by bit, plunging the streets into an eerie twilight. That is not normal, Viola muttered. She was right. This wasn't the slow gathering of a coming storm. It was sudden, violent, almost deliberate. A low, distant rumble echoed not thunder, but something deeper, heavier, like the groan of the world itself. The people around us began to panic. Hey, what is going on? Was the sky like this a moment ago? Is this because of the monsters? Rain tightened her grip on my coat. I felt it too, a faint pressure in the air, a subtle disturbance in mana, crawling across my skin like static before a lightning strike. So that is how it is. This commotion I senti over yet, I murmured. Whatever was happening, it wasn't just an aftershock of the earlier chaos. I glanced down at Rain, then at Viola. Stay close to me, I said. Both of you. And then, rumble. A sensation far too familiar crawled up my spine, making every strand of hair on my body stand on end. I snapped my head upward. Mana dense, violent mana was gathering overhead at an alarming speed. The sky had darkened in an instant. Black storm clouds churning unnaturally, as if something was stirring them from within. Threads of electricity flickered inside the clouds, illuminating them in brief, ominous flashes. No way. My breath hitched. I didn't need to think twice to understand what was coming. Oh no, Dash. Shit. The moment that realization struck, I poured mana into my body without hesitation. A massive lightning bolt was forming, aimed directly at me. There was no time to dodge. Now, Dash. I activated the illusion orb. In an instant, a huge metal rod materialized in my hands. I slammed it into the ground with all my strength, driving it deep into the earth like a lightning conductor. And then KBOM. ARC. A deafening explosion tore through the air as the lightning crashed down, striking the metal rod dead on. Blinding white light engulfed my vision, and the shockwave hit me like a sledgehammer. My ears rang violently. The ground trembled beneath my feet, cracks spiderwebbing outward from the impact point. I was thrown backward, my body tumbling helplessly before slamming hard against the ground. Godash! Pain exploded through my back as the air was knocked clean out of my lungs. For a few seconds, I couldn't hear anything, only a high-pitched ringing, as if my senses had short-circuited along with the lightning. Smoke rose from the scorched earth. The metal rod glowed red-hot, partially melted, steam hissing where rain began to fall in scattered droplets. Aha! I lay there, staring up at the sky, chest heaving. That was close. Too close. If I reacted even a second later, I would been directly struck. No illusions, no tricks, just a clean, instant death. Slowly, painfully, I pushed myself up onto one elbow. What the hell was that? The impact carved a deep crater into the ground around us. Smoke rose from the scorched earth in thick wisps, carrying with it the sharp scent of ozone. Just looking at it was enough to understand how much power that lightning bolt had contained. Almost died. If my reaction had been even a fraction slower, my body would been completely fried on the spot. Only because I reacted on instinct, throwing myself aside and dispersing the residual mana at the last second was I still breathing. Even so, my limbs felt numb, and my heart was pounding violently in my chest. Zen! A furious roar echoed from the sky. I reflexively looked up. There someone was flying. Flying? What now? Grandfather! Rain's eyes lit up the instant she saw him, and she shouted happily, waving her arm without a hint of fear. Vermut? The moment I heard the name, tension drained from my shoulders just a little. So that S him. Rain's grandfather. One of the strongest mages on the continent. Good. With Vermut here, this nightmare should finally be over. We just need to return to the academy, report the incident, and I stopped myself mid-breath. Something was off. As Vermut descended closer, my relief twisted into unease. His white hair floated unnaturally, standing on end as if caught in a constant current. Sparks crackled around his body, snapping through the air like living things. Electricity gathered in both of his hands, dense and unstable, illuminating his stern expression with flashes of blue-white light. That's not the face of someone who came just to rescue us. My throat went dry. The magical pressure rolling off him was overwhelming, so dense it felt like the air itself was pressing down on my shoulders. My instinct screamed at me to move, to run, but my legs refused to cooperate. This wasn't T-directed killing intent. It was worse. This was the kind of power unleashed by someone who had just found out his precious granddaughter had been placed in mortal danger. Rain, oblivious, ran forward. "Grandfather, you're late," she complained cheerfully. "Rain," Vermut called out, his voice low and trembling not with fear, but barely restrained fury. "Are you hurt?" "Me fine," she replied instantly. In that instant, Vermut's gaze snapped toward me. The electricity around his hands flared violently. I swallowed hard. So this is how it ends, huh? Not killed by enemies. Not struck down by fate, but vaporized by an overprotective grandfather who doesn't know the full story yet. Author note: thanks for reading the chapter. I hope you're loving the novel. Chapter 169. When the festival turned into chaos, his approaching figure felt ominous in a way I couldn't quite put into words. The killing intent radiating from him as he flew toward us was overwhelming, so dense it felt as though the air itself had frozen. My instincts screamed danger, and for a brief moment, my body refused to move. I knew who he was. Vermut, a veteran mage who had once entered the magic tower. A man spoken of in hushed tones, even among nobles. But still, I never imagined he'd be this formidable. This wasn't simply strength beyond the standard. It was on an entirely different plane. Despite being well past 60, the mana he exuded was vast and profound, layered so deeply that I couldn't even begin to grasp its depth with my current senses. To think a retired mage could be like this. How many monsters like him were still walking around in this world? Before I could dwell on that terrifying thought, Vermut descended and landed directly in front of us. The pressure lifted slightly, but the tension remained thick enough to choke on. Rain, who had been standing beside me until now, suddenly lit up. "Grandpa!" She waved enthusiastically, as if the man who had just descended like a calamity were nothing more than a doting old relative. "There you are." Zen. Only then did Vermut's expression change. The killing intent vanished almost instantly, replaced by pure relief as he noticed her. He opened his arms, and Rain ran straight into them. He held her tightly, as if afraid she might disappear the moment he let go. "Are you hurt anywhere?" he asked urgently, his voice completely different from before. "Nope. Me fine," Rain replied cheerfully. Vermut carefully examined her from head to toe, his brows knit with worry, his eyes scanning for even the smallest scratch. Only after confirming she was truly unharmed did he finally relax. Then, his gaze snapped toward me. The murderous intent returned, sharper than before. "Are you the one who kidnapped our Rain?" "Pardon?" His eyes burned with fury as his mana surged again, pressing down on me like a mountain. "How dare you take my granddaughter away?" "Huh." My mind blanked for a second. "Wait, what?" I said reflexively. "Kidnapped?" "No, that has not happened, Dash." The situation started to spiral in a direction I hadn't anticipated at all. Could he really be mistaking me for a kidnapper? That didn't make any sense. I had left a proper note clear, concise, impossible to misunderstand. So why was he glaring at me like I was some criminal caught red-handed? No matter how I looked at it, something had gone wrong. There had to be a misunderstanding. Just as I was about to explain myself quickly, before things escalated any further, boom, a deafening thunderclap tore through the sky. I instinctively flinched and looked up. The clouds above had grown far darker than before, swelling and churning as if the heavens themselves were enraged. This wasn't the light storm from earlier. It felt oppressive, heavy, dangerous. The air crackled faintly with mana. This is bad. Sensing the imminent threat, I opened my mouth in a panic before whatever spell he was preparing could be unleashed. Wait. Hold on, it asked me, Lewis. What? At my voice, Vermut abruptly turned back toward me, the hostility draining from his posture, replaced by confusion. He frowned slightly, then leaned closer, squinting in my face as though his vision had suddenly failed him. His gaze lingered, sharp and searching, scanning every detail. Seconds passed. Then, Lewis? The storm above let out a low rumble, but the pressure began to ease. Vermut's expression slowly shifted, the demonic fury in his eyes fading into disbelief. Why are you here? The thunderclouds overhead weakened, the violent mana dispersing as his emotions settled. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. So you finally recognized me, I said, forcing a wry smile. You were about 2 seconds away from turning me into ash. Vermut clicked his tongue and looked away, rubbing his temple. TCH, don't say it like that. In that situation, anyone would assume the worst. The worst being that I suddenly turned into a criminal. Simultaneously, the magical energy lingering in the sky dispersed. The pressure weighing down on my chest vanished along with it. Only after confirming that the clouds had completely disappeared did I finally allow myself to breathe. I survived. I almost got blasted by magic and turned into a pile of black ash. The thought alone made cold sweat trickle down my spine. Fortunately, it seemed the misunderstanding surrounding me had finally been cleared up. The man who had nearly erased me from existence moments ago now approached with a warm, welcoming expression, as if none of that had ever happened. Ho. It seems I made a mistake, didn't I? The murderous aura from earlier was completely gone. In its place was a gentle smile and a good-natured laugh, almost infuriatingly so. I did leave a note, I said, barely keeping my composure. I clearly wrote that I'd be looking after her for a while. A note? He tilted his head slightly, then snapped his fingers as if recalling something. The one on the table? So he did see it. Then what exactly was that spell supposed to be? A greeting? My confusion must have shown on my face, because my expression hardened as I glared at him. Seeing that, he coughed lightly and averted his gaze, suddenly looking uncharacteristically sheepish. Ahem. You see, how should I put this? He folded his arms and continued in a defensive tone. How could you leave such a short note with no proper context? It naturally led to misunderstandings. At the very least, you should have written your name. I did. I answered immediately, my voice flat. I definitely wrote my name clearly. He paused. You did? Yes. In plain writing. No abreviaciones. No symbols. For a moment, silence hung between us. HM? There wasn't any. Vermut's answer caught me completely off guard. What? No name? For a moment, my mind went blank. I was certain I had written my name at the end of the note. I remembered it clearly. There was no way I'd forgotten something that basic. Then why couldn't he see it? I studied Vermut's face carefully. There was no hesitation, no hint of feigned ignorance. His brows were slightly knit, his eyes filled with genuine confusion. He wasn't lying, which only made things stranger. Before I could press the issue, Vermut shifted his gaze past me. By the way, what is that over there? He pointed toward the Minotaur's corpse lying in the street. Its massive body sprawled awkwardly, tongue lolling out in a thoroughly undignified manner. It was an absurd sight. No wonder it caught his attention. A medium-sized monster dead in the middle of the city, wasn't T exactly an everyday occurrence. I let out a small sigh and explained everything from start to finish: how the monsters had escaped, how the chaos had broken out, and how things had finally ended up like this. I did T leave out a single detail. So the monsters escaped? Vermut said grimly. Yes. Apparently, the Bourse Merchant Group brought them in for a circus. Those idiots. His expression darkened instantly. Even for money, doing business with monsters. He clicked his tongue in irritation. Unbelievable. Kids these days really have no sense of danger. From the way he spoke, it was clear he'd dealt with this sort of foolishness more times than he cared to count. Then, as if something finally clicked in his mind, Vermut's expression softened. He turned to look at me properly this time. Still, Rain is safe because of you. His voice was quieter now, heavier with sincerity. I've received help from you once again. It's really fine, I replied casually. I wasn't expecting anything in return. But the moment the words left my mouth, Vermut shook his head firmly. No, I can't let it end like this. He met my gaze, his eyes steady and resolute. You're a benefactor to our family. Once is coincidence, twice is obligation. Persistent, huh? I don't know what would be appropriate, he continued, but I will repay this debt. That is something I want to compromise on. Seeing how serious he was, I couldn't help but smile faintly. Well, I said, letting my shoulders relax, if you insist that much. I suppose I want to stop you. At that, Vermut finally allowed himself a small, relieved smile. Good, he said. I'll remember this. For reasons I couldn't quite explain, I had the feeling that this promise of his would matter far more than I expected later on. I wasn't particularly expecting a reward, but if he was offering one, I couldn't help hoping it be something worthwhile. As that rather shameless thought crossed my mind, thud, 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 heavy vibrations rippled through the ground beneath our feet. The sound wasn't faint. It was deep, rhythmic, and unmistakably growing closer by the second. Each impact sent a dull tremor up my legs. This sound, the vibrations intensified, the air itself seeming to quiver along with them. And before I even consciously processed it, my body reacted first. I knew this feeling too well. It was almost identical to what I felt earlier when the Minotaur had charged at full speed. My expression stiffened. Don't tell me. Slowly, I turned my gaze toward the direction the sound was coming from, a bad premonition settling heavily in my chest. Vermut, I said quietly, already bracing myself. You might want to prepare yourself, because whatever was approaching, it was big. Chapter 170. The general store owner Emulo Dash. The roar shook the air. As if answering that thunderous cry, monsters burst into view, minotaurs among them charging forward in a chaotic stampede. Don't let them reach the city. They're too fast. Then get ahead of them, stop them somehow. Knights rushed past us, armor battered and stained, clearly having already fought these creatures. The monsters were covered in shallow wounds, yet none of them showed any sign of slowing down. If anything, they looked even more desperate, driven by panic rather than reason. Straight toward us. Lewis, let us run. Lisa, who had finally regained her composure, grabbed my sleeve, panic written all over her face. But despite the chaos unfolding before my eyes, I felt calm. Too calm, because there was no need to run. We already had a monster on our side, one far more terrifying than the ones charging at us. Ho ho. So these are the ones, Vermut said quietly. The escapees. Mudash. A minotaur at the front lowered its massive head, sharp horns aimed directly at us as it barreled forward, the ground trembling beneath its hooves. Lisa gasped. Lui. But Vermut simply stepped forward, calm, unhurried, as if he were facing nothing more than an annoying inconvenience. He raised one hand slowly. Mana gathered around him, not violently, not explosively, but with a quiet inevitability. The air itself seemed to respond, tiny sparks dancing as if drawn to him. After a short, almost lazy incantation, something was released from his palm. Storm Destruction. Crackle. Sparks flared, crawling across the space before him. Then crackle. A massive sphere of condensed lightning erupted into existence, humming violently as arcs of electricity snapped and twisted around its surface. The sheer pressure of mana distorted the air, forcing everything nearby to bend toward it. Mo! The charging monsters tried to stop, hooves digging into the ground, claws scraping uselessly against stone. But it was too late. Their momentum betrayed them. One by one, they were dragged forward, their massive bodies lifted as if they weighed nothing, pulled screaming into the raging electric sphere. The moment they touched it, boom! Light exploded outward. The deafening roar of thunder drowned out their cries as electricity tore through them, reducing their bodies to ash and smoke in an instant. The smell of scorched air burned my lungs. When the light finally faded, nothing remained. No monsters, no blood, not even corpses, just a blackened patch of ground and faint sparks crackling in the air. Silence fell. Stop! What now? Just as the pursuing knights were about to be swallowed by the surging magic, the spell vanished instantly. The pressure that had filled the street disappeared as if it had never existed. The massive monsters that had rampaged moments ago were simply gone. No corpses, no lingering mana, only piles of black ash scattered across the cobblestone road, as though the creatures had been erased rather than destroyed. So magic can be used like that? The words slipped out of my mouth before I even realized it. I was too stunned to close it again. That spell, no. Calling a spell almost felt insulting. Power aside, the structure itself was incomprehensible. First, the sheer amount of magical energy required was absurd. Enough to overwhelm most high-ranking mages instantly. And yet, it wasn't too wild or unstable. Each thread of lightning had been compressed to its absolute limit, woven together with terrifying precision. Not a single current was wasted. Perfect control, perfect efficiency, top-tier magic. The kind of magic ordinary mages couldn't even dream of reaching, no matter how many decades they trained. Who are you? The knights, who had been charging in moments earlier, now stood frozen in place. Their faces were pale, their hands trembling around their weapons. After a brief silence, one of them swallowed hard and stepped forward, clearly forcing himself to move. Excuse me, sir, could you show us your identification? Using magic of that scale in the middle of the capital was no small matter. Regardless of intent, as soldiers of the Empire, they were obligated to confirm his identity. Identification. Will this do? The old man Vermut casually reached into his coat and produced a small, white object. The moment the knights saw it, G gasped. His eyes widened, and the color drained from his face. That emblem. How do you possess something like this? The surrounding knights stiffened, their expressions shifting from fear to outright shock. Vermut glanced at their reactions, then sighed lightly, as though genuinely puzzled by the fuss. I told you already, he said calmly. I'm just an old man who retired and now runs a general store. A retired mage. I muttered under my breath. No, calling him a mage felt inadequate. Someone who could cast magic like that, and then erase it without leaving even residual mana behind. That was just scary. That was terrifying. The knights hurriedly straightened their posture, lowering their weapons and bowing deeply. Please forgive our rudeness. We didn't realize we were in the presence of someone of such standing. By the way, that thing you showed just now, that was definitely a platinum badge. Wasn't it? An identification issued only to the very top tier of mercenaries people whose skills have been acknowledged by multiple nations. Not something you could fake. Not something you could borrow. I had no idea why Vermut possessed something like that. No, scratch that. The real question was, what kind of past did he have to earn it? Please forgive our rudeness. The knights bowed hurriedly, their earlier arrogance nowhere to be seen. They didn't even bother to maintain appearances as they retreated, almost running as they cleared the street. Just like that, everything was over. The general store, unfortunately, was another matter. Half of it had been reduced to rubble, and the two owners stood there staring blankly at the destruction, as if their minds hadn't caught up to reality yet. And their lodging for the night, was gone as well. While I muttered quietly, averting my gaze, the yellow managed somehow. It sounded heartless, even to my own ears, but there was nothing more we could do here. Compensation, rebuilding, that would all be handled later by the city or the guild. Today it had already taken far more out of me than expected. My body felt heavy, and the lingering tension refused to leave my shoulders. When I looked up, I realized just how late it had become. The lanterns along the street were already glowing softly, and the once lively crowd had thinned to almost nothing. It had been a truly exhausting day. "We should head back," I said. "At this hour, it's safer not to linger." "Are you returning to the academy?" Vermut asked, adjusting his cloak. I nodded. "Yes. It seems the festival has already been called off. Because of the monster outbreak, the celebration had ended prematurely. The colorful stalls, the music, the laughter, everything had vanished as if it were nothing more than a fleeting dream. There probably wouldn't be another festival like this for quite some time. As we started walking, the quiet felt strangely heavy. All that excitement, all that chaos. And in the end, everything returned to silence. "Let us just get back safely," I said after a moment. Vermut gave a short nod. "Agreed." Now, all that was left was to return to the academy and deal with whatever consequences today had quietly planted for tomorrow. I was just about to head back, rubbing my tired eyes when it might be better not to return. "What? Why not?" "I saw something on my way here. It looks like there is a fire at the academy." Vermut, who had flown ahead and viewed the area from above, spoke calmly. Apparently, from the sky, he'd seen black smoke rising from the academy grounds. Come to think of it, the flames I'd sensed earlier were coming from that direction. So something really did happen. If there was a fire at the academy, going back blindly wouldn't be wise. At best, the place would be in chaos. At worst, I'd get dragged into something troublesome again. Vermut glanced at me and added casually, "If that's the case, I know somewhere we can go for now. If you'd like." I didn't even hesitate. "I appreciate that." We walked for quite a while, leaving the main streets behind. The lively noise of the capital gradually faded, replaced by the quiet hum of narrow back streets. Eventually, we stopped in front of a secluded alley. "This is the place." I followed Vermut's gaze and looked up. The building was unimpressive, to put it mildly. A shabby structure with darkened stone walls, a crooked roof, and not even a signboard. The design was rough and utilitarian. The kind of place most people would mistake for a warehouse or worse, an abandoned home. Someone unfamiliar with the area would never think to step inside. But I knew better. So this is it. This place was a blacksmith shop run by a dwarf. Author note: thanks for reading the chapter 171. Grunder 1, I know the owner of this rundown, half-forgotten forge. The Exile of Windcliff. Grunder. Once, he was a legendary craftsman, one whose name alone carried enough weight to make even kings bow their heads. Weapons that reshaped battlefields. Armor that turned heroes into living fortresses. Many of the Empire's most famous relics traced their origins back to his hammer. And then, one day, he vanished. No announcements. No farewell. Just rumors of an incident, of betrayal, of disgust toward the so-called civilized world. In the end, all that remained was this shabby forge at the edge of nowhere, and a dwarf who lived by no one's rules but his own. In the webtoon, Grunder doesn't appear until much later. A late-game supporting character, the one who forges the protagonist's true weapon. And yet here I am, standing in front of his door far earlier than I'm supposed to. Bang! Bang! Grun! Are you in there? Vermut slammed his fist against the warped wooden door, the sound echoing sharply through the quiet mountainside. No response. Bang! Come out, you lazy bum. The door rattled violently under the assault. A moment passed, then another. So noisy. Really? With an irritated creak, the door finally swung open. A short, broad-shouldered figure stood in the doorway, arms crossed, eyes half-lidded in clear annoyance. His beard was wild and unkempt, streaked with ash and soot, and his hair, once neatly braided, now stuck out in all directions. Despite that, his eyes were sharp, Too sharp for an ordinary hermit. What else with the sudden visit and all this commotion? Grunder grumbled. Vermut broke into a wide grin. You're alive, after all. TCH. Unfortunately, Grunder clicked his tongue. His gaze shifted past Vermut and landed on me. Then he gazed once again, landed back to Vermut. The dwarf glared at Vermut the moment he saw him. He scratched at his disheveled head, fingers disappearing into a bushy, unkempt beard that looked like it hadn't seen proper grooming in years. Ugh, alcohol. As the door creaked open, a heavy stench poured out, so thick it almost felt visible. The sharp, sour smell burned my nose. He must have been drinking until just moments ago. Sure enough, a half-empty bottle dangled loosely from his hand. It's been a while, Grun, Vermut said casually, as if he were greeting an old neighbor. Grun snorted. What do you mean a while? We met not long ago. Ha ha. Not long ago. Vermut laughed heartily. The last time I saw your face was 10 years ago. That's not long at all. Grun shot back without hesitation. 10 years is quite a long time for humans, Vermut replied, shrugging. The same span of time, 10 years. Yet, because they were of different races, they interpreted it in completely opposite ways. I still find it hard to understand long-lived races, Vermut muttered, shaking his head. Grun scoffed. Humans are the strange ones. The two of them shook their heads, almost in sync, each clearly convinced the other made no sense. Watching them, I couldn't help but think they looked oddly comfortable together. Despite the grumbling and sharp words, there was no real hostility in the air. If anything, it felt like an old habit, two people repeating the same argument they had countless times before. From my perspective, they were obviously close. After all, the fact that Grun hadn't already swung his hammer at us for showing up unannounced said everything. For a dwarf especially, this dwarf, that level of restraint was practically a miracle. Either that, or Grun was being lenient, because Vermut was someone he simply couldn't deal with head-on. Grun took another swig from his bottle and scowled. So, he grumbled, eyes narrowing as he finally looked past Vermut and noticed me. You didn't come all this way just to reminisce, did you? Vermut's smile widened slightly. Of course not. That smile told me one thing clearly. Whatever Vermut had come here for, it was bound to be troublesome for everyone involved. So what is it this time? I have a favor to ask. A favor? Yes. Could you shelter us for a while? Our house was destroyed. Grunder's thick brows twitched. And just what did you do to get your house destroyed? Ha! Nothing worth mentioning. There was just a small commotion. Always stirring up trouble, Grunder muttered, shaking his head. From the way he reacted, it was clear Vermut had quite the history here far removed from the calm, dependable image I had formed of him. Then again, that image was based on memories from 10 years ago. Grunder's sharp gaze shifted past Vermut and landed on us. You're not alone? Just for a day, Vermut said casually. They're all people with nowhere else to go. Oof. Ridiculous, Grunder snorted. I might considered it if it was just you. But this many people? What do you take this place for a roadside in? Get lost. So much for optimism. The blunt refusal matched his portrayal in the comic perfectly. Stubborn, prideful, and about as welcoming as a locked iron door. I was already preparing myself to leave when Vermut spoke again, completely unbothered. Don't you owe me one? What nonsense are you talking about? Grunder replied instantly. I don't recall owing you anything. He crossed his arms, feigning ignorance, but Vermut's gaze sharpened just slightly. You said it yourself, Vermut continued calmly. Dwarves are a race that always keeps their promises. Ahem. That is true, Grunder admitted, clearing his throat. But watching you now, Vermut went on, tilting his head, I'm starting to wonder whether you're really a dwarf anymore. What? That pride you used to boast about, where did it go? Living among humans for so long. Perhaps you've abandoned your own beliefs? The words landed like hammer blows. Grunder's jaw clenched, his lips pressing into a thin line. The air between them grew heavy, thick with tension. For a moment, I thought he might actually explode. Then, all right. Grunder threw his hands up with a growl, as if surrendering to an invisible enemy. Damn it all. You're still as sharp-tongued as ever, he grumbled. You always knew exactly where to stab. Vermut smiled faintly, victorious. Tichiaka, fine. One day, Grunder said, pointing a thick finger at Vermut. One day only. And don't you dare wreck my house. Of course, Vermut replied smoothly. I wouldn't dream of it. Grunder glanced at the rest of us once more, his hard expression easing if only by a hair's breadth. Just shut up and come in. Ha! Thanks. Don't thank me after blackmailing me, you bastard. If you hadn't thought about breaking your promise in the first place, none of this would happened, right? You really never stopped talking. And you're younger than me, too. Cornered, Grunder finally pulled out the age card. It was a pretty pathetic argument, especially coming from a long-lived race like his. Still, it was clear he'd already given up on winning this exchange. With a rough click of his tongue, he stepped aside and jerked his chin toward the interior. Just for one night. Don't get any funny ideas. Of course, I replied lightly. We'll be model guests. He snorted, clearly not buying it, and turned on his heel. We followed him inside the forge. The moment we crossed the threshold, I reflexively covered my nose. The stench hit me like a physical blow. Alcohol. No alcohol, didn't he even begin to describe it. This was an overwhelming, eye-watering mixture of stale liquor, fermented grain, smoke, and hot metal. It clung to the air so thickly it felt like I could taste it. What in the world? I muttered, my eyes watering. The smell inside was far stronger than what I'd sensed when Grunder first cracked the door open. That had only been a warning. This was the real thing. By the gods, Viola behind me groaned. How much did you drink? Grunder shot us an annoyed look. What are you staring at? This is a forge. A dwarf-esque forge. That doesn't explain why it smells like a tavern exploded in here, I said. Oomph. You outsiders don't understand anything. He waved a hand dismissively. Alcohol sharpens the spirit. Keeps the hands steady. Helps with inspiration. Pretty sure it dulls the senses, I replied. That's because you're human. I had no comeback to that. The forge itself was impressive in its own chaotic way. Half-finished weapons lay scattered across heavy work tables. Hammers of all sizes hung from the walls, some so large I couldn't imagine lifting them. The furnace at the back still glowed faintly, embers pulsing like a sleeping beast. Empty bottles, however, were everywhere, on shelves, on the floor, even balanced precariously on an anvil. Some were intact, others shattered, their contents long since soaked into the stone. So, I said slowly, looking around, this is how the great craftsman Grunder lives. Watch your mouth, he growled, though there was less bite to it than before. You're lucky I even let you in. I know. Truly honored. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. Thankfully, he didn't kicked us out. But before we rest, we have to do something about this nasty smell of alcohol. Chapter 172, Grunder to Wind. As soon as the spell left, magical energy rippled through the room. A gentle breeze swept past us, lifting the stale air and pushing it toward the open windows. The unbearable stench was carried away with it, dispersing outside like smoke. I inhaled carefully. Yeah, much better. There was still a faint trace lingering in the air, but it was finally at a level a human could tolerate. Around me, people slowly lowered their hands from their noses, a few even letting out relieved sighs. But then a different kind of silence settled in. I followed the flow of everyone's gaze and turned my head. Viola. She stood there stiffly, shoulders slightly hunched, her hands clasped in front of her as if she'd just committed a terrible crime. Sorry, she said softly. I just couldn't bear it anymore. Her voice was so small it nearly vanished into the room. Honestly, I couldn't blame her. If anything, I was impressed she held out as long as she did. Casting magic without warning, especially in someone else's home, could definitely be taken as rude, even offensive. That's why my attention immediately shifted to one person, Grunder. If the homeowner took offense, things could get messy very quickly. Being thrown out would be the best outcome. I watched him carefully, my body tense. But contrary to my worries, Grunder didn't react at all. He didn't glare. He didn't scold her. He didn't even pause for long. Instead, he took another swig from his bottle, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and spoke casually. "The second floor is empty," he said. "Use it however you like." That was it. With those few words, he turned around and headed toward the kitchen, his heavy footsteps fading as he disappeared from sight. For a moment, no one moved. Then phew, thank goodness. I thought we were done for. Quiet murmurs of relief spread through the room. Viola looked up, clearly surprised, her eyes blinking as if she hadn't expected things to end so easily. I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. Looks like Grunder ISN the petty type. If anything, he probably appreciated the fresh air himself. I glanced at Viola again. She still looked a little embarrassed, but there was relief there too, along with a faint gratitude she hadn't put into words. "Good call," I muttered under my breath. Thanks to her quick thinking, this situation didn't spiral into something worse. And now, at the very least, we could breathe. "All right, everyone, let us head upstairs." Vermont, having grasped the situation almost instantly, took the lead and guided us to the second floor. The structure was simple, very much in line with typical imperial architecture. A long, straight corridor stretched ahead, its stone floor worn smooth by time. For rooms lined each side, their wooden doors evenly spaced. One of the rooms was already packed with various unidentifiable objects, broken furniture, old crates, and what looked like discarded equipment, so we ruled that one out immediately. That left 3 rooms. But the moment we opened the doors, a thick layer of dust greeted us. "Looks like no one has been here in a while," Viola muttered. In the end, Vermont and Viola used magic to deal with the problem. A gentle gust swept through each room, lifting dust into the air before dispersing it out the windows. A thin layer of mana shimmered briefly, and just like that, the rooms were presentable enough to use. After settling on who would take which room, we agreed to rest for the night. Later, after washing away the day's grime with a quick bath, I lay back on the bed and let out a slow breath. The mattress was firmer than I was used to, but after everything that had happened, it felt more than adequate. Knock. Before I could respond, Vermont stepped inside and bowed his head slightly. "Louis, thank you for today." His tone was sincere, without even a trace of formality. I raised myself slightly and waved a hand. "You don't need to thank me. If anything, I should be the one saying that. I received plenty of help from you." That was the truth. There had been a few tense moments that could turn dangerous if things had gone wrong, but overall, meeting Vermont had been a stroke of luck. If not for him, we would been wandering around with nowhere to stay for the night. Vermont straightened and gave a small, relieved smile. "Still, I'm glad things worked out." "Me too." Silence settled for a moment. Not awkward, just calm. "By the way, what kind of relationship do you two have?" After a short stretch of silence, I finally asked the question that had been lingering in my mind. The eccentric dwarf, Grunder, considering his personality as depicted in the comic, letting complete strangers stay under his roof should have been unthinkable. He was exactly known for hospitality, let alone generosity. That was why it bothered me. What kind of connection did Vermont have with him for Grunder to allow this so easily? Especially when Vermont had mentioned that their last meeting was nearly 10 years ago. They didn't look particularly close. There was no warmth, no nostalgia, no friendly banter. If anything, their interaction felt restrained. At my question, Vermont paused briefly before answering. "We were in the same guild for a short time. Long ago." That simple reply made something click in my head. The platinum badge. I glanced at the emblem Vermont carried, memories from the comic lining up neatly in my thoughts. I see. Former comrades. That explained a lot. Not close friends who shared drinks and laughter, but not enemies either. The kind of relationship forged through necessity, fighting side by side, trusting each other with their lives because the job demanded it. A professional bond. In modern terms, former workplace colleagues. Grunder was the kind of man you could rely on when things went wrong, Vermont continued calmly. Stubborn, foul-mouthed, difficult, but when it mattered, he never abandoned his post. That actually sounded exactly like Grunder. Someone unpleasant to be around, but dependable in battle. So that's why. I muttered quietly. Vermont gave a faint nod. He doesn't open his doors easily. But once he acknowledges someone, even slightly, he doesn't forget. I glanced toward the other room, where the sound of heavy footsteps and metallic clanking echoed faintly. That dwarf sure has his own way of showing kindness, I said. Vermont let out a small, almost amused breath. You could call it that. At the very least, I understood now. This wasn't hospitality. It was acknowledgement. And coming from Grunder, that alone was worth more than any warm welcome. I could roughly understand why he'd been especially lenient with Vermont. May I ask you something? What is it? Go ahead. Ask anything. This was the question I'd been most curious about. I recently gained a new ability. I was hoping you could give me some advice. A new ability? Vermont's brows lifted slightly. You've grown while I wasn't looking. What kind of ability is it? Thankfully, he didn't dismiss me and listen attentively. I can manipulate something similar to magnetic force, I explained carefully. You know, attraction and repulsion. I'm trying to figure out how to use it more efficiently, but I've started hitting limits on my own. Magnetic force, Vermont murmured. Like magnets? Yes, that exact principle. He leaned back slightly, fingers tapping against his arm as he thought. You can already use electrical techniques, correct? If that's the case. Oh, as expected of a platinum badge magician. His mind immediately started connecting concepts I hadn't fully considered yet. His gaze sharpened, clearly deep in thought. Just as he was about to say something, what? You can use magnetic force. A dash. Bang. The door flew open without warning, and I jumped so hard I lost my balance, falling backward onto the floor. A dash. That really hurt. Is that true, boy? Grunder stormed in, his massive frame practically filling the doorway. His eyes were blazing with excitement as he stared straight at me. Why, yes, it is. Before I could even finish answering, he crossed the room in a few long strides and grabbed me by the collar, lifting me halfway off the floor. Damn it. It is true. He bellowed. This is insane. Ashi, please put me down, Dash. What is wrong with him? I looked between the overly excited Grunder and the calm but curious Vermont, completely lost. Come with me. Right now, Grunder said decisively. Me? I blinked. Yes. Should I come as well? Vermont asked, already standing up. Of course. Grunder snapped, as if the question itself were strange. You too. Follow me. He finally released me, then turned on his heel and marched out as if this were the most natural thing in the world. I hurriedly scrambled to my feet, rubbing my sore back. What is even happening? I muttered under my breath. Vermont gave me a small, amused smile as he walked past. Looks like you've caught his interest. That did not make me feel any better. With no real choice, I followed the two of them downstairs, my head full of questions and a growing sense that I'd just stepped into something far bigger than I'd expected. Chapter 173. Grunder 3. The blacksmith's shop stood just a short walk from Grunder's house, its wide doors thrown open to let out the heat and the ringing echoes of metal on metal. The familiar scent of iron, coal, and oil filled the air the moment we stepped inside. Try using your ability. The demand came so suddenly that I barely had time to react. Right now? I asked, blinking. Instead of answering, Grunder pointed toward a workbench nearby. A thin metal rod lay among scattered tools, still faintly warm from recent use. I hesitated for a brief moment, then focused. Mana stirred within me, flowing outward in a familiar pattern. I reached for the metal, pulling at it with magnetic force. Thunk! The rod shot through the air in a straight line and landed neatly in my palm. For a second, the workshop fell silent. Grunder's eyes widened, his rough brows lifting as he stared at the rod in my hand, as if it had betrayed the laws of the world. So it really was true, he muttered. I shot him a sulky look. I've told you that already. More than once. Only now does he believe me. I closed my fingers around the rod and placed it back on the bench with a dull clatter, my mood sinking. Being dragged here like this, right when I was about to hear Vermont's advice, didn't exactly put me in a good state of mind. So I said, crossing my arms, why did you call me down here? Grunder finally tore his gaze away from the tools and looked at me properly. His expression shifted from shock to something more serious, almost contemplative. That ability of yours, he said slowly, it's not something you should be using carelessly. Especially not at the academy. I frowned. You call me all the way here just to say that? No, he replied firmly, shaking his head. He walked over to the anvil and rested a heavy hand against it, the metal ringing faintly. I called you because I wanted to be sure, and now that I am. He paused, then let out a short, breathy laugh. You got a rare gift, one that even most mages would kill to have. I didn't feel particularly proud hearing that. If anything, my unease only grew. And? I prompted. Grunder met my eyes, his gaze sharp and unyielding. I don't make weapons anymore. I know. At least. I know that much. But what did that have to do with what he said earlier? I glanced around the blacksmith shop again, letting my eyes trace the familiar details. The anvil was clean. Too clean. The forge, something that should have been roaring day and night, was cold and dark, its embers long extinguished. A blacksmith's forge going cold was never a coincidence. The furnace had gone out, and with it, so had his passion. I didn't know the full story. Even in the comic, it was only touched on briefly, some incident in the past, some regret he never spoke about in detail. What I didn't know was that one day, eventually, Grunder would pick up his hammer again. Just not yet. I see, I said quietly. But Grunder continued, his voice lowering. There's one thing I've always wanted to make. That made me pause. For someone who claimed he no longer forged weapons, his posture had subtly changed. His shoulders were straighter. His eyes, just for a moment, held a faint glimmer. The blacksmith in him wasn't dead, just buried. What is it? I asked, meeting his gaze calmly. Grunder's lips curled into something halfway between a grin and a grimace. A golem. A golem? A steel golem, he clarified, his eyes lighting up. That shoots lasers from its chest. What? A steel golem? He repeated seriously, as if explaining something perfectly reasonable, that emits concentrated laser beams from its chest plate. I stared at him, silently, for a long second. That design sounded extremely familiar. Uncomfortably familiar. You mean, I said slowly, a humanoid construct made of reinforced steel, powered by a mana core, with a central emission unit in its torso? Grunder's eyebrows shot up. You get it? No, abruptly, flatly. That's exactly the problem. I get it too well. A vague sense of recognition surfaced in my mind, like a puzzle piece slowly sliding into place. It had an angular exterior, Grunder continued, his voice steady, and the chest only open when it fired its laser. It charged itself using electricity. With every word, the image in my head grew clearer. The dungeon, the one I stumbled into beneath the academy. The steel golem that nearly crushed me to death. Grunder's description matched it perfectly down to the smallest detail. What do you know about that? I asked before I could stop myself. Grunder turned his gaze toward me, clearly surprised by my reaction. But that only deepened my confusion. I had never told anyone about that dungeon. Not Berno, not Elena, no one. So how could Grunder know about the steel golem that lurked there? I saw something related to it a long time ago, Grunder replied after a brief pause. A long time ago, I repeated. His eyes shifted, as if glancing back into the past. Are you talking about? Vermut slowly interjected, narrowing his eyes at Grunder. What we found back then. Grunder gave a small nod. Yes, the blueprint we discovered in that dungeon. The air subtly changed. Vermut straightened in his seat, his relaxed demeanor gone, replaced by sharp suspicion. A blueprint, Vermut muttered. You never mentioned it being connected to something like that. At the time, we didn't understand what it was meant for, Grunder said calmly. Just fragmented designs, power circuits, reinforced joints, a core mechanism that could store and release massive amounts of energy. My heartbeat quickened. A blueprint for the steel golem? From the context of their conversation, it seemed they were talking about something akin to the blueprint of the steel golem I had encountered before. But didn't you say it had no practical possibility? I asked. I did, Vermut replied calmly. Because back then, I believed that even if we could reproduce its structure perfectly, there was no way to actually make it function. Grunder crossed his thick arms, his expression complicated. He could replicate incredibly complex mechanisms. After all, he had once been a craftsman renowned, even among the dwarves, a race obsessed with perfection in forging and construction. If it came down to craftsmanship alone, the blueprint was not the issue. The real problem lay elsewhere. No matter how precise the frame is, Grunder continued, his voice low, a golem is nothing more than a pile of metal without something to drive it. There was no method, no core, no logic that could make it move on its own. I nodded slowly. That much made sense. Even in the webtoon, steel golems were considered impossible for that exact reason. But now, Vermut said, turning slightly, that problem no longer exists. Grunder lifted his arm and pointed straight at me. But now, someone who can make it move has appeared right here. Huh. The word slipped out before I could stop it. Me? As someone who had barely managed to follow their conversation until now, I could only stand there with a thoroughly stupid expression on my face. Wait, hold on, I said, raising both hands instinctively. I don't remember agreeing to anything like that. Grunder's lips curled into a wide, toothy grin at my words, as if he'd just confirmed something he'd been hoping for all along. But honestly, I was confused. What did I have to do with a golem? More specifically, what was I supposed to do with a golem? I didn't understand where this conversation was even headed. I've been thinking about the power source for the golem for a long time, Grunder said, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. I followed the blueprint exactly, over and over again. But no matter what I tried, I couldn't solve it. So he'd already experimented on his own. And yet, in the end, he'd hit the same wall. Every golem researcher eventually faced the core problem. The power source. A golem without a stable power supply is nothing more than an expensive statue, he continued with a bitter laugh. Magic stones alone aren't enough. They burn out too quickly, or their output fluctuates. That much I knew. Even in the comic, unstable cores were the biggest weakness of artificial constructs. Then one day, Grunder said, his eyes lighting up, it occurred to me, what if I didn't rely on magic alone? What if I could create an engine that used both magic and a powerful magnetic field? Magnetic fields? Now, that was an unexpected direction. If magic could act as the fuel, he went on, growing more animated by the second, and magnetism as the mechanism that keeps everything circulating and stable, then in theory, the golem could operate continuously. It sounded absurd at first. But only at first. The problem, Grunder sighed, spreading his hands helplessly, is that there's no established method in this world to generate or control a magnetic field intentionally. Not like that, anyway. That was when it finally clicked. This was a fantasy world, one brimming with mana and miracles, but it lacked the technological foundation for concepts like electromagnetism. People here knew lightning magic, attraction spells, force manipulation, but they didn't understand magnetic fields as a principle. Only after hearing that far did I slowly nod. So that's why, I murmured, that's why he reacted so strongly when he heard about my abilities. Being able to manipulate magnetic force meant being able to create magnetic fields. And a magnetic field, at its core, was simply an invisible space formed by forces of attraction and repulsion objects pushing and pulling on each other without direct contact. Something I could do. Something I'd already done. Grunder leaned closer, his grin returning, sharper this time. If you can generate even a stable, localized magnetic field, then my theory stops being fantasy. In other words, I wasn't here to fight a golem. I was here to bring it to life. Chapter 174. Grunder, for I can manipulate magnetic fields at will. That fact alone had already crossed the line of interesting and entered the realm of dangerous, or at least dangerous in the right hands. But do you have the materials prepared? I asked. I remember hearing that the original process required quite a few rare minerals. Grunder let out a rough laugh and scratched the side of his head. That's the problem, he admitted. Back then, I was obsessed with the theory. I never thought I'd actually get a chance to make it again. I'd half given up, so I didn't bother gathering everything. In other words, the idea was sound. But the preparation wasn't tea. Grunder suggested that for today, we simply confirm whether the concept was still feasible with modern techniques. Under normal circumstances, that would be been enough for me too. But I glanced at the cluttered workshop, at the old forge that had shaped countless masterpieces, and at the dwarf standing before me, one of the few craftsmen in the Empire whose work could genuinely be called legendary. This wasn't just a test. This was an opportunity. If that is all, I said, meeting his gaze, what exactly do you need? Grunder blinked, clearly not expecting that question. You mean, you're willing to get the materials? If it's possible, yes. Right away. For a brief moment, he simply stared at me. Then his lips curled into a wide grin. Huh, you're as reckless as ever, lad. He turned and began rummaging through his storage shelves, pulling out boxes, opening drawers, muttering to himself as he checked his inventory. Let us see, mithril dust got some. Spirit iron shards, a bit left. Ether crystals, low quality, but workable. One by one, he listed the required materials, occasionally clicking his tongue in annoyance, occasionally nodding in satisfaction. Then he stopped. His movements slowed, and he stroked his thick beard thoughtfully. There's one thing I don't have, he said at last. I held my breath. Magnerium. Magnerium? Grunder looked back at me. A rare mineral that reacts sharply to mana-induced magnetic fields. Without it, the core won't stabilize. I used the last of mine decades ago. For a split second, I almost laughed. Because of all the materials he could named, I had that. The reward package that had arrived recently from Anna flashed through my mind. I had paid much attention to it at the time, just skimmed the list and stored everything away. But I remembered clearly now. Magnerium had been included. I thought it might be useful someday. I just didn't expect that someday to come this fast. If that's the only missing piece, I said carefully, then I might be able to help. Grunder's eyes narrowed. Might? I reached into my spatial storage and pulled out a small, sealed container. Inside, a dull, gray mineral rested quietly, its surface faintly shimmering as if reacting to the mana in the air. The moment Grunder saw it, his eyes went wide. By the forge, he whispered. That's magnerium. And not the cheap stuff, either. He leaned closer, inspecting it like a starving man who'd just been handed a feast. Where in the hell did you get this? Let us just say I have good connections, I replied vaguely. Grunder burst into laughter, loud and booming enough to shake the workshop. Ha ha ha. Fate really is a funny thing. To think this old dream of mine would resurface like this. He straightened, his usual laid-back demeanor replaced by something sharp and focused in expression I'd only seen on true craftsmen when inspiration struck. If you're willing to part with this, he said seriously, then I'll make it worth your while. I want to just try pour everything I've got into this piece. That was exactly what I wanted to hear. I nodded. Then let us do it. Grunder grinned, his thick fingers tightening around the magnerium container as if he were holding a sacred relic. With this, I can make it right now, he murmured, his voice trembling with excitement. He placed the container down with exaggerated care, as though even a careless breath might damage it, then spread a tattered blueprint across the workbench. The parchment was stained with oil, burn marks, and countless corrections, clear proof that it had been revised again and again over many years. Straightening his massive frame, Grunder reached behind him and hefted an enormous hammer onto his shoulder. His eyes shone as he turned toward Vermut, a wide, boyish smile breaking across his rugged face. Vermut, light the furnace, he declared. It's time to sing the song of steel. You really never change, Vermut muttered. Still, despite the grumbling, he stood up from his chair and faced the cold, lifeless furnace. Raising one hand, he calmly gathered mana. Fireball. It was a simple spell, one that even novice mages could cast. A small sphere of flame shot forward and vanished into the furnace's mouth. For a brief moment, nothing happened. Then, the furnace roared to life, flames blooming and twisting inside as if awakened from a long slumber. The iron walls began to glow faintly red, and waves of heat rolled through the workshop. The blacksmith shop, which had been icy and still only moments ago, quickly filled with intense warmth. The air shimmered. Metal tools clinked softly as they expanded from the heat, and the familiar scent of burning coal and molten iron spread through the room. Grunder threw his head back and laughed. "Ah, that's it. That's the sound I've been waiting for." He rolled his shoulders, setting the hammer firmly in both hands, his expression shifting from excitement to absolute focus. "This isn't just another weapon," he said, eyes fixed on the blueprint. With magnerium involved, even a single mistake could ruin everything. Vermut crossed his arms, watching the flames dance. "So? Confident?" Grunder's grin returned sharp, unwavering. "Confident?" he echoed. "No." Then he stepped toward the furnace, heat reflecting in his eyes. "I'm certain." As the flames raged higher, the first true strike of the hammer rang out across the workshop. Clang. The Song of Steel had begun. Chapter 175. A gauntlet clang. Clang. The sharp sound of metal colliding sliced through the silence of the night. What? It was late, so late that the sky beyond the window had long since turned pitch black. Elena stirred beneath her blanket, her brows knitting together as the noise dragged her out of a deep sleep. Clang. This time it was louder. She rubbed her eyes, her mind still hazy as she slowly sat up and looked around the dimly lit room. Moonlight spilled faintly through the curtains, casting pale shadows across the floor. Beside her, Lisa was fast asleep. "Lisa?" Elena whispered her name, but there was no response. Lisa's breathing was steady and calm, completely undisturbed. "She can't hear it?" Elena wondered, puzzled. The metallic sounds continued, rhythmic, deliberate, unmistakably the sound of weapons striking one another. There was no way anyone could sleep through that. Elena tried lying back down, pulling the blanket over herself and squeezing her eyes shut. "It's fine. It'll all stop soon." But the noise didn't stop. Clang. Clang. Her eyes snapped open again. "I can't sleep like this." With a soft sigh, she slipped out of bed, careful not to wake Lisa, and padded quietly toward the door. The floor was cool beneath her feet as she opened it just enough to peek into the hallway. The corridor was dim, lit only by a few wall lamps, and directly across from her room, Louis's door. The sound was coming from there. She was sure of it. Elena hesitated for a moment, fingers curling slightly at her side. At this hour? Gathering her courage, she stepped closer and raised her hand, knocking gently. "Louis? Are you in there?" Her voice was soft, almost hesitant. No response. She frowned slightly. Another clang echoed from inside the room, clearer now, sharper. It wasn't random noise. It was controlled, intentional. "Louis?" This time, she placed her hand softly against the door. No response. Is he still sleeping? Outside, the sky was steeped in darkness. It was well past midnight, the kind of hour when even the wind seemed hesitant to stir. Normally, she wouldn't even consider waking him. But clang, clang, the sharp, rhythmic sound echoed again, cutting through the quiet of the house. Elena blinked. That noise! It wasn't coming from Louis's room. Curiosity tugged at her. Wrapping the blanket more tightly around her shoulders, she quietly made her way downstairs, careful not to let her footsteps echo. The sound grew louder as she approached the source. The blacksmith shop. The workshop attached to the house glowed faintly with firelight. Elena hesitated for a moment before gently pushing the door open. Warm air rushed out to greet her. Inside, sparks leapt with every swing of the hammer. The blacksmith Vermut, the master of the forge, was working tirelessly, his large frame slick with sweat as he brought the hammer down again and again with unwavering focus. Clang! And there, beside the workshop, Louis, curled up near the wall, fast asleep. Elena's steps slowed. He was lying on his side, knees drawn close to his chest, his coat pulled loosely around him. In the warmth of the forge, he must have fallen asleep without realizing it. Is he cold? She glanced at the blanket still wrapped around herself. After a brief moment of hesitation, Elena approached him and gently knelt down. Slowly, carefully, she draped the blanket over his shoulders, making sure not to wake him. Louis stirred faintly, brow relaxing as the warmth settled around him. Almost instinctively, he tugged the blanket closer, pulling it up to his neck. Elena froze. For a second, she worried she'd woken him, but his breathing soon returned to its steady rhythm. As she watched him sleep, something unfamiliar stirred in her chest. His face so unguarded, so peaceful, was nothing like the composed expression he usually wore. No question, no calculation, just quiet exhaustion. She and T realized how tired he must have been. A small, gentle smile formed on her lips. You really push yourself too hard. Without thinking, she reached out and lightly brushed a stray strand of hair away from his face. Her fingers lingered for just a heartbeat longer than necessary. Then, as if suddenly aware of her own actions, Elena quickly pulled her hand back. Her cheeks felt warm. Behind her, the steady rhythm of Vermut as hammer continued, grounding the moment in reality. Elena stood up quietly, giving Louis one last look. "Good night, Louis," she whispered. Turning away, she made her way back upstairs, unaware that the faint smile on Louis's lips lingered even after she was gone. "It's complete." "Huh." I jolted awake at Grunder's booming voice, my head lolling to the side as I rubbed my eyes. At some point, I must have dozed off in the corner of the blacksmith shop. When did I fall asleep? As I sat up, something slid off my shoulders and pulled at my feet. A blanket. I stared at it blankly. I don't remember bringing a blanket. Why was I sleeping with this over me? Still half asleep, I looked around the dim workshop, the orange glow of the forge painting long shadows across the walls. That's when I noticed her. Elena. She was sleeping a short distance away, seated against a stack of wooden crates, her breathing slow and even. Her head tilted slightly to the side, golden hair spilling over her shoulders. Why is she here? I searched my memory, but there was nothing, just fatigue and a vague sense of time slipping through my fingers. Whatever had happened, I must have completely passed out. Careful not to make any noise, I picked up the blanket and gently walked over. Slowly, I draped it over Elena's shoulders, adjusting it so it covered her properly. She stirred slightly, brows knitting for just a moment, but she didn't wake up. "Good," I murmured quietly. Only then did I turn toward the workshop proper. "Look at this." "Louis." The moment I stepped inside, a wave of heat crashed into me. The forge was still burning hot, sparks drifting lazily in the air. The sharp scent of iron and smoke filled my lungs. And there stood Grunder. Sweat ran down his broad arms, his beard slightly singed at the tips, but his face was split into a grin so wide it looked like it might tear. In his hands, a gauntlet. Chapter 176. For Ion 1, I gave Grunter a puzzled look as I stared at the gauntlet resting in his hands. What is that supposed to be? Wasn't he making a golem? When I checked on him halfway through, the thing had been nothing more than a mess of parts and half-assembled components. No clear shape, no indication of what it was meant to become. I assumed it was still far from completion. Yet now, here he was, proudly holding up a single gauntlet. Judging by its solid frame and dense construction, it was clearly no ordinary piece of equipment, but beyond that, I couldn't tell what it actually did. "Hurry up and try it on." Grunter practically shoved it toward me, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Hold on," I said, raising a hand to stop him. "You should at least tell me what it's supposed to do first." I was about to stick some mysterious dwarven contraption onto my arm without knowing the basics. "What explanation?" Grunter snorted. "Just put on already." Of course, true to form, he showed zero interest in explaining anything. Instead, he pushed the gauntlet closer, as if daring me to refuse. I allowed a quiet sigh. There was no point arguing with him when he got like this. Reluctantly, I took the gauntlet from his hands. It was heavier than it looked. Not unbearably so, but enough that I could feel the weight immediately settle into my palm. The metal was cool to the touch, etched with faint, geometric patterns that hinted at runic circuits embedded beneath the surface. Still, It was something crafted by a dwarf. If anyone knew how to make durable, functional equipment without it exploding on the user, it was their kind. Fine, I muttered. But if this thing blows my arm off, I'm haunting your workshop. Grunter only grinned, looking utterly unconcerned. That just means it worked. That wasn't reassuring in the slightest. Still, Grunter was a master even by dwarven standards. His reputation alone carried weight. And on top of that, I'd seen him deep in discussion with Vermut all through last night, arguing over measurements, enchantment layers, and who knew what else. If Vermut had signed off on it, then it was probably safe. Probably. I swallowed and reached forward. Click. As soon as my hand slid into the opening, a heavy, icy sensation wrapped around my palm. The metal felt dense, far heavier than it looked, but strangely hollow at the same time. It's loose, I muttered. The fit was off, almost like it hadn't been made for a human hand at all. My shoulders sagged slightly in disappointment. But that feeling lasted less than a second. What the? Without any input from me, the gauntlet suddenly moved. The metal shifted and wriggled as if it were alive. Plates sliding over one another with sharp, metallic clicks. I instinctively tried to pull my hand back, but the gauntlet had already tightened its grip firm, but not painful. Runes etched along the surface flared faintly, one after another, as if some internal mechanism had awakened. The sound was loud enough to echo through the workshop. Oi, don't panic, Grunter said casually. It's just calibrating. That's exactly the kind of thing I should panic about. The gauntlet continued to adjust itself, plates compressing, extending, then locking into place. After a few more noisy seconds, it abruptly went still. PSSSHHH. A plume of white steam hissed out from between the seams, curling into the air before slowly dissipating. When I looked down, the gauntlet fit perfectly. No gaps, no looseness. It hugged my hand and forearm like it had always belonged there. Every joint moving smoothly as I flexed my fingers. Size adjustment complete, Grunter said proudly. Adaptive alloy. Responds to the wearer's mana and skeletal structure. So it reshaped itself? Automatically. I opened and closed my hand once more. The weight felt balanced, now no longer awkward. No longer heavy. If anything, it felt right. As though this gauntlet had always been meant to be there. Incredible. I muttered under my breath. I had never seen or even heard of something like this. Not in this world, and certainly not in my previous life. Even with modern technology, creating something this responsive, this seamless, would have been impossible. I was genuinely left speechless. How is it? Amazing, right? Grunter asked with an unmistakable look of pride. His thick chest puffed out as if he were the one wearing the gauntlet. I flexed my fingers again. Every joint down to the smallest movement responded instantly, smoothly, as though the gauntlet were an extension of my own body. The fingers bent naturally, the wrist rotated without resistance, and there was no lag whatsoever. Aside from a faint, reassuring weight, there was no discomfort at all. And unlike before, it really is amazing. The gauntlet now clung to my hand perfectly, fitting it like a second skin. The dull shine of steel caught the light whenever I moved, producing a crisp metallic sound that stirred something instinctive in my chest. A sound that made a man's heart race. Through the narrow gaps between the plates, I could see intricate inner components, tiny mechanisms layered with impossible precision, humming faintly as mana circulated through them. He made this in one day. The quality was absurd. Unreal. I turned my hand slowly, examining it from every angle. My amazement only growing. So I asked at last, what's this thing called? Dwarves were notorious for naming their creations. To them, a weapon wasn't just a tool, it was a masterpiece, something worthy of a grand, unforgettable title. There was no way Grunter hadn't named it. The name? He grinned, beard twitching. This beauty is called the Plasma Pulse Magnetic Gauntlet. What? My brain stalled for a second. Plasma? Pulse? Magnetic? Why was it so long? The moment the words hit my ears, each more ridiculous than the last, I felt a wave of dizziness wash over me. It sounded less like a weapon and more like something from a deranged inventor-esque fever dream. Grunter, completely oblivious to my reaction, continued proudly. It channels mana into concentrated pulses, stabilizes the flow with magnetic fields, and releases excess energy as plasma when needed. Took me years of theory and a sleepless night to finally make it work. Of course it did. I pinched the bridge of my nose. I could tell how much attachment he had poured into it. That much was obvious just from the way he looked at the gauntlet. But still, the name is a bit long, I said honestly. Grunter scratched his beard, thinking for a moment. Then how about just Firion? Wrath in the ancient tongue. That is good, I nodded. Much better than plasma compression enhanced whatever it was. Grunter burst into laughter. Oi, don't remind me of that monstrosity. And just like that, the gauntlet was officially named Firion. Still, one question continued to bother me. Didn't TU say you were making a golem? I asked. Why does it end up being a gauntlet? I was certain about it. Last night, he clearly said golem. A massive construct. Rideable. Controllable. Not this. Oh, that? Grunter waved his hand casually. Vermut and I talked it through all night. An outstanding mage and a legendary craftsman. If those two reached a conclusion, it wasn't something to dismiss lightly. In the end, we figured a full steel golem was just too much, Grunter continued. The blueprint came from a dungeon, but the structure was off. Like it was designed for a slightly different world than ours. Another dimension. That explained a lot. The mana circulation paths didn't match our laws. The core design was unstable. And the control system assumed materials that simply don't exist here, he said with a shrug. Forcing it would ended in an explosion. That bad? Bad enough to take the workshop with it, he replied flatly. I let out a quiet sigh. So that was the reason. Instead, Grunter said, tapping the gauntlet, we extracted only the parts that did make sense. Reinforcement runes, energy amplification, structural compression. This, he said proudly, is the crystallization of the blueprint's best elements. I stared at Firion again. It was compact, yes, but the mana it gave off was dense. Refined. Dangerously efficient. Still, that's a shame, I admitted. I couldn't hide the disappointment in my voice. If a rideable, controllable steel golem had actually been completed, that would been absurdly powerful. A walking fortress. A one-man army. You don't look that disappointed, I added, glancing at Grunter. He wasn't sulking. If anything, he looked satisfied, despite having worked through the entire night. Grunter looked surprisingly refreshed, almost relieved. There were no signs of exhaustion on his face, only a quiet satisfaction, as if a heavy burden had finally been lifted from his shoulders. At my words, he slowly shook his head. It'd be a lie if I said I wasn't disappointed, Grunter admitted. What I originally wanted to make was a steel golem. His gaze dropped to the gauntlet in my hands. But the moment I saw what came out of my forge, he continued, his voice lowering, that regret vanished completely. He clenched his fist, as though recalling the sensation of shaping it. Even though I was the one who made it, I couldn't help but think this is something else entirely. Something extraordinary. There was no exaggeration in his tone, just quiet conviction. I looked down at Firion again. The faint glow of the runes pulsed steadily, like a restrained heartbeat. Is it really that impressive? I asked. Grunter let out a short, humorless laugh. Impressive? He repeated. If this thing had been discovered in a dungeon instead of forged by hand, people would called it a national treasure. That good, huh? A strange weight settled in my chest as I tightened my grip around the gauntlet. I had thought of it as a substitute, a consolation prize for a failed golem. But judging by Grunter's expression, it seemed I had severely underestimated what was now resting in my hands. Author note: Happy New Year, Chapter 177. Firion 2 Grunter always took pride in his work, but this was different. This was the first time I'd ever seen him speak with such open confidence, almost excitement, about something he'd made. The way Firion adjusted itself to fit my hand perfectly was impressive, sure. The metal shifted subtly, the inner lining tightening just enough to feel like an extension of my own skin. But that alone couldn't explain his reaction. Try activating it properly, Grunter said, eyes fixed on the gauntlet with unmistakable anticipation. I nodded and slowly infused mana into Furion. At once, a strange sensation rose from my palm warm, heavy, like something stirring from a deep sleep. The flow of mana felt different from usual, as if it were being guided instead of merely released. And yet, nothing happened. No glow, no surge, no reaction at all. The gauntlet remained completely still, as if it were nothing more than an ordinary piece of metal. Silence filled the workshop. I tried again, increasing the amount of mana just slightly. Still nothing. Grunter? I lifted my hand and turned it over, inspecting Furion closely. The runes were there. The craftsmanship was flawless, but it refused to respond. What is wrong with this thing? I muttered. For a brief moment, an unpleasant thought crossed my mind. Could it be defective? I glanced at Grunter, half expecting him to panic or at least look a little worried. Instead, he slammed a hand against his forehead. You idiot. You're supposed to use magnetic force, not mana. Right? Now that he mentioned it, he had said Furion's engine was built on magnetic principles. An engine powered by magnetic force, which meant, naturally, that the key to activating Furion wasn't raw mana, it was my ability to imbue magnetic force itself. Grunter grabbed my wrist and shoved it closer to the mechanism embedded in Furion. Magnetic force goes here, and mana gets inserted there, he said, pointing rapidly at two different sections. Don't mix them up again. Here? I asked, squinting. Yes. There. Exactly there. I leaned in and examined the structure more carefully. At the center was a circular device etched with unfamiliar runes and interlocking grooves, its design oddly elegant despite how mechanical it looked. It wasn't magic in the traditional sense, nor was it purely machinery. It was something in between. Vermont would lose his mind if he saw this, I thought absently. Carefully, I infused magnetic force into the device on the back of my hand. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the circular mechanism suddenly spun to life, rotating faster and faster as a deep vibration traveled up my arm. The sound was loud, sharp, and unmistakably alive. At the same time, Furion began to glow. Whoa, I muttered. Hum, clank. Heavy internal components shifted, locking into place with a series of mechanical clicks. The weight on my arm subtly redistributed, as if the device were adjusting itself to fit me better. Good, Grunter muttered, eyes shining. Now add mana. Slowly, I did as told, carefully feeding mana into the secondary channel. The reaction was immediate. Light surged through the grooves etched into Furion's surface. Lines of pale blue and gold weaving together like veins. The metal rippled, not melting but reforming, reshaping itself with deliberate precision. Small apertures opened along the previously smooth, palm-tiny holes arranged in a precise pattern. Those weren't there before, I said. Additionally, strange devices unfolded along my 5 fingers and wrapped around my forearm, clicking softly as they locked into place. What is all this? I turned my arm from side to side, staring at the unfamiliar mechanisms in disbelief. What is this? That, Grunter replied calmly, is the core functionality of Furion. The core? As I continued examining the devices with open curiosity, Grunter's voice reached me again, steady and confident. Furion's abilities are broadly divided into 2 categories. The first is its use of magnetic force. But I already use magnetic force, I said reflexively. I can push and pull metal just fine. Grunter shook his head. What you've been doing until now is crude, barely scratching the surface. Furion doesn't simply push or pull. It allows magnetic force to be shaped, layered, and applied with precision. In more diverse ways? Exactly. Try activating it. I hesitated for a moment, then followed his instructions. I focused my mana and let it flow into Furion. Immediately, my fingertips glowed with a faint blue light. The devices attached to my fingers hummed softly, responding as if they were alive. Oh, the sensation was completely different from before. Instead of mana dispersing outward, it felt guided, compressed, refined, and redirected through specific channels, like water flowing through carefully carved grooves rather than spilling freely across the ground. I felt at the moment something invisible brushed against my senses. This feeling, I didn't need anyone to explain it. Instinctively, I knew what it was. Slowly, I extended my left hand. Furion wrapped snugly around my wrist, its surface faintly warm, as if responding to my intent. I pointed my finger toward a hammer lying several steps away on the floor. For a brief moment, nothing happened. Then, the hammer trembled and rose into the air. Whoa! It hovered unsteadily at first, swaying like it was testing its balance. But as I focused, it stabilized, floating exactly where I wanted it to. I moved my finger slightly to the side, and the hammer followed, gliding through the air as if it were weightless. It responded perfectly. Up, down, left, right. It's moving exactly how I imagine it, I muttered. It felt unreal-like, using superpowers straight out of a movie. Telekinesis, something I'd never even dreamed would be possible in real life. And yet here it was, obeying my will as naturally as moving my own arm. I never thought this would actually work. You're adapting faster than expected, Grunter said, his deep voice tinged with approval. And that's only the most basic application. I turned to him, eyes practically sparkling. There's more? Of course, he replied calmly. For example, you can spread the force outward and form an invisible magnetic shield. A shield? Yes, by constantly repelling external forces. Blunt attacks, projectiles, even certain types of magic can be deflected if your control is precise enough. That's insane, I breathed. So I could block attacks without even holding a shield? Grunter nodded, though it wouldn't be easy at first. Maintaining a stable field requires focus and practice. Lose concentration, and the shield collapses. Practice? That wasn't a problem at all. If training was all it took, I could do that endlessly. Just this one ability alone already more than justified Furion's reputation as a top-tier artifact. Still, there were two abilities, right? I asked, unable to hide my excitement. What is the other one? Chapter 178. Furion 3 Grunter's expression shifted subtle, but unmistakable. His tone grew more serious. The last ability utilizes something called pulse energy. Pulse energy? The unfamiliar term made my excitement pause, replaced with curiosity. What is that supposed to be? Seemingly catching the confusion written all over my face, Grunter continued his explanation without missing a beat. Simply put, he said, crossing his arms proudly, you can shoot lasers. Lasers? My mind instantly replayed the image of the steel golem from earlier, the blinding beam fired straight from its chest, melting everything in its path. You're telling me I can use that? Before I could stop myself, excitement surged through me. I thrust my hand forward on instinct, my eyes practically shining. Then thud. Ouch! A sharp pain bloomed on my forehead as something heavy smacked me. Are you insane? Grunter barked. Are you trying to blow my workshop to pieces? Only then did reality catch up with me. Right. This wasn't some empty training ground or abandoned ruin. I was standing in the middle of Grunter's forge, his lifelong pride. The walls were lined with rare metals, half-finished masterpieces, and priceless tools. If I had actually fired that thing, I probably would have erased half the building. Along with Grunter, I got carried away, I muttered, rubbing my forehead in embarrassment. Tisich, Grunter clicked his tongue, though there was no real anger in his eyes. Perhaps like you're always the same. You get a powerful toy and immediately want to fire it. Then he paused, and suddenly, a wide grin spread across his face. But, he continued, voice lowering with unmistakable excitement, you should check it out later. Somewhere open, somewhere sturdy. His eyes gleamed like a craftsman admiring his finest work. It'll be amazing. For a moment, the gruff dwarf before me felt less like a blacksmith and more like a proud artist unveiling his magnum opus. And honestly, wow, standing there, arms crossed, soot-stained apron fluttering slightly from the heat of the forge, beard bristling with confidence. Grunter looked unbelievably cool. This wasn't T, just someone who made weapons. This was someone who lived for creation. I swallowed, suddenly feeling the weight of what I'd been given. I'll be careful, I said seriously. I promise. Grunter let out a deep, booming laugh. Huh, that's what they all say. But fine, just don't embarrass my craftsmanship. But there was one thing that kept bothering me. ISNT this, too powerful? It consumes barely any mana, yet the output is absurd. On top of that, it's likely something only I can even use properly. No matter how I look at it, this feels far beyond what an ordinary academy student should be carrying around. When I voiced my concern, Grunter's reply came without even a second of hesitation. Then just kill anyone who makes a fuss about it. So that's the solution. Why didn't I think of that? Are you insane? I stared at him in disbelief, wondering if he'd finally lost whatever screws he had left. What kind of advice was that supposed to be? Ahem. Forget I said that. Perhaps realizing how ridiculous he sounded under my unamused gaze, Grunter cleared his throat and awkwardly looked away. Honestly, how could someone be this irresponsible? This is exactly how cursed swords come into existence, and how lunatics wielding them start popping up all over the continent. I let out a slow sigh and rubbed my temples. Dealing with powerful artifacts was already troublesome enough. Having an owner like Grunter explaining them made it worse. Breakfast is ready. The door to the forge opened, and Lisa poked her head in, her voice bright and cheerful. Judging by the faint smell drifting in with her, she'd been busy cooking while we were arguing nonsense. Oh, already? If you don't eat now, it'll get cold. Shall we go together, then? Yes, all right. I walked over to Elena, who was still curled up and sleeping soundly despite everything. Gently, I shook her shoulder. Elena, wake up. Breakfast is ready. She shifted slightly, blinking her eyes open with visible effort. Morning already? Unfortunately, yes. She yawned softly, rubbing her eyes before finally sitting up. Seeing her like this completely defenseless and relaxed made it hard to believe what she'd gone through not long ago. Once she was fully awake, we headed to the dining room together. As we walked, my thoughts drifted back to the artifact again. Powerful. Too powerful, perhaps. If word ever got out, trouble would follow without a doubt. Nobles, professors, maybe even people far above the academy would start asking questions. For now, I'll keep it hidden. And as for Grunter's solution, let us hope it never comes to that. The hallway was quiet as we headed toward the dining room, our footsteps echoing softly against the stone floor. Morning light filtered in through the tall windows, painting pale streaks across the walls. Elena walked beside me, still a little groggy, her movements slower than usual. She let out another small yawn, covering her mouth with the back of her hand. Did you sleep well? I asked. I think so, she replied after a moment, tilting her head slightly. I don't really remember much. I just remember lying down, and then it was morning. That means you slept deeply, I said. That's a good thing. She nodded, then glanced up at me. What about you? You look tired. Doi. Yes, a little. She studied my face with an oddly serious expression. Did something happen? I hesitated. For just a moment. It's nothing, I said eventually. I was just thinking about a few things. Elena didn't look convinced, but she didn't press further. Instead, she clasped her hands behind her back and continued walking, her steps light. Thank you, she said quietly. For what? For yesterday. And for always worrying about me. I stopped walking for half a second before forcing myself to continue. You don't have to thank me, I replied. That's just how things are. She smiled faintly. Even so, I'm grateful. The corridor turned, and the faint clatter of dishes and voices drifted toward us. The dining room was just ahead. Chapter 179. Beyond the gates of Aftermath, the food Lisa had prepared so carefully since early morning was laid out neatly on the table. At a glance, it looked decent enough. A sandwich stuffed with various ingredients between thick slices of bread, and a bowl of soup that resembled bone broth, though I couldn't quite tell what it had been made from. It was a simple, home-style meal, the kind of food commonly found in households across the empire. "How is it?" Lisa asked eagerly, her eyes shining. "It's good, right?" "Yes, it's good." I nodded, matching her proud expression as best I could. To be honest, though, it wasn't particularly tasty. Too salty in some places, strangely sweet in others. The flavors clashed instead of blending. It had that unmistakable feel of a beginner-esque cooking someone trying their best, but still lacking experience. There were plenty of issues if I really thought about it. But still, it was warm and filling. More importantly, it was made with effort. So I ate everything without complaint. After finishing our simple meal, we packed up our belongings and stood from our seats. "Well then," I said, adjusting my coat, "we should be going now." Lisa hesitated, her expression tightening slightly. "Will you really be all right?" She paused, then added more quietly, "I heard something happened at the academy." "A fire, wasn't it? Wouldn't it be dangerous?" "We don't really have a choice, do we? Besides, we can't keep imposing on you forever. No matter how comfortable it was here, we couldn't stay indefinitely. Sooner or later, we had to return to the academy. By the way, are you sure it's fine for me to take this?" I asked while lifting the fur ion that Grunder had personally forged. "Do whatever you want with it," he replied flatly. "No one else can use it anyway." That was true. The fur ion wasn't a weapon just anyone could wield. Its balance weight and internal mana pathways were tailored entirely to me. In someone else's hands, it would be nothing more than an oddly shaped lump of metal. I'd heard before that dwarves didn't grow particularly attached to their creations once they were finished, and Grunder seemed no different. For them, the true value of crafting lay in the process itself, the countless strikes of the hammer, the careful control of heat, the moment when raw metal finally took form. Once the work was complete, their attachment faded, as if the weapon had already served its purpose. Grunder's face said it all. There was no reluctance, no lingering regret, only deep, unfiltered satisfaction. He had fulfilled one of his lifelong wishes, and that alone was enough. "I'll come visit again," I said. "When I get the chance." "Do that," he muttered, letting out a long yawn. "I'm turning in. My body's about had enough for today." Considering he worked straight through the night, it was hardly surprising. I should test this out more thoroughly and come back to see him again later. Hi. Are you leaving already?" "Yes. I'll stop by the shop again sometime. We'll see each other then." "Really?" Rain looked up at me with watery eyes and, after a brief hesitation, slowly held out her tiny finger. "Promise me." I paused for a moment, staring at that small, trembling finger. Then I smiled faintly and hooked my pinky around hers. "I promise." Her face instantly lit up. "You promised. We'll definitely meet again." Leaving behind Rain, who was now smiling as brightly as the sun, we stepped back out onto the street. The city had regained some movement. Merchants reopened their stalls. People cautiously returned to the roads, and the noise of daily life slowly crept back in. But no matter how much the city tried to pretend everything was normal, it's a complete mess. The aftermath of the monster's rampage was impossible to ignore. Collapsed walls, shattered windows, scorched stone, and overturned carts littered the streets. Buildings that had stood proudly just yesterday were now half destroyed, their owners staring blankly at the ruins of their livelihoods. The damage was far worse than I'd anticipated. Just yesterday, these streets had been filled with laughter, music, and excitement. Now, a heavy gloom hung in the air, pressing down on everyone who passed through. Conversations were muted, smiles rare. At this rate, the festival planned for the upcoming holiday season would almost certainly be canceled. No one would have the heart or the resources to celebrate. And all of this, the Bourse Trading Company, I muttered quietly, the true root of the chaos. After what they caused, there was no way they'd survive this unscathed. No finished would be more accurate. Once the investigation concluded, their name would become synonymous with disaster. Still, as my gaze lingered on the ruined streets, a faint unease settled in my chest. Why did they bring monsters into the city and cause a disaster like this? So many people had suffered because of their foolish, careless actions. Homes were destroyed, lives were lost, and the streets were still thick with the smell of smoke and fear. Sure, ID benefited from it in one way. ID obtained Farion, but I couldn't honestly say that made everything worth it. As we walked, Elena's gaze lingered on the ruined scenery, the collapsed buildings, the cracked roads, the exhausted citizens sitting numbly by the roadside. I wonder what happened at the academy. She murmured, her voice tinged with confusion and concern. I'm not sure, I replied quietly. It didn't seem like the monsters rushed the academy or anything. If anything, toward the end, all the monsters had charged toward us instead, and Vermont had taken care of them. Besides, even during holidays, the academy was never left undefended. There should have been plenty of knights stationed there at all times. So what exactly went wrong? No matter how I thought about it, nothing added up. Well, I said after a brief pause, shaking my head, there is no point worrying about it now. We'll find out soon enough. Elena nodded, though the unease in her eyes didn't fade. We passed by groups of dejected people, some tending to the wounded, others staring blankly at what used to be their homes, and continued toward the academy. The familiar spires soon came into view. For a moment, I felt a faint sense of relief. But that feeling vanished the instant we passed through the main gate. Please stop right there. The sharp, commanding voice cut through the air. Several knights stepped forward, blocking our path. Their armor was scuffed and stained, clearly showing signs of recent battle. And their expressions were tense, nothing like the usual, disciplined calm. Excuse me? What do you mean? Entry isn't permitted. I asked again. Certain ID misheard him. Normally, all it took was showing our student IDs. A quick glance, a nod, and we'd be waved through the gates without another word. That had always been the routine. But today was different. Entry is not permitted at this time, the guard repeated, his tone rigid. Please return later. What? I stared at him, dumbfounded. I had already presented my student ID. He had checked it. He had confirmed it. And yet, instead of stepping aside, he remained firmly planted in front of the entrance, blocking the way like an immovable wall. What the hell is going on? Around me, other students were beginning to gather, all wearing the same confused expressions. A few whispered among themselves, irritation slowly creeping into their voices. I'll vouch for these children's identities. Please let them in. The firm, composed voice came from behind us. Why, Your Highness? I turned in surprise to see Anna standing there, her posture straight and her expression calm but authoritative. The guards who had been blocking our way immediately stiffened, their earlier confidence wavering. But we were given strict orders not to allow anyone entry, one of them said hesitantly. Anna's gaze didn't falter. Two of them are members of the student council. If any issues arise, I will take full responsibility. Now let them pass. Her words were measured, yet carried undeniable weight. As she said, Elena and I were indeed members of the student council. Still, I hadn't expected that alone to be enough to override direct orders. Is this really going to work? The guards exchanged uneasy glances. After a brief pause, one of them let out a quiet sigh. Very well. However, we'll need to inspect your belongings first. This is an absolutely necessary procedure. Of course, Anna replied without hesitation. I blinked. This actually works? The guards stepped aside, signaling for us to move forward. One of them gestured toward a small table set near the entrance. Please place all personal items here. I did as instructed, setting my bag down while Elena followed suit beside me. The guard carefully checked the contents books, stationery, a few personal effects, his movements thorough but respectful. I kept my expression neutral, though inside I was on edge. If they find anything strange, this could still go sideways. After a moment, the guard straightened and nodded. Everything seems to be in order. He stepped back, clearing the path. You may enter. Just like that, the barrier was gone. Elena let out a small, relieved breath, and I felt some of the tension drain from my shoulders as well. As we passed through, I glanced back at Anna. Thank you, I said quietly. She gave a faint smile. Try not to get into too much trouble. That didn't sound very reassuring. As we moved further inside, I couldn't help but think about how smoothly that had gone. If Anna hadn't shown up, we'd probably still be standing outside, arguing with the guards. Power really does change things. And more importantly, the deeper we went, the more certain I became. Whatever lay ahead, there was no turning back now. Chapter 180. Students Revolt 1, we were allowed through the checkpoint on the condition that our belongings would be inspected. It was a TA problem. I had already moved all my smaller items into my spatial storage, and the rest were things no one would ever question. The others were the same students with nothing suspicious on them. As expected, the inspection ended quickly, and we passed through without issue. Still, the atmosphere felt wrong. What is all this about? Someone muttered behind me. Did something happen to the academy? The moment we crossed the gates, questions flew toward Anna from every direction. What we expected to be a simple precaution clearly wasn't. The guards' expressions, the mana detectors, the unusually large number of patrols, this wasn't normal at all. Anna hesitated, then raised her hand and pointed ahead. Do you see that? We followed her gaze and froze. A building stood in the distance, or rather, what remained of one. Half of it was blackened and collapsed. The stone walls cracked and scorched as if they'd been clawed by fire itself. Burn marks stretched outward across the ground, and fragments of rubble were scattered across the courtyard like the aftermath of a battlefield. Broken windows, char beams, melted stone. This wasn't an accident. My throat went dry. What happened here? I murmured. It looks like an attack, someone said quietly. No. Inside the academy? That's impossible, right? But the evidence was right in front of us. The academy, supposed to be one of the safest places in the Empire, had been violated. I felt a faint chill creep up my spine. So this is why security was tightened. Whatever happened here wasn't small enough to brush aside. And judging by the scale of the damage, it wasn't something caused by a mere student accident either. Some of the academy students have revolted. What? For a moment, I genuinely thought I misheard her. Revolted? Students? My mind stalled, struggling to process the word. I understood that something unusual was happening. There had been an odd tension in the air since morning, but a riot was far beyond what I imagined. Why? I muttered under my breath. It didn't make sense. The academy was a place where chaos happened so easily. Discipline was strict, surveillance was tight, and most students, especially nobles, were obsessed with appearances. Even dissatisfaction was usually hidden behind polite smiles. There had been no rumors, no whispers of unrest, no signs of simmering anger. At least, none that I knew of. Which students are you talking about? I asked, finally looking straight at Anna. She met my gaze calmly, her expression composed in a way that made the situation feel even more unreal. The common students, she said. They're the ones who started the riot. The words landed heavier than I expected. Students from non-noble, ordinary citizen backgrounds. My eyes wavered before I could stop them. So that's how the story was twisting now. In the original webtoon, there had been tension between nobles and commoners, but it was subtle. Quiet discrimination. Petty arrogance. Nothing this explosive. A full-blown revolt wasn't supposed to happen until much later. And even then, it was sparked by a very specific incident. But this was too early. And it's not just shouting or protests. Anna continued, her tone steady. Several facilities have been damaged. A few instructors were injured while trying to intervene. Injured? Yes. That's why the academy has sealed off several areas. I clenched my fist unconsciously. This was bad. No, this was very bad. Once violence entered the picture, things stopped being a simple clash of opinions. The nobles would react harshly. The academy would respond with force. And the imperial side would inevitably get involved. And when that happened, commoners would be the ones crushed first. The academy's main building loomed in the distance, its towering spires cutting into the gray morning sky. Normally, this place would be alive with movement staff hurrying in and out, students chatting noisily as they passed through the halls. But now, it was eerily silent. Not a single voice, not even the sound of footsteps. So you're saying the students have occupied that building? I asked, keeping my voice low as we walked. That's right. The knight beside me replied with a stiff nod. They entered late last night. Since then, not a single student has come out. The same group of students who had caused chaos the night before setting fires, provoking guards, openly defying Academy authority. And now they had barricaded themselves inside the Academy's main building. Have they made any demands? I asked after a brief pause. I haven't heard the specifics yet, the knight said apologetically. I only arrived at the Academy myself a short while ago. That explained it. So that was why she had been waiting at the main gate. Anna, who had gone to the Imperial Palace for the holiday, must have rushed back the moment she heard about the disturbance. She walked a few steps ahead of us, her shoulders tense. What a mess, she muttered. I thought I could finally get some rest for once. Her voice was flat, exhausted rather than irritated. Anna pressed her fingers firmly against her forehead, as if trying to suppress an oncoming headache. The dark circles beneath her eyes made it clear she hadn't slept much since returning. I didn't blame her. A student uprising, no matter how small, wasn't something the Academy could afford to treat lightly, especially not with the nobles involved. We soon arrived at the front of the main building. Up close, the atmosphere felt even heavier. The massive doors were shut tight, reinforced from the inside with furniture and improvised barricades. Traces of scorched stone and half-burned banners still clung to the walls, evidence of last night's unrest. Knights and Academy guards stood in a loose perimeter, weapons sheathed but hands never straying far from their hilts. No one dared approach the doors recklessly. They really dug in, I murmured. Anna followed my gaze, her expression darkening. This is already past the level of a childish rebellion, she said quietly. If this drags on any longer, the Imperial Court will step in. And once that happened, there would be no room for leniency. Students or not. I glanced at the sealed entrance again, occupying the main building, cutting off communication. This wasn't something impulsive teenagers would do on a whim. Someone was guiding them. Someone who knew exactly how far they could push before crossing the point of no return. Many people had already gathered by the time we arrived. Knights, dozens of them, stood in disciplined lines, armor gleaming beneath the daylight, hands resting near their weapons. Still, there was a clear restraint in the air. No one had drawn steel. After all, the ones inside were students. Forceful entry was the last option. You've arrived, one of the knights said, stepping forward. Yes. What's the situation? Anna asked calmly. The students have occupied the main building. We've attempted negotiations, but there has been no response so far. Anna let out a quiet sigh. I see. Then she added, almost casually, well, now that I'm here, they'll probably make a move. As if on cue, the atmosphere shifted. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. They're coming out. Look, movement at the entrance. The massive doors of the main building, which had remained tightly shut until now, slowly creaked open. Every conversation died down at once. A group of students stepped outside. At their front, someone raised a flag high into the air. Here, the Academy. The shout echoed across the courtyard. The flag bearing the Academy's emblem fluttered boldly, its colors standing out against the tense backdrop. So these were the instigators. Students who had chosen to defy both the Academy and the Knights standing before them. But then, you got to be kidding me. My brows knitted together as a familiar figure came into view. Right at the very front, waving the Academy's flag with far too much enthusiasm, stood Edmund. A red band was tied around his head like some kind of revolutionary symbol, his expression burning with conviction. What the hell is that idiot doing there? Of all places, of all moments, why now? I could already imagine it. Edmund, swept up in some misplaced sense of justice, charging straight into the role of leader without thinking of the consequences. Around him, other students looked nervous, some fired up, others clearly regretting their decisions. Edmund, however, stood tall, chest puffed out, as if this were a stage meant just for him. Anna noticed my reaction and followed my gaze. Is that student someone you know? She asked quietly. Unfortunately, I muttered. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she studied Edmund. He seems passionate. That is one way to put it, I replied flatly. More like reckless. If this escalated even a little further, things could spiral out of control. One wrong word, one sudden movement, and the knights wouldn't be able to hold back anymore. And Edmund standing right at the front like that would be the first one caught in the storm. I clenched my jaw. This situation was already bad enough. But with that idiot leading the charge, it was about to get a whole lot worse. Chapter 181. Students Revolt 2. I stare at Edmund with wide, disbelieving eyes. Of all people, I could still barely process the fact that a riot had broken out inside the academy. That alone was ridiculous enough. But Edmund being right in the middle of it, that crossed the line from absurd to unreal. Edmund was standing near the front of the crowd, gripping an academy flag and waving it high above his head. His posture was straight. His expression was solemn. He looked less like a student and more like a soldier about to march in a battle. No matter how far the story had already gone off the rails, seeing Edmund like this left me completely speechless. "What exactly are you doing?" I muttered, disbelief seeping into my voice. This is clearly illegal behavior. The academy wasn't some private playground for nobles. It was a national institution directly operated by the empire. Causing a disturbance here wasn't something that could be brushed off as youthful recklessness. At best, it would earn harsh disciplinary action. At worst, it could ruin someone's future. And these were academy students, people who were supposed to be intelligent, rational, and aware of consequences. So why? Why would they willingly do something this stupid? Before Edmund could answer, a student stepped forward from the opposite side of the gathering. Anna. The voice was calm, but firm. A male student stood at the front of the group, opposing Edmund. He wore a neatly tied necktie, its color identical to Anna's. A second year. Judging by how naturally he spoke her name, the two were already acquainted. If you had complaints, you should have formally brought them to me. Why did you choose such an extreme method, Eden? Because this was the only way. Anna's voice sharpened. That's not true. There were plenty of other options. No, Eden replied firmly, shaking his head. For us, there weren't. His eyes didn't waver, not even for a second. They burned with a stubborn resolve that made it clear persuasion would be pointless. Anna studied his face for a moment, then let out a quiet sigh, as if finally accepting that reality. Then tell me, she said, what exactly do you want? You didn't cause all this chaos without a reason. Our demand is simple. Eden said, end the discrimination. For a moment, I thought I'd misheard him. Discrimination? The word echoed in my head as I frowned unconsciously. This was the academy, an institution praised throughout the empire as a symbol of fairness. Outside these walls, nobles and commoners lived in completely different worlds. But here, at least on the surface, equality was enforced with ironclad rules. Status, lineage, wealth, none of it was supposed to matter. So why was he talking about discrimination? I was the only one confused. Anna's brows knitted together as she questioned him again. What are you talking about? Discrimination where? She gestured lightly around them. The academy strictly prohibits it. Even the student council is elected regardless of background. That is how it looks, Eden replied calmly. From above. His tone wasn't accusatory. If anything, it was bitterly composed. But not everyone lives above, he continued. Some of us are at the bottom, where things don't reach your eyes. Anna, the student council president, the imperial princess herself. She was someone who cared deeply about public opinion, about how she was perceived, about what her actions symbolized. Because of that, she went out of her way to maintain balance, almost obsessively so. No favoritism, no visible bias. That was precisely why the current student council was structured the way it was. Even now, most of its members weren't nobles. Commoners, low-ranking families, people chosen for competence rather than lineage. Among the nobility that had sparked rumors, the princess discriminates against nobles. I'd heard that whisper more than once. But why? Was there something I didn't know? Something that never made it into the comic? You must know, Eden said quietly, his tone unusually firm, that hatred and discrimination are rampant among the students. More than half of those who dropped out couldn't endure the bullying. I have neither heard nor seen any such incidents, Anna replied calmly. folding her hands atop the desk. Her voice was even, measured the voice of someone used to being doubted. Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist, Eden shot back. You know there are students being targeted solely because of their background. I frowned slightly. I didn't know such cases existed. I was too naive. Even in the webtoon, Ed himself had been bullied mostly by nobles who thought commoners had no place here. But those were isolated incidents, individual antagonists. Whenever the Academy discovered such behavior, punishment followed swiftly. Expulsion. Disciplinary action. No exceptions even for prestigious families. That was the whole point of the Academy's authority. Besides, the very fact that Eden, a commoner, was speaking so casually, even sharply, to Anna, an imperial princess, already proved something important. The gap between them wasn't insurmountable. Wasn't that evidence enough? Yet Eden's expression didn't waver. If anything, it hardened. You see it as isolated because you're standing at the top, he continued. For students at the bottom, those small incidents pile up until they can't breathe anymore. Anna's fingers tightened just slightly. So what you're saying, she replied, is that the Academy itself is failing? Yes. The word landed heavily between them. Silence followed. I watched Anna closely. In the comic, this scene had been brief, almost glossed over. Eden had been portrayed as idealistic, Anna as distant but reasonable. But seeing it like this, it felt different. Real. Anna, the student council president, the imperial princess herself. She was someone who cared deeply about public opinion, about how she was perceived, about what her actions symbolized. Because of that, she went out of her way to maintain balance, almost obsessively so. No favoritism, no visible bias. That was precisely why the current student council was structured the way it was. Even now, most of its members weren't nobles. Commoners, low-ranking families. People chosen for competence rather than lineage. Among the nobility that had sparked rumors. The princess discriminates against nobles. I'd heard that whisper more than once. But why? Was there something I didn't know? Something that never made it into the comic? You must know, Eden said quietly, his tone unusually firm, that hatred and discrimination are rampant among the students. More than half of those who dropped out couldn't endure the bullying. I have neither heard nor seen any such incidents, Anna replied calmly, folding her hands atop the desk. Her voice was even, measured the voice of someone used to being doubted. Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist, Eden shot back. You know there are students being targeted solely because of their background. I frowned slightly. I didn't know such cases existed. I was too naive. Even the webtoon, Ed himself had been bullied mostly by nobles who thought commoners had no place here. But those were isolated incidents, individual antagonists. Whenever the Academy discovered such behavior, punishment followed swiftly. Expulsion. Disciplinary action. No exceptions even for prestigious families. That was the whole point of the Academy's authority. Besides, the very fact that Eden, a commoner, was speaking so casually, even sharply, to Anna, an imperial princess, already proved something important. The gap between them wasn't insurmountable. Wasn't that evidence enough? Yet Eden's expression didn't waver. If anything, it hardened. You see it as isolated because you're standing at the top, he continued. For students at the bottom, those small incidents pile up until they can't breathe anymore. Anna's fingers tightened just slightly. So what you're saying, she replied, is that the Academy itself is failing? Yes. The word landed heavily between them. Silence followed. I watched Anna closely. In the comic, this scene had been brief, almost glossed over. Eden had been portrayed as idealistic, Anna as distant but reasonable. But seeing it like this, it felt different. Real. You think I don't know this? Anna finally said, her voice quieter now. You think I don't hear the reports? The petitions? The complaints that never make it past the faculty? Eden hesitated. Chapter 182. Students Revolt 3. I think, Anna continued, meeting his eyes, that if I move too forcefully, the backlash will only grow stronger. Nobles already believe I favor commoners. If I push further, they LL resist openly, and then even the rules 1T be enough. Her gaze shifted distant for a moment. Change ISNT something that can be forced overnight. Eden clenched his jaw. And while you wait, people keep getting hurt. Neither of them was wrong. That was the problem. Listening from his side, I felt an odd discomfort settle in my chest. This wasn't a simple good versus evil narrative. It wasn't the clean moral structure I remembered from the webtoon. It was messy, complicated, human, and for the first time, I realized something unsettling. Maybe Anna wasn't maintaining balance just for appearances. As expected, Eden sneered. You're always like this. Pretty words, no substance. Trying to deceive people with sweet talk that anyone can see through. Eden, Anna tried to interject, but he cut her off without hesitation. Do you really think we're still stupid enough to fall for that? He continued, his voice rising. No, not anymore. Now we know the truth. I don't understand what you're talking about, Anna said, her brows knitting together. When did I ever lie? The midterm exams. The sudden shift made the entire hall go quiet. Anna blinked. The midterms? How do you explain the suspicion that you deliberately excluded us? Eden demanded. What? What are you even? This year's midterm results. Eden pressed on, his tone sharp and unwavering. Are you aware that there are unusually few commoner students ranked near the top? That S. Anna hesitated. That S the first I've heard of it. At her words, my thoughts stirred. Now that he mentioned it, he wasn't wrong. The upper rankings this time were overwhelmingly filled with nobles. Far more than usual. At the time, ID brushed it off as coincidence, individual effort, resources, tutors, but seeing it framed like this, could that really be the spark that ignited this riot? Eden didn't miss a beat. We demand an explanation from the academy, he said firmly, regarding the suspicion of unfair grading in this midterm exam. Unfair grading, one of the professors shouted. That's absurd. We would never. If you're so confident, Eden interrupted coldly, then prove it. The crowd stirred again, tension spiking. And, conveniently, he added, turning his head slowly, a key suspect is standing right there. His arm shot out. Straight at me. What? The word slipped out before I could stop it. Me? Every gaze in the hall snapped in my direction. Confusion, suspicion, hostility, dozens of eyes weighing me all at once. Why me? I stood there, frozen, my mind racing to catch up. I hadn't graded exams. I was even involved in administrative work. This accusation made no sense. But Eden's expression told a different story. To him, this wasn't sudden. This wasn't emotional. This was calculated. You, he said, locking eyes with me. A noble with mediocre magic rankings, yet absurdly high written scores. Someone who climbed the rankings in a way that doesn't add up. My chest tightened. So that's it. In his mind, I wasn't just a bystander. I was proof. Evidence that the system favored nobles. A symbol of everything they believed was wrong with the academy. And the worst part? From the outside, I could see why it looked that way. I swallowed slowly, feeling the weight of the room settle onto my shoulders. So this is how it starts, huh? Not a duel, not a monster attack, but suspicion. And this time, I was standing right at the center of it. Lewis? What does he have to do with this? Anna asked sharply, her gaze flicking toward me for a brief second before returning to the others. I heard that student barely avoided failing the entrance exam. Eden continued coolly. Yet somehow, he scored exceptionally high on the midterms. High enough to receive a scholarship, no less. The murmurs around us grew louder. A few skeptical looks were thrown my way. That's the result of his hard work. Anna snapped back without hesitation. Don't you dare insult him. Ahem. Pure effort might be a bit of an exaggeration. Sure, I studied. I trained. I put in work. But with the dream orb involved. Calling it pure felt like stretching the truth. The faint prickle of guilt crawled up my spine at Anna's fierce defense. Still, there's an old saying, even cheating takes skill. If you're confident you won't get caught, ISNT, it only natural to use every tool at your disposal. That said, The tiny shred of conscience I still possess stabbed at me all the same. And what about the practical exam? Eden pressed on. Why were those scores kept confidential? We deserve a proper explanation. That S, Anna hesitated. For the first time since the argument began, she was at a loss for words. The situation surrounding the practical exam was complicated. Too complicated to explain openly, especially in front of this many students. Originally, more than half of the scholarship slots were supposed to go to regular students. But then the Clarice incident happened. Because of that unexpected chaos, many students couldn't perform at their best. Some were injured, others shaken. Scores that should have been high plummeted across the board. And the result? A sudden reshuffling of rankings. Unexpected names rising to the top. Scholarships going to people no one anticipated. It was only natural that suspicions would arise. So, you're saying we should just accept this without question? Someone muttered from the back. Yeah, it feels like something S being hidden. This is getting troublesome. I never wanted to stand out. All I wanted was to enjoy academy life quietly and avoid unnecessary flags. Yet here I was, right at the center of a growing controversy. If this keeps escalating, it won't just end with rumors. And that would be a pain. I raised my head slightly, eyes narrowing as I assessed the situation. If I don't do something soon, this could spiral into something far more annoying than a few suspicious glances. And unfortunately for me, it looks like I won't be able to stay silent for much longer. Chapter 183. Students revolt for that the Academy deliberately manipulated the scores. Yeah, and what the hell am I supposed to do about that? Huh, a dry laugh slipped out before I could stop it. This is ridiculous. Lewis? I could hear the uncertainty in Elena's voice behind me. But right now, I didn't have the luxury to reassure anyone. So this is how they see me. Because I stayed quiet. Because I didn't flaunt my abilities. Because I didn't make noise like the others. They must decided I was an easy target. I took a step forward, meeting their gazes head on. The murmurs around us grew louder, curious eyes gathering like vultures. I want to accept being accused of cheating, I said calmly, but there was an edge to my voice now. Especially over something I didn't do. They were treating me like a criminal. Like someone who crossed the line. I clenched my fist. I might not be exceptional. I might not stand out. But I do have principles. I had deliberately adjusted my written exam score to stay just below the scholarship threshold. I did it to avoid attention. To keep things simple. And now, they were dragging me into the spotlight anyway. So, I continued, my gaze locking onto Eden. You want proof? Fine. How do you want to do this? Eden's lips curled upward, as if he'd been waiting for that exact question. Simple, he said. Prove your skill. If you win a duel against this student, we'll acknowledge that the suspicions surrounding you are unfounded. He gestured to the side. A student stepped forward. The boy wore a bright red bandana wrapped tightly around his head. His uniform slightly loosened, posture relaxed but confident. His stance alone told me everything I wasn't dealing with an amateur. Edmund, someone whispered nearby. Yeah, that Edmund. But this is ridiculous. Whether I come from a noble family or not, there are limits. I don't particularly care about authority, titles, or hierarchy, but being looked down on like this is another matter entirely. I have my pride, too, and I'm not about to let this slide. Do you doubt me as well? My voice came out calmer than I felt. I'm sorry, Edmund replied, though his tone carried little sincerity. But I'd like you to prove it. I clicked my tongue. This is such bullshit. So he was doubting me. Of course he was. Edmund raised his sword quietly, his expression stiff and unreadable. There wasn't a hint of apology on his face, only wariness, mixed with something close to irritation. I honestly couldn't understand what he found so hard to believe. Was it really that unacceptable that I was stronger than him? Their arrogance, and then their this. For a brief moment, a bitter thought crossed my mind. I'd seriously try to help this guy. Try to set him up with Elena, to push the story back on track. What a joke. I stepped forward, planting my foot firmly against the training ground floor, and let my breathing steady. There was no need to rush, no need to overdo it. I simply reached inward. Mana fluid naturalismut. familiar, wrapped itself around my grip. Then, a bright yellow aura bloomed around my sword, flickering like restrained lightning. The air shifted. Gasps rippled through the surrounding students. "Oh!" someone whispered. Edmund's eyes widened. "You were a sword user all along?" "Yes," I replied flatly. "Are you finally realizing something's wrong?" A cold smile tugged at my lips. Aura wasn't something you could fake. It was the proof of countless hours of training, of complete harmony between body, mana, and weapon. And Edmund knew it. His grip tightened. I could see the tension creep into his shoulders. The confidence he'd worn so casually cracking at the edges. I didn't think. No, I cut him off. You didn't want to think. I raised my sword slightly, the aura flaring in response, humming softly like a living thing. "I'm not here to show off," I continued. "And I'm not interested in proving myself to everyone who feels insecure." My gaze locked onto his. "But if you're going to challenge me, then don't do it half-heartedly." Edmund swallowed hard and shifted his footing, this time abandoning the stiffness he'd worn earlier. His grip tightened, knuckles paling around the hilt. If he wanted to see the difference between us, then I'd make sure he understood it clearly. A faint but unmistakable sword aura began to coil around Edmund's blade, thin and unstable, like mist trying to take shape. It was enough to draw a few gasps from the surrounding students. But compared to mine, I exhaled slowly. My aura flowed naturally, wrapping around my sword like a second skin. It wasn't violent or explosive. It was calm, refined, and dense. The kind that came from countless repetitions, from understanding rather than brute force. Whispers rippled through the crowd. "Wait, that aura? Then the rumors really were exaggerated? So they were just picking on him for nothing?" I didn't even need to look to know what was happening. I could feel it, the shift in atmosphere, the subtle change in how people looked at me. Doubt turning into hesitation. Hesitation turning into belief. First-year students capable of manifesting aura were rare to begin with. First years who could control it this cleanly were rarer still. And among them, my level stood clearly apart. If my written grades had been mediocre, that alone would be raised eyebrows. A sword without flaws always invited suspicion. "Are you backing down and running away?" I asked flatly. The words weren't loud, but they cut cleanly. Edmund flinched. Of course not. Yet his sword had dipped, just slightly but enough. His fighting spirit wavered, flickering like a candle in the wind. I stepped forward. Not fast, not slow, just enough to close the distance and remind him I was there. Edmund's jaw tightened. Whether it was pride or frustration, something finally snapped back into place. He sucked in a breath and raised his sword again, aura trembling but present. That's better. The moment stretched. Aura prise d'against aura. The air between us grew heavy, charged, like the calm before a storm. A few students unconsciously stepped back. Then subdue them all. Anna's sharp command sliced through the tension. Before either of us could move, the sound of armored boots thundered across the training grounds. Knights poured in from every direction, swords already drawn, movements precise and practiced. What dash? Hey, wait, dash. Students barely had time to react. In seconds, the knights were among us. One knocked a sword aside with the flat of his blade. Another pinned a student to the ground with ruthless efficiency. Magic restraints snapped into place, glowing briefly before fading. Edmund turned his head in shock. What is this?" I clicked my tongue softly. So this is how they're ending it. A knight stepped between us, his presence oppressive, sword held low but ready. I felt no killing intent, but the pressure alone was enough to make the message clear. This wasn't a request. Ugh, so it was all lies after all, Anna? I'm only doing what needs to be done, Anna replied coldly. You were the ones who broke the rules first. Damn it. With that, the last of the rioters were finally subdued. Groans echoed across the courtyard as students lay scattered on the ground, weapons knocked aside, resistance completely crushed. I let out a slow breath, watching the scene with mixed feelings. Honestly, it's a little disappointing, That loudmouth guy who kept shouting about justice I should be at least landed one punch on his smug face. Just one. Still, all things considered, this was the best possible outcome. Know this. No irreversible damage. The situation, while messy, was more or less under control. Thinking that, I began to relax and moved to sheathe my sword. That was when we have a big problem. Sigh. What is it now? Before I could even finish putting my weapon away, a student council member came sprinting toward Anna, his face pale and drenched in sweat. He looked like someone who'd just seen the end of the world. Huff, huff. ITIT was being broadcast externally. What? Anna's expression hardened instantly. What do you mean by that? She asked, her voice sharp. Explain. Slowly. The student swallowed hard. Every citizen in the Empire saw it, he said. The suppression. The students being subdued. It was streamed in real time. What did you just say? The words didn't sink in immediately. Broadcast. Externally. In real time. My mind replayed the scene just moment ago, students shouting about discrimination, about inequality, about injustice, and then being forcefully crushed by the Academy's authority. Not behind closed doors, not buried in reports, but shown to everyone. We're screwed, I muttered under my breath. Anna fell silent, her lips pressed into a thin line. For the first time since this whole incident began, a flicker of uncertainty crossed her face. This wasn't just an Academy problem anymore. The Empire's citizens had seen nobles' future leaders being violently suppressed for demanding equality. Some would see it as necessary order. Others would see it as tyranny. Either way, opinions would split. And once public sentiment starts moving, no one can stop it. The nobles will be furious. Someone whispered nearby. And the commoners stay quiet about this. Another voice followed. I clenched my jaw. This incident was supposed to be a contained spark, something that burned out before it could spread. Instead, it had just been thrown into a barrel of oil and lit in front of the entire empire. So this is what the Sage's bookmark meant. Several weak possibilities. None strong enough to destroy the world on their own, but together, intertwining like cracks spreading through glass. I slowly exhaled. It seems, I thought grimly, the story entered a phase even the original webtoon never showed. Chapter 184. The opening move, the scene of students being forcibly subdued, was broadcast across the entire nation. I stared at the shimmering screen in silence, my throat feeling strangely dry. To think technology like this already existed. Screen transmission magic, something that had only been mentioned briefly in the webtoon as a recent development, was now being used in the worst possible way. I never imagined it would be used to air something like this. So, what is it like outside right now? Someone asked quietly. It's chaos, came the answer without hesitation. Everyone's on edge. It feels like people might start drawing swords at any moment. The information came from students who had returned late to the academy, escorted and under heavy security. They brought with them the tension of the city, clinging to their words like smoke. For ordinary citizens, academy students were symbols of aspiration. Even commoners, people bound by birth to limited opportunities, could earn recognition here. Strength, talent, and ability mattered more than lineage. Within these walls, students were judged not by blood, but by merit. At least, that was how it was supposed to be. In a world built on rigid class distinctions, the academy served as a release valve, a way to suppress resentment before it boiled over. By offering equal education and opportunity, it maintained a fragile balance between nobles and commoners alike. That balance was the academy's true purpose. And now, what if, someone muttered bitterly, it was all a lie? If commoner student symbols of hope were being discriminated against inside the academy itself, if nobles, empowered by status and strength, were openly suppressing them, then the meaning of the academy collapsed entirely. Inside the academy's student council room, a heavy silence hung in the air. Anna sat at the head of the table, posture straight, hands folded neatly as she listened to the reports being delivered one after another. In several regions, citizens have begun occupying local government offices. Anna's brows knit together slightly. The scale of the damage? So far, there have been no large-scale armed clashes, the council member replied carefully. However, tensions are extremely high. If even a small incident occurs, violence could break out at any moment. A powder keg. That was the only way to describe it. Anna slowly exhaled, her fingers tightening just a little. The situation was moving in a direction she didn't like no. One she had hoped would never come. This kind of unrest never ended cleanly. The occupation of government offices was only the opening act. She'd read enough history to know how these stories progressed. Once people realized they could seize authority without immediate punishment, fear would turn into confidence, and confidence into fury. And fury always needed a target. First, corrupt officials, then nobles, and finally, the imperial family. Her jaw clenched. Guillotines, a cold thought surfaced unbidden. Public executions. The collapse of order. The empire tearing itself apart in the name of justice. No, that could not be allowed to happen. Why should I be condemned simply for being born noble? I hadn't chosen her bloodline. I had oppressed anyone. Yet in times like these, nuance vanished first. To the masses, a noble was a noble, no exceptions. Of course, realistically speaking, she herself might survive. As the youngest son of a Countess family, I wouldn't be dragged to an execution ground. At worst, my title would be stripped away, our lands seized, our wealth confiscated under the banner of justice. At worst. But even that future was unacceptable. Non thinkable. Just imagining my family paying the price for my misstep made cold sweat bead down my spine. Losing everything, being branded as a disgrace. Even if my life were spared, it would be a fate worse than death. Which meant one thing. Things must not escalate to that point. I exhaled quietly and forced my expression to remain calm. Have you found who's behind this incident? Yes. The man across from me answered without hesitation. Based on information obtained from the students who incited the riot, we've identified a suspect. Show me. Yes. With a short chant, a magical illusion bloomed into existence in the center of the student council room. Mana condensed into light, shaping itself into the image of a man. A middle-aged man with an unkempt beard, sunken eyes, a face hardened by years of bitterness and resentment. The moment I saw him, my breath hitched. Why does he look so familiar? I stared at the illusion, my gaze tracing every detail: his sharp nose, the faint scar near his jaw, the way his eyes seemed to glare even in a static image. I'd seen this face before. I was sure of it. But where? Before I could dig further into that uneasy feeling, the report continued. Name, Bain. Age, 41. Approximately 3 years ago, he vanished without a trace. Recently, he was spotted at a tavern in the capital. 3 years ago, I murmured. That timing alone set off alarm bells in my head. 3 years ago was when several underground organizations had been quietly dismantled by the Empire. Coincidence? Have you determined his current location? Unfortunately, no. After being sighted, he went into hiding again. His trail went cold, so there has been no real progress. I apologize. I raised a hand, stopping him before he could bow any deeper. No. Continue the search. Yes, sir. I leaned back slightly, folding my hands together as I studied the illusion once more. He spread strange rumors among students. The report continued, deliberately inciting unrest. He was also responsible for broadcasting the scene of commoner students being subdued, distributing it nationwide through illegal magic tools. My jaw tightened. So that was his goal. Not just chaos, but spectacle. To turn the academy into a stage. To pit nobles and commoners against each other. To provoke outrage across the empire. He knew exactly where to strike, I said quietly. Yes. His actions suggest careful planning rather than impulsive violence. That only made it worse. A man capable of this much preparation wouldn't disappear forever. He was waiting, watching, looking for the next spark. And the more I stared at his face, the stronger that sense of familiarity became. This was the first time our paths had crossed. I was sure of it. They've already identified the man believed to be the prime suspect. Unfortunately, Yes, slippery too slippery. Despite several attempts, they still Haven T managed to capture him. Still, I'm not particularly worried. From what I've heard, the Emperor himself is furious about this incident. And once the Imperial Knights fully mobilize, tracking down a single man should be trivial. Everyone involved knows that too. If this matter drags on unresolved, the heads of those in charge will be the first to roll. That is how serious this situation is. So, nothing has changed yet? I asked. Yes. Anna replied with a small nod. But the suspect's identity has been confirmed. We should hear good news soon. At the moment, I was staying inside the student council room with Anna. Ever since the riot, my face had been broadcast live across the entire empire. Multiple times. From multiple angles. Thanks to that, ID apparently becomes something of a public figure, not in a good way. Among the furious populace, I was being treated like a symbol of oppression. The face of tyranny. The villain who trampled on student freedom. Which made absolutely no sense. As a precaution against possible incidents or outright attacks, had been advised to stay close to Anna whenever possible. Frankly, I didn't like it. The student council room was supposed to be a place of authority and order, but lately it felt more like a bunker. Guards rotated outside the door, and even inside, the atmosphere was tense. I still don't understand it, I muttered, leaning back in my chair. Why am I the one they're fixating on? And why would someone go to such lengths to orchestrate something like this? I muttered. What do they even want? The man called Bane had acted far too methodically for this to be a simple act of chaos. Nothing he did was impulsive. Every step felt calculated, deliberate. He spread strange rumors among the students, carefully fanning dissatisfaction and resentment. Then, once tensions reached a breaking point, the unrest exploded, forcing the academy to respond. Even the suppression of the rioters felt like something he anticipated from the start. No more than that. It was probably part of his plan, but that only made it harder to understand. What could he possibly gain from provoking such a massive incident? The risks alone were enormous. Angering the academy was one thing, drawing the attention of the Empire and the Imperial Knights was another entirely. No sane person would do this without a clear objective. Power? Chaos? Revenge? None of them quite fit. I frowned, tapping my finger lightly against the armrest as the pieces refused to come together. If Bane was willing to move the entire academy like pieces on a board, then the riot itself wasn't the goal. It was just the opening move. Chapter 185. The opening move. No sane person would do this without a clear objective. Power? Chaos? Revenge? None of them quite fit. I frowned, tapping my finger lightly against the armrest as the pieces refused to come together. If Bane was willing to move the entire academy like pieces on a board, then the riot itself wasn't the goal. It was just the opening move. If things went wrong, he could even be arrested for treason. I'm not entirely sure, Anna said after a brief pause. We still don't know his exact motive. But if I had to guess, creating large-scale social chaos would be the most likely objective. 3 years in hiding. That thought lingered in my mind. What exactly had he been doing during that time? Preparing? Building connections? Gathering resources? You don't just disappear for 3 years and suddenly re-emerge with something capable of shaking the entire empire. He is not working alone, is he? I asked quietly. Anna shook her head without hesitation. Highly unlikely. Just the fact that the incident was broadcast live across the empire tells us that much. That alone would require an enormous amount of capital. I heard the same rumors. Even 10 minutes of live broadcasting supposedly cost as much as a large merchant company's monthly revenue. And that broadcast had lasted far longer than that. The sheer scale of it made my head hurt. The cost of orchestrating this entire incident must have been astronomical. There was no way a single individual, no matter how clever, could have managed it alone. Exactly, Anna continued. Logistics, funding, personnel, it all points to an organization, or at the very least, a small group with shared interests. She hesitated for a moment, then added, also, multiple witnesses testified that Bane was accompanied by a tall woman. I frowned. A woman? Yes. appeared beside him several times during the incident. Always close, always moving with him. That suggests more than a simple bodyguard. So Bain wasn't T acting alone. That much was clear now. He had associates, people who shared his goals and were willing to risk everything alongside him. And among them, that woman stood out. Her identity hadn't been revealed yet, but the fact that she'd been consistently seen with him made her a key figure in the case. Possibly even more dangerous than Bain himself. I tapped my fingers lightly against the armrest, thinking, if this really was an organized effort, then the riot wasn't the end goal, it was just the opening move. A way to test the Empire's response, to gauge public reaction, to fan the flames. So, how long do I have to stay here? The words slipped out before I could stop myself. They've only just identified the suspect, and judging by how chaotic things still are outside, this situation isn't going to resolve itself anytime soon. Under these circumstances, I honestly have no idea how long I'm expected to remain cooped up in the student council room. The thought alone was starting to get to me. It felt suffocating. Objectively speaking, there was nothing lacking here. The room was spacious, well-furnished, stocked with food, documents, even a private resting area. It had everything one could need. And yet, an inexplicable sense of confinement weighed on my chest. I hadn't trained properly since coming here. No sword practice, no magic drills. I hadn't even felt a proper breeze against my skin. Just still air and closed windows. Too quiet, too controlled. Why? Anna asked, glancing up from the documents she'd been reviewing. Do you need something? No, not really, I replied after a moment. I just feel a bit confined. Confined? She tilted her head slightly, her expression filled with genuine confusion. For someone like Anna, someone who spent most of her time buried in paperwork, meetings, and enclosed spaces, my discomfort probably sounded strange. To her, this room was familiar, comfortable even. She'd grown used to walls and ceilings, to responsibility pressing down from all sides. But for me, it was different. I guess it's hard to explain, I said, rubbing the back of my neck. I'm used to moving around, training, at least seeing the sky once in a while. Anna studied me quietly for a moment, as if trying to process that. Then she let out a soft hum. Isn't this place spacious enough? At Anna's words, I glanced around the student council room. She wasn't wrong. The room was enormous, lavish, even. Just counting the connected rooms, there had to be more than a dozen. A reception area, meeting rooms, private offices, storage spaces. It was closer to a small mansion than a simple student facility. But that wasn't what I meant. That's not it, I replied, rubbing the back of my neck. I mean, it feels stifling, being cooped up indoors for days like this. Since the incident, I hadn't stepped outside even once. Not into the courtyard, not onto the academy grounds, not even a short walk down the hall without an escort. My body felt heavy, stiff, like it was slowly rusting. Even my shoulders ached from the constant tension. It was confinement in every sense of the word. So you don't like places like this? Anna asked, tilting her head slightly. I wouldn't say that. I said after a moment. I just prefer open spaces. Somewhere I can breathe. As befitted a place where an imperial princess resided, the facilities were flawless. The sofas were enchanted for comfort. The tables adjusted height on command. Even the lighting subtly responded to the time of day. There probably wasn't a single object in the room that wasn't some kind of artifact. Luxury, refinement, authority, everything the Empire wanted to display was neatly packed into this space. And yet, none of it impressed me. If anything, it made the room feel even more artificial. I think I'd rather have a small rooftop room with a clear view of the sky, I muttered. Somewhere with wind, sunlight, space. Anna watched me quietly for a moment, her expression unreadable. You really are strange, she said at last, a faint smile touching her lips. Is that so? Yes, she replied lightly. Most people would be grateful to stay in a place like this. Gratitude and comfort aren't the same thing, I said. For a brief moment, silence settled between us. If I'd actually been given a choice, I probably would have chosen this place anyway. That was the ironic part. What bothered me wasn't T, where I was, it was the fact that I didn't T want to be here right now. The way you're acting, you're more active than I expected, Anna said, watching me pace slightly. Am I? I replied honestly. I've never really thought of myself that way. If someone asked whether I was an extrovert, I'd probably hesitate. I wasn't especially energetic, nor did I enjoy crowds. Maybe I just hated being stuck in one place. Or maybe I simply couldn't tolerate boredom. That's strange, Anna murmured. What is? I thought you'd enjoy this kind of environment. I followed her gaze. The room was lavish beyond reason, walls adorned with ornate magical artifacts, each radiating faint mana. Decorative relics rested in glass cases, their value likely surpassing the lifetime earnings of entire noble households. As expected of the imperial family, these weren't just decorations, they were treasures. Seeing it like this, I could understand why resentment brewed among the people. This was merely the imperial princess's office. If this alone looked like this, then how vast must the gap be between the imperial family's centuries-old fortune and the lives of ordinary citizens? The difference was so great, it was almost abstract, too large to fully grasp. I do like it, I said after a moment. But liking something doesn't mean I enjoy being confined by it. Because that was the truth. I was here against my will. I understood the reasoning, my safety, public outrage, potential threats, but that didn't make the situation any less uncomfortable. Anna studied me quietly for a second, then spoke under her breath. You're very free-spirited. Pardon? Her voice was too soft. I turned slightly toward her, about to ask what she meant. Bang. Your Highness. The door burst open without so much as a knock. A knight rushed in, armor clanking, breath unsteady. The sudden intrusion snapped the atmosphere taut. In a sharp, urgent voice, he delivered his report. We've just confirmed movement from the man known as Bane. The room went silent. Anna's expression hardened instantly, the casual tone from earlier vanishing without a trace. Details, she said. Yes, Your Highness. He was spotted near the outer districts an hour ago. He appears to be moving deliberately, likely aware that he's being tracked. So he finally made a move. I slowly straightened, the discomfort I'd been feeling moments ago evaporating. Bane, the prime suspect behind the incident. The man everyone was desperately searching for. So he has stopped hiding, I muttered. Or rather, he decided to show himself now. That alone told me this wasn't a desperate mistake. It was intentional. Chapter 186. The opening move 3. Have all the knights departed? Yes, Your Highness. They've already surrounded the entire area. Every major road and alley has been sealed off as a precaution. Good. Then all that remains is the arrest. At your command, everyone is standing by. The preparations were complete. Too complete, if anything. Even if we captured the man identified as the mastermind behind this incident, it wouldn't magically calm the public's anger. People didn't want explanations, they wanted someone to blame. Still, this was the minimum we had to do. If we let things drag on any longer, there was no telling what they might attempt next. People acting out of resentment and ulterior motives were the most dangerous kind. I'll go to the scene myself, Anna said firmly. Make the necessary preparations. A brief silence followed. Your Highness, that's dangerous, one of the knights said carefully. Please reconsider. No, she replied without hesitation. I need to show myself to the people. And I need to prove that this entire situation was built on a misunderstanding. I frowned inwardly. She wasn't wrong, but that didn't mean it wasn't reckless. We had elite knights, court mages, layers of protection, and yet, danger never announced itself politely. Variables had a habit of slipping through even the tightest plans. Still, this wasn't just about safety. Anna was aiming for the throne. The future empress of the empire couldn't afford to appear indecisive or detached when chaos erupted under her watch. If this incident lingered, it would become a stain, something her political opponents would drag out again and again in the future. Resolving it swiftly, visibly, and decisively was the correct move, even if it meant placing herself in harm's way. I'll accompany you, I said quietly. Anna glanced at me, surprised. You don't have to, I know. I interrupted. But right now, I'm already being treated as part of this mess. If you go alone, they'll just redirect their anger toward me afterward. That was only half the truth. The other half was simpler. If something went wrong, I needed to be there. She studied my face for a moment, then nodded. Very well. Stay close. The knights immediately began issuing orders, the room filling with crisp voices and the sound of armor shifting. As I watched them move, a strange thought crossed my mind. How did things spiral this far? What should have been a contained incident had turned into a nationwide uproar. A riot. A political powder keg. And somehow, despite being dragged into this world against my will, I was standing at the center of it all again. I let out a slow breath. Honestly, I muttered under my breath, I don't even understand how it escalated to this point. But whether I understood it or not didn't matter anymore. Anyone who watched the live broadcast with even a shred of objectivity should have known that Anna wasn't at fault. This situation is anything but normal. If anything, Anna and I should be classified as the victims. We were the ones trapped in the middle of the chaos, forced to make decisions under pressure. And Anna, despite everything, handled the situation with remarkable restraint. Casualties were kept to an absolute minimum. That alone should have earned her understanding. Unfortunately, the public doesn't see it that way. We need to turn the atmosphere around while we still can, Anna said quietly. Once people learn the truth, their anger will calm down. At least a little. She said it with a gentle certainty, as if clinging to a thin but precious thread of hope. I admired that about her. But reality doesn't work that way. For people who are already consumed by anger, the truth holds little value. Facts don't matter. Context doesn't matter. All that matters to them is this single image burned into their minds. Imperial Princess Anna ordering the suppression of students they adored. Everything that happened before that, the academy occupation, the riot, the danger to lives, has been conveniently erased. They don't want explanations. They want a trigger, a justification to release the resentment they've been carrying for years. Anger dulls reason. And hatred, once it starts spreading, behaves like a disease, infecting minds, distorting memories, and eventually burying the truth so deeply that no one even wants to dig it up anymore. What made it worse was who Anna was. The kind princess, the symbol of compassion, the one who smiled gently and reached out to the common people. Now in their eyes, that image had twisted into something ugly. They claimed she had pretended to be benevolent only to crush them the moment she had a chance. That her kindness had been nothing more than a mask. The citizens' anger toward Anna, who had directly ordered the arrest of ordinary students, was beyond imagination. This wasn't just outrage anymore. It was betrayal manufactured, exaggerated, and fueled by rumor. And betrayal is far more dangerous than anger. If they stopped to think for even a moment, they realize that wasn't the truth. But once mob psychology takes hold, rational voices are the first to be drowned out. Reason gets buried beneath anger, fear, and resentment, spreading in every direction like wildfire. They know the facts. They know Anna has been pushing policies meant to improve the lives of commoners. They know she regularly visits the slums and volunteers there without ceremony or publicity. And yet, all of it is dismissed with a single word: hypocrisy. Because no matter what she does, Anna is still the imperial princess, the embodiment of the nobility they despise most. To them, that alone is reason enough to hate her. Then I'll relay this to the field, one of the attendants said. Her Highness will be heading there in person. Anna nodded without hesitation. Yes, but we can't afford to be passive. If he makes any suspicious movements, arrest him immediately. Her voice was steady. Calm. Hearing those words, I felt it clearly. This is where the story truly begins. What started as dissatisfaction among academy students had spiraled far beyond that. It had grown into something heavier, something that now involved the imperial family, public unrest, and the Emperor's wrath itself. Anna rose from her seat and began preparing to leave, slipping seamlessly back into the role of a leader who had long since accepted the weight of responsibility. Watching her, I felt a strong, almost instinctive certainty. I shouldn't interfere. This was a place for half-baked ling or personal impulses. Whatever I did now could easily make things worse, not better. I had a bad feeling about this. The kind of feeling that told me getting involved any further would only invite more unnecessary trouble. If I just stayed quiet and kept my head down, things would probably settle on their own. That was what I thought anyway. Reality, as usual, had other plans. "What are you doing?" Anna's voice snapped me out of my thoughts. She was standing in front of me, arms crossed, looking down at me as I sat blankly in the chair. "You should be getting ready too." "Ready? For what?" I asked, blinking. She frowned slightly, clearly puzzled by my reaction. "What do you mean? For what?" "You're coming with me." "Me?" "Yes, Louis. You." Seeing the genuine confusion on my face, Anna let out a small sigh and began to explain. "We're going to address the rumors," she said. "The misunderstanding about you discriminating against ordinary students." That. The truth hit me all at once. Right now, in the eyes of many people, I wasn't just some unlucky student caught in a riot. I was a villain. A noble who abused his authority. Someone who looked down on commoners and oppressed them without remorse. At this rate, my reputation wouldn't just be damaged, it would be buried 6 feet underground and stomped on for good measure. It felt like Anna was deliberately giving me space and unspoken invitation to explain myself properly. If that was the case, then there was no avoiding it. No matter how shamelessly I wanted to live. Once a misunderstanding took root, it wouldn't simply disappear on its own. If I let it fester, it would only grow worse. For the sake of the future my own and the Academy SI needed to take a more active stance. "Then how do you plan to explain it?" I asked, meeting her gaze. Anna didn't hesitate. "The same way," she said quietly. I understood immediately. The method used by the man named Bane. Broadcasting everything live to the entire empire. It was crude, bold, and undeniably effective. Clumsy media manipulation or force suppression would only pour fuel on the fire. People hated being told what to think, especially when they were already angry. But if we faced that anger head-on, if we laid everything bare, without edits, without excuses, and let them judge for themselves, then the narrative could change. "We confront them directly," Anna continued. "We show them everything. No guts, no concealment." I let out a slow breath. "So we turn their own weapon against them," I murmured. She nodded. Silence settled between us for a moment, heavy but resolute. I could already imagine it, the eyes of the Empire watching, waiting for me to speak. One wrong word could seal my fate, but running away would guarantee it. "Let us change the atmosphere," I said at last, straightening in my seat. Anna's lips curved into a faint, confident smile. "That's what I was hoping you'd say. This was our chance, not to defend ourselves desperately, but to take control. If they wanted a villain, we'd show them the truth instead." Author note. Thanks for reading. Chapter 187. The point of no return. One in a narrow back alley where no one ever passed. A lone figure slipped through the door of a rundown building. A faded sign creaked softly above the entrance as it closed behind him. Ding. "Welcome." The cheerful voice of the clerk rang out the moment the bell chimed. The man, his face hidden beneath a deep hood, didn't respond. Without a word, he walked toward the far corner of the tavern and took a seat. Someone was already there. Another cloaked figure, dressed much the same as he was. From the faint silhouette beneath the fabric, it was clear this one was a woman. She sat still, hands folded on the table, as if she'd been waiting for a long time. The tavern itself was quiet. It was late evening, and only a handful of patrons occupied the dimly lit room. The smell of cheap alcohol lingered in the air, mixing with the scent of old wood and smoke. "Would you like to order?" The clerk approached their table, still wearing a practiced smile. Neither of them answered. The silence stretched just long enough to make the clerk uncomfortable. He glanced between the two hooded figures, sensing something was off. I'll come back in a moment," then he said hastily, forcing a laugh as he began to step away. "2 beers. The man finally spoke, his voice low and rough, as if in used to conversation. Yes. Please wait just a moment. Relief flashed across the clerk's face. He quickly jotted down the order and hurried back behind the counter, clearly eager to put distance between himself and the unsettling pair. Once they were alone again, the taverness quiet pressed and even heavier than before. "You're late," the woman said softly, her voice calm but edged with irritation. "I had to make sure I was followed," the man replied. He loosened his cloak slightly, but kept his face hidden. "Things are getting noisy outside. Is there any hitch in the plan?" "No. Everything is proceeding without any issues exactly as we outlined from the beginning." "That's good." The speaker leaned back slowly, fingers tapping against the armrest in a steady rhythm. This plan hadn't been thrown together on a whim. It was something they had nurtured for years, carefully pruning away risks, enduring countless sacrifices just to reach this point. Lives, resources, time. Too much had been invested for failure to be an option. And now that the first step had finally been taken, there was no turning back. "The situation is flowing smoothly," the subordinate continued. "Almost too smoothly." A brief silence followed. "To the point where it makes you uneasy?" "Yes." The man chuckled softly. "That's only because you're finally seeing preparation pay off. Chaos always looks suspicious when you're used to resistance." Still, even he couldn't deny it. Things were unfolding with frightening precision. No unexpected variables. No sudden interference. Everything moving along the rails they laid out long ago. "Then what about the Imperial Palace?" the man asked. "Any movement?" "None worth mentioning. The Imperial Knights haven't been mobilized, and the court remains quiet. They appear to be observing." As expected, a faint, contemptuous smile tugged at his lips. "They're confused, unsure whether this is worth responding to. After all, the Emperor is weak," he continued flatly. "Incompetent. A man who mistakes hesitation for caution." He rose from his seat and turned toward the window, gazing out at the distant skyline of the capital. He won't act yet. Not until the situation grows beyond his control. To him, this was nothing more than a minor disturbance. A ripple, something that could be ignored, brushed aside, or left to resolve itself. Just like he always does. He'll wait for the noise to die down. He always believes that time will smooth everything over. That silence is the same as resolution. And that's exactly what they're counting on. They know him well enough to exploit that weakness by pretending nothing is wrong for long enough. He'll end up taking the full blow head-on, unprepared and isolated. Surrounded by honeyed words and false reassurances, he'll fail to see reality for what it is. By the time he realizes he's been cornered, it'll already be too late. The only variable they can't completely account for is the Imperial Princess. "Then, what about the Imperial Princess?" I asked quietly. Anna's expression hardened. "She too thoroughly veiled. We couldn't uncover her exact movements or intentions." "That figures. The Imperial Princess is dangerously competent, far more so than the Emperor himself. Where he hesitates, she acts. Where he believes, she verifies." That's precisely why they targeted the academy. Using students as tools, stirring unrest, framing the conflict as a failure of leadership, it was all meant to stain her reputation indirectly. If chaos could be tied to her domain, even slightly, it would weaken her standing. But they miscalculated. Her response was faster than expected. Cleaner. Decisive enough to prevent the situation from spiraling completely out of control. They didn't get the outcome they wanted, but that doesn't mean they failed. They still succeeded in planting doubt, in inciting anger, in shaping an atmosphere thick with suspicion and resentment. That alone was dangerous enough. "Ding! Vous welcome." The confused voice of the clerk echoed from the entrance, followed by a startled, "Oh, oh." Heavy footsteps rang out against the wooden floor. One by one, figures clad in full armor squeezed through the narrow doorway, the metal of their gear gleaming under the lights. Imperial Knights. The room's air shifted instantly. Conversations died mid-sentence. Even the walls seemed to tense under their presence. Then, from between them, a familiar figure stepped forward. Anna. But not the Anna who had been calmly briefing me just moments ago. This Anna wore her authority openly, her posture straight, her gaze sharp and unwavering. The crest she bore left no room for doubt. The imperial princess had arrived, and judging by the way the knights fanned out behind her, this wasn't a visit. It was a declaration. Imperial princess. The low voice echoed through the dim space. Anna's eyes sharpened instantly. Are you Mr. Bane? Do you have business with me? I came here knowing everything, Anna replied calmly. So don't bother pretending. I wanted to speak with you directly. For a brief moment, Bane remained silent. Then, with a dry chuckle, he reached up and tore away the cloak that had been shadowing his face. The man revealed beneath, it looked nothing like a righteous revolutionary. Scars crisscrossed his face-old blade marks. Burns, wounds that had healed crookedly. Each one told a story of violence, resentment, and survival. What? Bane sneered. Are you here to insist you're clean? To claim you're some noble, untouchable being? Anna didn't flinch. No, I came to clear up a misunderstanding you seem to have. Bane's eyes narrowed. A misunderstanding? He let out a harsh laugh. Everyone knows the truth. In the end, you and Imperial Princess allowed discrimination to continue. That's not true, Anna said evenly. And I can explain that if you'll listen. I don't understand how someone like you could. Bane snapped back. Do you have any idea how much discrimination common citizens have suffered under nobles? How many lives were crushed? How many people were stepped on and forgotten? His voice trembled not with fear, but with rage that had fermented for years. Standing slightly behind Anna, I could understand his anger. Coming from a world shaped by democracy, his resentment wasn't unfamiliar to me. Inequality, abuse of power, inherited privilege, I understood why people would want to tear it all down. But this wasn't that world. This empire was built on a rigid class system. Like it or not, overturning it through violence wasn't reform. It was treason in act that shook the very foundation of society. And treason always demanded blood in return. Anna took a step forward, her gaze unwavering. I won't deny that discrimination exists, nor will I pretend it can disappear overnight. Buskoft. Then what are you here for? To offer another path, she answered. Change the world with me. Not through chaos, not through riots, but by changing things one step at a time. Bane stared at her, incredulous. You think gradual change can fix generations of suffering? I know it can, Anna replied softly. Because reckless destruction only replaces one kind of oppression with another. Silence fell between them. Bane's fists trembled at his sides. His jaw clenched as conflicting emotions warred across his scarred face. Pretty words, he muttered. But words don't feed starving families. No, Anna said. But power, responsibility, and resolve do. And I have all three. Anna tried to soften the atmosphere, her voice calm, measured an earnest attempt at reconciliation. But Bane only answered with a crooked smile, the deep scar on his face twisting as he did. Ha! As expected of an imperial princess, he scoffed. You really don't understand reality. The world doesn't change so easily. It only looks like it does for a moment. Anna frowned. What are you talking about? That S.Y., Bane continued, his eyes darkening. We need something bigger. Bigger? An explosion big enough to overturn the world itself. Just as Anna stepped forward, extending her hand toward him, swoosh. Something cut through the air. Kiat dash. Your Highness. An arrow came flying from somewhere unseen, slicing past Anna's face. It missed her eye by a hair's breadth and struck the wall behind her with a dull thud. For a split second, there was silence. Then a thin line of red appeared on Anna's cheek. Blood slowly trickled down, staining her skin. The moment I saw it, my blood ran cold. We crossed a line. There was no going back now. How dare they dash? One of the knights roared, his voice shaking with rage. They wounded Her Highness's face. Emifine. Anna hurriedly said, Please wait. Execute them immediately. The shout rang out before Anna could finish. The knights' faces were flushed, their hands gripping their weapons tightly. Reason had already slipped away, replaced by fury and instinct. Anna tried to step forward again, panic creeping into her voice. "Stop." I said stop, Dash. But it was useless. They weren't listening anymore. At this rate, blood would spill whether Anna wanted it or not. A clash was inevitable. And if that happened, everything would truly be over. There was only one thing I could do. I tightened my grip on my sword, feeling the familiar weight settle into my palm. No hositashkin. No time to think. I surged forward. If someone had to stand between them, if someone had to stop this from becoming a massacre, then it would be me. Author note: I sincerely thank you for following the novel to this point. I hope you will continue to love the novel as you always have. Chapter 188. The point of no return 2. I lunged forward without thinking and activated Furion's ability, forcing it outward in a sharp wave. The knights froze mid-step. What? I can't move my body. Their voices overlapped in confusion as their limbs locked in place, armor creaking faintly under the strain. I slipped past them before anyone could react, planting myself squarely in their path. "Wait!" I shouted. "Just wait a moment." My voice echoed far louder than I expected. Gradually, the chaos settled. The shouts died down, the clamor softened, and one by one, everyone present turned to look at me. All eyes, every single one of them. In an instant, I had become the center of the scene. Cold sweat trickled down my back. This is the worst. I hate this. I hate standing out. I hate being stared at like this, like some kind of spectacle on display. My chest felt tight, my pulse loud in my ears. So then why did I step forward? The answer was painfully simple. Because everything happening right now was being broadcast live across the entire empire. Crystal screens, transmission artifacts, countless eyes watching from homes, streets, taverns everywhere. People had lost their minds the moment Anna was injured. Rage had spread faster than reason, feeding on fear and outrage. But that wasn't the real problem. What mattered was this moment. Right now, the entire empire was watching how this would end. If the knights acted rashly, if blood was spilled here, the image burned into the public's mind would never fade. Authority crushing a wounded girl. Power silencing resistance. And that blame would fall on Anna, on the student council, on the academy, on me, Lewis. A sharp, furious voice cut through the silence. "What do you think you're doing?" I turned toward Anna. She was staring at me with wide eyes, a mix of shock and anger flashing across her face. Her hands were clenched tightly at her sides. I swallowed. "I'm stopping this from getting worse," I said, forcing my voice to stay steady. "If this continues, no one wins." The knights struggled uselessly behind me, their frustration evident. One of them barked out, "Young lord, step aside immediately. This is an imperial matter." "I know," I replied calmly. Too calmly, even to my own ears. "That's exactly why you need to pause." At the same time, Anna was already being dragged outside by the knights. She didn't resist, just glanced back once, her expression tight, before disappearing beyond the door. The space she left behind was immediately filled by someone else. Professor Rachel. I'd seen her several times before around the academy, sharp-eyed, composed. The kind of person who never raised her voice because she never needed to. She stepped forward and called my name. "Lewis." But I didn't move, not even an inch. Because I knew I was certain that the moment I stepped aside, Bane would be executed on the spot. Everyone seems far too agitated. Professor Rachel said evenly, "Let us all calm down first, and anyone who wounds a member of the royal family is subject to immediate execution." One of the knights interrupted coldly. "Step aside." I felt my jaw tighten. So that was it. The knights weren't on my side either. No one here was. These people had no intention of listening to reason, no intention of considering consequences. They just wanted blood swift, decisive, unquestioned. I clenched my fists. I know. I understand. Do they really think I'd be standing here if I didn't grasp the gravity of the situation? I'm not ignorant of the law. I'm not blind to the outrage. I know exactly what Bane did, and I know exactly what will happen if he is killed here and now. That is precisely why I'm standing in front of him. Because his death won T in this. It LL ignited. The rumors spreading through the city aren't just idle gossip anymore. Their resentment given shape. Why are nobles treated differently when they bleed the same red as commoners? Why does one life weigh more than another just because of bloodline? These questions don't disappear when someone is executed. They multiply. I've seen this before. Not in this world, but in another one. On Earth, history repeated itself there again and again. Oppression, resistance, violence, retaliation. Each side convinced they were justified. Each death birthing 10 more reasons to hate. And every time, the same lesson emerged from the ashes. Power without consent collapses. Authority without accountability rots. The words surfaced quietly in my mind, heavy and undeniable. Democracy, a system born not from idealism, but from necessity because people will always rebel when treated as lesser beings. If Bane dies here, he won't be remembered as a criminal. He'll be remembered as a martyr. In this fragile order everyone is desperately trying to hold together, it won't survive that. It would trigger a chain of events, one no one could stop once it began. What the common people want is painfully simple. No special treatment for certain individuals. Equal rights for everyone as citizens. That sentiment has been simmering beneath the surface for years, and now it's finally boiling over. A movement to abolish the class system is already taking shape, whether the nobles want to admit it or not. And Bane's objective, standing there with that calm, unyielding expression, is obvious. He intends to be the spark, the catalyst that turns dissatisfaction into action. From our perspective, he is a despicable criminal, someone who manipulated public sentiment, spread chaos, and nearly caused irreparable damage. But the citizens don't see it that way. To them, he is a righteous man, someone who merely spread rumors, exposed uncomfortable truths, and voiced things people had long felt but never dared to say aloud. The charges against him are thin, far too thin to justify an execution, and yet they want to kill him. Here, now, in front of everyone. If they execute him publicly, especially over something as minor as a shallow wound on the princess's face, the backlash would be unimaginable. The empire would fracture overnight. Thanks for reading Chapter 189. The Point of No Return 3. Who would V thought that Anna's plan to clear up misunderstandings through a live broadcast would backfire this badly? What was meant to calm the masses has instead poured oil onto the fire. I don't even know if Bane is aware that this scene is being broadcast live across the empire. But the fact that he deliberately revealed himself in such an open, crowded space tells me everything I need to know. He came prepared. This isn't desperation. It's calculation. He wants them to choose violence. He wants to die in front of the world. Because the moment his blood is spilled, the narrative will no longer belong to the empire. And once that happens, no one, not even the emperor, will be able to take it back. I should have realized it sooner. I never imagined that a fanatic, drunk on his own beliefs, would be insane enough to willingly throw his life away. A crazy bastard. I'll warn you one last time. Release your binding on us and step aside immediately. The knight at the front glared at me as he spoke, his hand tightening around the hilt of his sword. At this scene, this standoff, no one understood the true danger except me. To them, I must have looked like a stubborn fool. Someone shielding a terrorist. Someone standing in the way of justice. They didn't know. They couldn't see it. But I still couldn't move. Don't you get it? If this continues, we're all finished. We should arrest him first and determine his punishment afterward, one knight said, his tone sharp with impatience. That's not possible, another snapped back immediately. Once Her Highness has been injured, immediate execution is the only protocol. I clenched my fists. They weren't even trying to listen. The execution can be carried out later, I argued, forcing my voice to stay calm. For now, subduing him is enough. No, came the cold reply. The dignity of the imperial family would be compromised. The citizens are watching, I shot back, gesturing faintly toward the crowd beyond the cordon. That is precisely why, the knights said without hesitation. That is why we cannot back down. Their words hit me like a wall. Unmoving, unyielding. Our positions never drew closer. Not even an inch. Their absolute rigidity made my chest tighten with frustration, my heartbeat growing louder in my ears. Damn these knights. They're all the same, bound by rules carved into stone, blind to consequences that don't fit neatly into their codes. Couldn't they bend just once when the situation demanded it? I swallowed hard and looked past them toward the man at the center of it all. He stood unnaturally calm, eyes hollow, lips curled into a faint smile that made my skin crawl. He wanted this. He wanted to die here publicly, dramatically, taking as many people down with him as possible. And if the knights struck him down now, I felt it deep in my gut. Something irreversible would happen. If I stepped aside, blood would spill. If I stayed, I'd be branded a traitor. Either way, the next few seconds would decide everything. Damn it, I muttered under my breath. On one side stood a traitor, weaving grandiose schemes to overturn society itself. On the other were stubborn blockheads, incapable of compromise, convinced that brute force was the only answer. A choice between two evils. Should I step back and let the knights kill Bane? Or should I force my way between them and stop this madness myself? If I chose the former, then this country really would be doomed. Bane's death wouldn't end anything. It would ignite everything. The moment his blood hit the ground, riots would spread like wildfire across the empire. Cities would burn. Innocents would die. The moment of decision was already upon me. And as always, damn it, Ard. Before the knights could react, I surged forward, blasting them back with raw force. Their formation broke as they were thrown aside like rag dolls. Lewis. I ignored the shout and rushed straight toward Bane. To hell with it. I'd deal with consequences later. First, I had to put out the fire right in front of me. With a sharp gesture, I activated Furion, binding Bane in glowing restraints before he could even react. The energy coiled tightly around his limbs. Bane stiffened, eyes wide. Before he could say anything, I hoisted him up and threw him over my shoulder. "Let me go," he shouted, thrashing violently. As expected, I knew exactly what he was trying to do: provoke the knights, die a martyr, and leave chaos behind. I couldn't allow that. "Not happening," I muttered. Boom! I blasted straight through the wall of the shop, stone and splinters exploding outward as I burst into the open air. Dust filled my lungs as I landed hard on the street outside, adjusting my grip on Bane as he struggled. I took a step forward, then stopped. "Lewis," a voice called out from behind me. I didn't need to turn around to know who it was. For just a brief moment, my jaw tightened. I glanced back over my shoulder. Behind the shattered wall, amid the smoke and debris, stood the knights regrouping, furious, and just beyond them, someone whose gaze pierced straight through me. This wasn't just a reckless escape anymore. This was the point of no return. "Lewis, do you realize what you're doing right now?" Rachel's voice rang out behind me, sharp and desperate. Of course I do. If anything, it's the people standing back there who don't understand. But Rachel didn't stop. She took a step forward, her hands clenched tightly at her sides as she spoke again. "What you're doing is treason clear and undeniable. If you keep this up, you'll be branded a traitor." Her words trembled, not with anger but with fear. Genuine fear for me. I almost laughed. Treason? Traitor? Sure, from an outsider's perspective. Helping someone accused of attacking the princess looked exactly like that. I could already imagine the reports, the rumors, the way my name would be twisted by tomorrow morning. Still, that label hit harder than I expected. A traitor to the empire. For a fleeting moment, my steps slowed. Rachel noticed. "Lewis, please," she said more softly now. "If you come back now, we can explain. There's still time. You don't have to carry this alone." I stopped, but only for a second. If I turned around, if I hesitated any longer, I knew I'd lose my resolve. "I'm sorry," I said quietly, not looking back. Those were the only words I could give her. Because I knew this choice, no matter how it looked, was the only correct one. If I walked away now, everything would truly fall apart. So I ran. Without looking back, I slipped into the narrow alley, my footsteps echoing briefly against the stone walls before fading into the night. The noise of the street disappeared behind me, replaced by silence and the sound of my own breathing. From this moment on, there was no turning back. By the time the sun rose again, the Empire might call me a criminal, a conspirator, a traitor. But if that was the price for uncovering the truth, then so be it. Chapter 190. Traitor. It was already late. The sun had long since set, and the faint glow of magic lamps was all that illuminated the student council room. Anna sat behind her desk, her posture straight, but her expression unmistakably heavy. "Have you found Lewis?" she asked quietly. The aide standing before her lowered his head. "We still haven't found any trace of him." "I see." A soft sigh escaped her lips. It had already been a week since Lewis had disappeared. A full 7 days and not a single lead. No sightings, no messages, no signs that he had even passed through the capital after vanishing. "Where did you go?" Anna pressed her fingers together on the desk, staring at the neatly stacked documents without really seeing them. She had mobilized everything within her authority: informants, knights sympathetic to the student council, even discreet inquiries through imperial channels. And yet nothing. It was as if Lewis had simply dissolved into thin air. "Are you all right?" the aide asked hesitantly. "You look very tired." She let out a quiet, humorless laugh. "Doi." Only then did she notice the dull ache behind her eyes, the heaviness in her shoulders. She hadn't slept properly in days. Since the moment Lewis had been falsely accused, she had been running non-stop, investigating, negotiating, arguing, pushing back against public opinion that had already branded him guilty. All for someone who couldn't even defend himself anymore. What he did wasn't wrong, Anna said, more to herself than to anyone else. It was the only rational choice. Lewis had acted to prevent the situation from spiraling completely out of control. He had made himself the lightning rod, absorbing all the hatred so the Academy and the Empire wouldn't descend into chaos. If he hadn't stepped forward then, Anna closed her eyes briefly. She didn't even want to imagine how much worse things could have become. Bloodshed, uprisings, a fracture between the Academy and the capital that might never have healed. Yet despite all that, he was now branded a criminal, a villain, and he had vanished before she could clear his name. "Idiot," she murmured softly. The aide hesitated for a moment before speaking again. "Please, take care of yourself." Anna almost laughed at that. How, exactly, was she supposed to take care of herself in a situation like this? Among the hardline nobles, Lewis was still being labeled a traitor. Whispers spread through salons and council chambers alike, twisting the truth into something unrecognizable. And with the arrest warrant still not formally withdrawn, the pressure on her only continued to grow. Her worries piled up one after another, leaving her with barely any room to breathe. "Me fine," Anna replied quietly. "I want to collapse over something like this. More importantly, what happened to those people?" The aide straightened. "We've apprehended most of the organization. The only ones who remain at large are the higher-ranking figures. Some nobles were among those captured individuals who had been persuaded or perhaps pressured into joining their cause." "That's at least some good news," Anna murmured. Despite everything weighing on her, the report brought a small sense of relief. Capturing the core of the group meant the worst of the chaos had passed. Even if figures like Bane were still unaccounted for, the public's anger had already cooled significantly. And that was all because of Lewis. If he hadn't stepped in at that moment, if he hadn't stopped Bane's execution, the Empire would have been plunged into something far uglier. The bloodshed, the retaliation, the irreversible damage, none of it had come to pass because of him. Anna lowered her gaze, her fingers curling tightly in her lap. Sorry. Lewis. The words echoed silently in her chest. It was because of her that he was now trapped in this position. Because of her hesitation. Because of her greed, her desire to resolve everything cleanly, perfectly, without sacrifice. If she hadn't reached out, if she hadn't tried to shoulder everything herself, Lewis wouldn't be bearing this burden. Regret weighed heavily on her heart, pressing down until it felt hard to breathe. No matter how many rational explanations she gave herself, the self-blame refused to fade. It gnawed at her relentlessly, replaying every decision she'd made, every moment where she could have chosen differently. But slowly, amid the guilt, something else began to surface. Resolve. Anna lifted her head, her unfocused gaze sharpening little by little. This couldn't end with quiet regret or words she'd never dare say out loud. Apologies alone wouldn't protect anyone, not in a world like this. If Lewis had stepped forward to protect the Empire, standing at the center of chaos and shouldering hatred that wasn't his to bear, then she would step forward to protect him. No matter how many nobles blocked her path, no matter how deep the mire of politics ran, no matter how heavy the cost became, she would see this through. The dull throb behind her eyes reminded her how long it had been since she'd last slept properly. Days of tension, paperwork, emergency meetings, and sleepless nights had worn her down. But even that exhaustion felt distant now. Anna slowly clasped her hands together. It was almost embarrassing. She wasn't someone who prayed. She trusted systems, logic, preparation, things she could control. Gods had never been part of her calculations. And yet, under the pale, unextinguished glow of the late-night lamps, she closed her eyes. Please, keep him safe. Her lips barely moved, the words dissolving into the silence of the room. Protect him from harm, from false accusations, from those who would use him as a scapegoat. She exhaled softly. If there truly was a God watching over this world, one who listened, even occasionally, then just this once she hoped they would hear her. Not for herself, but for Lewis. When she opened her eyes again, the fatigue was still there, the weight of responsibility unchanged. But beneath it, something else had taken root: quiet, unyielding resolve. She straightened her back and reached for the documents on her desk. Prayers were fine, but tomorrow she would act. In a remote corner of the capital, far from the bustling main streets and watchful eyes of the guards. Yawn. A long, unguarded yawn slipped out of me as I rubbed the sleep from my eyes. My body felt heavy, exhaustion clinging to my limbs like mud, scratching at my tangled hair sticky and rough from not bathing for far too long. I pushed myself up from the cold ground. The smell of damp stone and old trash filled my nose. I'd long since stopped caring. For the past week, I'd been living like a rat, hiding in narrow alleys, slipping through abandoned buildings, moving only when I had to. Everywhere I went, the same thing greeted me. Wanted posters. My face, crudely printed but unmistakable, plastered across walls, tavern boards, and guard checkpoints all over the capital. Charge, insulting the imperial family. I let out a dry laugh. What a joke. I hadn't even been present when the real crime happened. At worst, I'd indirectly helped the bastard who tried to assassinate the princess escape. But apparently, that was more than enough for them to paint a target on my back. To the Empire, someone had to take the fall, and I was convenient. Figures, I muttered under my breath. If they caught me, there'd be no trial worth speaking of, no chance to explain myself. Once the words imperial dignity were involved, the verdict was already decided. Still, I was alive. Barely. Thanks to concealment magic, I'd been able to move around without being immediately noticed, ducking patrols, slipping past checkpoints, vanishing into crowds before anyone could get a good look at me. It wasn't perfect, and it drained my mana faster than I liked, but it was enough to keep me breathing. Survival, at least for now. I peeked out from the shadowed alley, carefully scanning the street beyond. Knights passed by in pairs, their armor gleaming even in the dull morning light. They're really serious about this. The Emperor's anger must have been real. This level of mobilization wasn't normal, not for a single suspect. Which meant one thing. Time was running out. I pulled my hood lower, tightened the worn cloak around my shoulders, and slipped back into the shadows where the lamplight couldn't quite reach. So this was life on the streets. Honestly, it wasn't as bad as I'd imagined. I'd thought living as a noble for so long would dulled me, but maybe not. Maybe I was more adaptable than I gave myself credit for. Or maybe I'd always been a little better suited to this kind of place. Surprisingly, there weren't many real inconveniences. Food was cheap if you knew where to look. Places to sleep existed, as long as you didn't mind hard ground and suspicious smells. And information? Information flowed far more freely here than in any noble salon. Sure, I'd become a fugitive overnight, but I wasn't particularly worried. Given enough time, Anna would sort things out. She always did. Probably. Hey kid, want to have a chat with us? I sighed inwardly. Unwelcome visitors had a talent for finding me just as I was drifting towards sleep, my eyes heavy and my thoughts dull. I cracked one eyelid open and saw them 3 men, maybe 4, swaggering toward me with that unmistakable back-alley confidence that came from numbers rather than skill. How annoying. This spot had taken effort to secure. Dry ground, decent visibility, and only one escape route to worry about. A perfect place to rest. And now these idiots wanted to ruin it. Over the past week of surviving in the alleys, I learned something important. This place had rules. Not written ones, not fair ones, but rules all the same. The strong took what they wanted. The weak lost everything. Simple, honest, in its own ugly way. And frankly, I didn't hate it. Because here, unlike in the academy or the political mess I'd been dragged into, strength actually mattered. And no one here was stronger than me. They must be mistaken my quiet posture and shabby clothes for weakness. Maybe they thought I was just another runaway kid or failed apprentice with nowhere to go. Unfortunate for them. I slowly stood, stretching the stiffness from my shoulders and rolling my neck until it gave a soft crack. The men paused for just a second, their confidence wavering as they got a better look at me. I lifted my head. Then I smiled. Not a friendly smile. Not a polite one. A cold, knowing smile, the kind that said I already knew how this would end. If you're here to talk, I said lazily, my voice low and steady, you picked the wrong person. Indeed, they picked the wrong person. Author note. Thanks for reading. Chapter 191. King of Back Alley 1. I learned one thing during my week in this godforsaken back alley. If you're going to stomp someone, you have to do it thoroughly. Half measures only invite retaliation. Ark, please spare me. I beg you. My. Such dramatics, I said calmly. Didn't I already tell you? I'm not going to kill you. It hurts. It hurts like I'm dying. The warehouse floor was a mess. Groaning bodies sprawled in every direction, some clutching their sides, others curled up and trembling. I pressed my foot down a little harder on the broken arm of the one who seemed to be their leader. Crack! His scream climbed an octave. Honestly, the noise was impressive. You're making a fuss over a few broken bones, I muttered, when you were perfectly fine trying to kill me earlier. The leader thrashed weakly, tears streaming down his face as snot bubbled out of his nose. Pathetic. Not only had I spared their lives, but I even made sure none of their injuries were fatal. And yet here they were, screaming like I committed some great injustice. The nerve of them. If it were me, I would clenched my teeth and endured it in silence, even if the pain was enough to knock me out cold. Survival comes first. Pride comes later. These men came here fully intending to murder me. They sharpened their blades, planned their ambush, and pulled the trigger first. So why should I show mercy? Just thinking about it again made my blood boil. Fucking bastards. I clicked my tongue quietly. I let something uncouth slip again. I took a slow breath and lifted my foot off the leader's arm. He collapsed limply, sobbing and gasping for air like a fish dragged onto land. The back alley itself, isn't bad. The real problem is this: getting tangled up with these kinds of people over and over again. Because of them, my language has gotten rougher. My temper's shorter. In just 1 week, my personality has noticeably shifted in a more aggressive direction, and I can say with confidence that it's entirely their fault. Art. I pressed my foot down harder, channeling all my irritation into the motion. He screamed like a slaughtered pig, thrashing beneath me, his voice echoing off the narrow brick walls. Honestly, it was excessive. After writhing in agony for what felt like forever, his eyes finally rolled back, foam bubbling at his lips before his body went limp. He passed out. Finally, silence. Bless silence. I exhaled slowly and stepped back. I was actually being gentle, I muttered to myself. I really was. I still had questions I wanted to ask after all, but watching a grown man flail around and scream like that was starting to get on my nerves. I couldn't take it anymore. Can't be helped. I turned away from the unconscious one and faced the other man slumped against the wall. Hey, I said calmly. I know you're conscious. Get up. Now. No response. His eyes were shut tight, his breathing deliberately shallow. An amateur act. I sighed and crossed my arms. I'll give you 3 seconds. I raised a finger. 3. Nothing. 2. I am sorry. He practically launched himself upright, scrambling backward until his spine hit the wall with a dull thud. His hands flew up defensively, palms out, eyes wide with terror. I didn't do anything. I swear. I was just watching. I didn't even touch anyone. I stared at him for a moment. Then I glanced down at his companion, still unconscious on the ground, and back at him. Watching, I repeated flatly. He nodded so hard I thought his neck might snap. Igriegagis. Watching only. I tried to stop him, even. I really did. A blatant lie. But right now, honesty mattered less than usefulness. I crouched down until we were at eye level. The moment I did, he flinched violently and smacked the back of his head against the wall again. Relax, I said calmly. If I wanted you unconscious too, you already would be. That didn't seem to reassure him in the slightest. Now, I continued, letting my voice cool. You're going to answer a few questions. And depending on your answers, you might walk away on your own 2 legs. He swallowed hard. Adam S. apple bobbing. Anything. I'll tell you anything. Good. That was always how it started. I straightened and casually spun my sword once in my hand, letting the blade hum softly as it cut through the air. I made sure my expression stayed cold and motionless. Who is it? P. Pardon? His eyes darted everywhere except my face. Don't play dumb. I said flatly. Who ordered you to take me down? They'll be well. Ha. He let out a strained, broken laugh, clearly trying to buy time. That was exactly why I hadn't knocked him out earlier. These people were disposable muscle thugs, didn't act on their own. Someone had paid them. Someone had pointed them at me. I stepped closer. His breathing grew shallow, frantic. I grabbed a fistful of his hair and yanked his head back without warning. Crack! Aff! He screamed, his body convulsing as strands of hair tore free in my hand. I'll ask one last time, I said quietly, my voice low enough that it barely sounded like a threat. Who is it? He thrashed weakly, hands clawing at my wrist. I didn't loosen my grip. Instead, I drew a dagger with my free hand and pressed the cold edge lightly against his throat. Just enough for him to feel it. Eek dash. A thin line of red appeared where the blade touched his skin. His eyes widened, pupils shaking violently. Fear is the most efficient language there is. No threats, no long speeches, just a clear reminder that your life can end at any moment. When people understand that, lies lose their value. As soon as the cold edge of my blade brushed against his neck, the thug's resistance collapsed completely. Kelkani. It was Kelkani. He ordered us. Kelkani? My hand paused for a fraction of a second. The bald guy? I asked calmly. Always reeks of smoke? Igriegagis. That's him. The answer came too quickly, too desperately. I pulled the blade back slightly, just enough to keep him breathing, and took a moment to sort through the noise in my head. That doesn't make sense. It can't be Kelkani. No, I said flatly. The one who hired you wasn't Kelkani. The thug swallowed hard. Why? Why do you think that? Why? Because Kelkani is already dead. Because he is not alive anymore. Silence. What? His eyes widened. Kelkani is dead? That's impossible. I saw him just yesterday. He was alive. He was wait, then how do you know that? His words started tumbling over each other, panic making his voice shrill. How does a filthy beggar know something like that? How could someone like me say it so confidently? I leaned closer, letting him see my face clearly in the dim light. I know, I said quietly, because I killed him. The color drained from his face. Why you? That's impossible. the thug whispered, shaking. Then who dash? Think, I interrupted, pressing the blade back against his skin. Who told you it was Kelkani? I don't know. He wore a cloak. He just said he was acting on Kelkani's orders. There it is. Someone using a dead man's name. A convenient scapegoat. I exhaled slowly, the pieces clicking together in my mind. So, someone resurrected a ghost, I muttered. Or at least pretended to. My grip tightened. If you're lying, I warned softly, you won't feel the blade. You'll just feel nothing. And no, I swear, that is everything I know. I stared at him for a long moment, then finally withdrew my sword. This was worse than I thought. Kelkani wasn't the mastermind. He was the mask, and whoever was hiding behind it knew exactly what they were doing. A week. That was all it took. Just 7 days, enough time for countless things to change. Enough time for a former noble, once wrapped in comfort and status, to become a whispered name in the back alleys. A wanted man hiding among filth and shadows. After my name was placed on the list, I slipped into this place using concealment magic. An alley the Empire had long since abandoned. A maze of crumbling buildings and narrow passageways, overflowing with vagrants, smugglers, and criminals who live by their own rules or no rules at all. Illegal deals happened in broad daylight. Screams in the night were ignored. This wasn't just a dangerous district. It was a lawless zone, quietly written off as a necessary loss. And the moment I set foot here, reality welcomed me without mercy. The first few days were hell. The instant I relaxed my guard, someone tried to rob me. Once, twice, too many times to count. Knives flashed in the dark. Hands reached from behind. Even sleep became a luxury I had to steal in short, broken intervals. Money meant almost nothing here. Even when I had coins, all I could buy was bread, so hard it scraped my throat raw. Water that tasted of rust. Meals that barely qualified as food. It didn't take long for my body to understand what my mind refused to accept. Everything I enjoyed until now had been a luxury. The warm meals at the academy. Clean bedsheets. People who bowed politely and called me Lord. I had always believed this world was peaceful. That life here, even outside the academy, was livable. Because the world I'd seen was full of light. After possessing the body of a noble, I lived inside safe walls, surrounded by order and abundance. I studied in well-equipped classrooms, trained under professors, and walked streets protected by guards. I never had to look beyond that. So I didn't I had vaguely assumed that, since this was a fantasy world from a webtoon, everyone must be living more or less happily. But those scenes were never shown. The starving children, the men who sold their dignity just to survive another day, the women who learned to smile while hiding knives behind their backs. The webtoon didn't need them, and neither did I until now. Only after being cast into this place did I finally understand. This world wasn't cruel because it was broken. It was cruel because it worked exactly as intended. The light existed because somewhere else, darkness was being ignored. I hadn't fallen into a worse world. I had simply fallen into the part of it I'd never been meant to see. Chapter 192. King of Back Alley 2. Just recently, when I passed through this place to rescue Lisa, all I noticed was the poverty. Back then, it felt distant, something I could observe from the outside and leave behind once my business was done. But now that I'd truly stepped into the middle of their lives, the reality was nothing like I had imagined. Is this really a place where people live? The question surfaced again and again as I walked through the slum. The neighborhood was so wretched it made the concept of daily life feel unreal. Several people died of starvation every single day. No one even bothered to count them anymore. Here, the weak losing what little they had of the wicked wasn't a tragedy, it was simply how things worked. Acts that would be unforgivable crimes elsewhere happened here with disturbing regularity. Murder, assault, violence, drugs, all of it blended into the background, treated as nothing more than part of the routine. No outright, no justice, just survival. And in the deepest shadow of this slum, far from the main paths, far from even the faintest sense of order, there was an underground room. Creak. The tightly sealed door protested as I pushed it open and stepped inside. This was a place where not a single ray of sunlight could reach, even at noon. The air was thick, heavy, carrying the stale scent of damp earth, and something far worse, something rotten. I activated the magic lantern ID brought with me. A soft glow spilled out, pushing back the darkness just enough to reveal what lay within. Soon, the interior of the room came fully into view. It was completely empty, no furniture, no windows, no decoration of any kind. Just bare stone walls swallowing up all light and sound. At the very center sat a man bound to a chair. MMPH. The moment I stepped inside, his body jerked violently, as if my presence alone had sent a shock through him. It was Bane. "Looks like you're awake," I said calmly. "Can you hear me?" "Nod, nod, nod." He nodded so hard it looked like his neck might snap. I dragged a chair from the corner of the room and sat down in front of him, making sure we were at eye level. "Ha dash. Huh." The instant I removed the gag from his mouth, Bane sucked in air greedily, gasping like a drowning man who had finally surfaced. Please put me back to sleep right now." That was the first thing he said. Not a denial, not a threat, not even a plea for mercy. He wanted to sleep again. His eyes were bloodshot, unfocused, trembling as they locked onto mine. Tears streamed down his face as he spoke, his voice cracking and hoarse. Watching him beg so desperately, half out of his mind, I fell into silence. How did it come to this? This wasn't what I had planned. Not really. The human mind is far more fragile than most people realize. Lock someone away in complete darkness, no light, no sound, no sense of time, and the LL start to break in just a few days. That was precisely why I hadn't done that. Instead, I'd chosen a different method. The dream orb. Rather than leaving him alone with nothing but his thoughts, I made him dream. Endlessly. While his body remained bound here, his mind wandered through carefully crafted dreams, some pleasant, some neutral, some not so much. I guided them gently at first, letting him believe he was free, that he'd escaped, that everything had returned to normal. And then, little by little, I added effort. To give him the happiest, most perfect dream imaginable, one where nothing was lacking, where every regret was erased. That had been my intention. But, hurry up and send me back. My wife Rain, she's waiting for me. It turned out to be a terrible choice. After tasting a dream that sweet, Bane began to cling to it with frightening intensity. Whenever I dragged him back to reality, even briefly, just to talk or check on his condition, his behavior grew worse. Restless, irritable, desperate, like an addict deprived of his drug. "First, eat this," I said firmly. "Then I'll let you dream again. Then give it to me already." He shouted. "Hurry up. Yeah, I get it. Just stop yelling, you bastard." At this rate, my ears really were going to fall off. I pulled a small pill from my pocket, carefully keeping it out of reach as Bane thrashed and reached for it with trembling hands. The pill's name was Unibeat. These days, it was widespread among slum dwellers, a cheap, mass-produced drug that provided the bare minimum nutrients needed to keep a human body alive. Nothing more, nothing less. It tasted awful, had lingering side effects, and left you feeling hollow afterward, but in situations like this, where proper food was hard to come by, it was invaluable. "Open your mouth," I said. Gulp. The moment I brought it close, Bane swallowed the pill without hesitation, like someone who'd done it countless times before. "You really are used to this," I muttered. His throat bobbed as he swallowed, and for a brief moment, his frantic breathing slowed. The tension in his shoulders eased just a little. "Now," he said hoarsely, eyes burning as he grabbed my sleeve, "send me back." I looked at him, really looked at him. His body was thin, too thin, like it had been worn down over time, rather than starved all at once. His cheeks were hollow, his skin pale, and deep shadows clung stubbornly beneath his eyes. He looked sickly, fragile, like someone who might collapse if a strong wind blew his way. And yet, when he spoke about that dream, about them, there was light in his voice. Too much light for someone in his condition. It was unsettling. "That's done now, right? So hurry." Bane urged me the moment he finished eating the Unibeat, his fingers twitching restlessly as if his mind refused to stay still. "All right, just wait a moment," I replied quietly. I placed my hand on his head and activated my ability. The flow of magic was gentle, barely a ripple, but the instant Bane sensed it, his tense body relaxed. His eyelids fluttered once, twice, and then he slumped backward, falling into a deep, unnatural sleep. I caught him before his head hit the ground and gently laid him down. Looking at Bane now, sleeping so peacefully, you'd never guess how much chaos he carried with him. I let out a small sigh. "You're nothing but trouble." At this point, handing Bane over to the Imperial family was no longer an option. If I did, they wouldn't hesitate. There would be no interrogation, no trial, just a quiet execution buried beneath official paperwork. And if that happened, the fragile calm that had finally settled over the city would shatter instantly. The resentment, the anger, the distrust, everything would flare up again, worse than before. But I couldn't keep hiding him forever either. Every day his condition worsened. His body was deteriorating faster than I'd anticipated, as if whatever sustained him was burning through his life itself. I clenched my fist. I need to do something, but what I can do right now is painfully limited. I don't have authority. I don't have legitimacy. And I certainly don't have the luxury of time. I guess there is no other answer. Seeing Bane like this today made one thing painfully clear. I don't have much time left. I'd been avoiding this conclusion, delaying it, pretending there might be another way. But there isn't. The time has finally come to move, to stop reacting and start taking control. Slowly, my gaze drifted toward the darkened window, where the distant glow of lanterns marked the labyrinth of alleyways beyond. The back alley, a place ruled by filth, fear, and nameless scum. A breeding ground for gangs, smugglers, and shadows that the law refused to acknowledge. If I wanted to protect myself, if I wanted to prevent this city from tearing itself apart again, then I needed power. Real power. "I'll have to devour the entire back alley," I muttered. "Not negotiate with it. Not clean it up. Devour it. Take everything territory, influence, information, and grind it down until nothing moved without my permission." I straightened, resolve settling heavily in my chest. It was time. Time to stop lurking in the shadows. Time to stop pretending I was just another player. If this damned neighborhood needed a ruler, then I would become its king. The back alley didn't change overnight. It was still filthy, still reeked of rot, cheap alcohol, and desperation. Lantern light barely reached the ground, swallowed by crooked buildings that leaned in like they were listening. But I had changed. I walked through the narrow passage without hiding my presence. No attempt to blend in. Just steady footsteps echoing against damp stone. That alone was enough to draw eyes. Whispers spread, first soft, uncertain. Then came the stairs. That isn't that. The one from the broadcast? I ignored them all. Power doesn't announce itself with words. It announces itself by not caring who's watching. Chapter 193. Unwritten Rules 1. After putting Bane back to sleep, I returned to that godforsaken back alley. The moment I stepped inside, I felt that eyes crawling over me from every direction. From the shadows, from behind broken crates, from the cracked windows above. But the instant they recognized my face, those gazes scattered, like cockroaches exposed to light. Disgusting bastards. These people were no different from hyenas. They lingered on the outskirts, waiting patiently for weakness, ready to tear someone apart the moment blood was spilled. I'd only been dealing with them for a week, yet that was more than enough to understand just how vicious and repulsive they were. The alley reeked of rot and desperation, and yet this place was useful. The reason I planned to devour this entire district wasn't born from some lofty ideal or sense of justice. Nothing so noble. The truth was simple. Right now, I lacked the means to properly hunt down Bane's remaining gang members. They were scattered, hiding like rats in the cracks of the city, blending into places the authorities never touched. But if I swallowed this underworld whole, that changed everything. These back alleys were home to beast people accustomed to crime in all its forms. Smugglers, information brokers, extortionists, thieves. Filth. Yes, but filth with eyes and ears everywhere. If I controlled them, finding Bane's people would become easy. Of course, if his comrades buried themselves deep enough. Even that might not be enough. But I wasn't walking in blind. I'd already squeezed Bane dry. Information, routes, safe houses, contacts, he spilled everything. All I had to do was promise him one thing. Sleep. A dream he could escape into. TSK. TSK. I clicked my tongue as I walked deeper into the alley, the sound echoing faintly off damp stone walls. So much for the resolve of a man who claimed he wanted revolution. In the end, he wasn't much different from the rest of them. Another desperate soul clinging to a fantasy when reality became unbearable. I have information, and with that information, I can unite every force available and bring them down in one sweep. It's the only move that makes sense. If I capture Bane along with all his underlings and personally hand them over to the Imperial family, there's a chance I'll be granted leniency. Not mercy, perhaps, but enough to survive. Enough to crawl out of this miserable hole I've been trapped in. If Bane were acting alone, the situation would be far more dangerous. A lone extremist could easily become a symbol, a spark that ignites revolution. Someone the masses could romanticize. But an organization? That changes everything. If it's exposed that this was a coordinated crime carried out by a structured group, then it's no longer dissent. It's treason. Clear, unambiguous, unforgivable. Once it's labeled as treason, the public won't mourn them. Even if every single one of them is executed, no one will dare protest. The Empire will crush them, and history will move on as if they never existed. From what I've gathered, the Imperial family has already rounded up most of the minor accomplices. The small fry, the disposable pieces. But those people don't matter. Lackeys never have proper evidence. They don't know enough. And even if they do, their words hold no weight. What matters are the leaders. The ones who planned it. The ones who gave the orders. The ones who believed they could challenge the Empire and get away with it. If I bring them in, everything changes. The charges will be solid. The narrative will be complete. And in the process, I can finally rid myself of this tiresome life of scraping by, constantly looking over my shoulder, never knowing when the next misfortune will strike. Good. Perfect. I let out a slow breath, my fingers tightening unconsciously. Now that the plan is in place, there's no reason to hesitate. The board has been set. The pieces are in motion. All that's left is to execute it. I walked forward without hesitation. My destination was Clear Kelkani's mansion. Bang! The door flew off its hinges as I kicked it open. Long time no see, you bastards. Why you? Fei's eyes went wide the instant he saw my face. For a split second, his brain clearly failed to catch up with reality. Yeah, nice to see you too. When I smiled brightly at him, the shock on his face twisted into something far uglier rage mixed with fear. TCH, still wearing that disgusting expression, I see. Why are you back here after killing our boss? Fei shouted. Why? I tilted my head slightly. Obviously because I have business here. Fei pulled out a knife and held it out in front of him, his grip trembling just slightly. That knife. Wasn't he that Kelkani's? I remembered how Fei had been sobbing like a child when Kelkani died, screaming about loyalty and revenge. Looks like those tears dried up fast. While mourning his boss, he must help himself to all of Kelkani's belongings. Figures. Back alley thugs never had loyalty to begin with. I never expected otherwise. Anyone who truly believed in loyalty or justice would been dead long before climbing this far in the underworld. You got some nerve showing your face here again, Fei snarled. Do you want to die? I snorted at the threat. Relax, I said lightly. If I wanted you dead, you wouldn't even be standing here. But it was clear he wasn't listening to a single word. The finger pointing at me trembled uncontrollably, the tip shaking so hard it looked like it might snap. His breathing was shallow, uneven, pure fear written all over his face. He is terrified. Well, that was understandable. Fei knew exactly what I was capable of. Anyone in his position would be nervous. Still, The only reason he hadn't T-bolted already was because his subordinates were watching. Pride, or maybe desperation, was the only thing keeping his feet rooted to the ground. After a brief pause, I straightened and spoke again. All right, you pass. What? Fei stumbled back a step, eyes wide with confusion. His reaction actually made me reassess him a little. Good. That hesitation, that uncertainty. At least he wasn't groveling. He was already leagues better than Kelkani, the fool who begged for his life, and then, in a final burst of stupidity, leapt off a building to his own death. At the very least, Fei wasn't pitiful. Hey, Fei, I said casually. Don't you want to live a better life? What are you talking about all of a sudden? His voice was wary now, suspicion mixing with fear. Don't you want to climb higher? I continued. Move up in the world. Stop scraping by at the bottom. He didn't answer, but I could see it in his eyes. Interest. Fei swallowed, clearly struggling to understand where this was going. I took a step closer, lowering my voice so only he could hear me. Let's work on something together. His body stiffened. I leaned in just a little more, my tone calm, almost friendly. I'm not here to crush you. I'm offering you an opportunity, one that doesn't come twice. And why? Fei asked slowly. Would someone like you need someone like me? A good question. I smiled. Because you're scared, but you're not stupid, I replied. And people like that know how to survive. I straightened, giving him space again. You can walk away right now, I added. Go back to the way things were. Always looking over your shoulder. Always one mistake away from disappearing. His fists clenched. Or, I said softly, you can listen. The silence stretched between us. Fei didn't lower his hand, but he didn't pull it back either. And that told me everything I needed to know. I had his attention. Ayard. A scream tore through the slums. The back alleys usually drowned in silence and rot, where despair clung to the air like damp fog were suddenly transformed into a living hell. Steel clashed. Blood splattered against cracked stone walls. Bodies collapsed one after another as armed men flooded the narrow streets. Fei, you son of a bitch. What the hell do you think you're doing? A burly man roared as he staggered backward, his eyes wide with disbelief. Around him, his subordinates were already being cut down. Some were trampled underfoot. Others fell clutching their throats, choking on their own blood. The ground was slick with red. Fei stood at the center of the chaos, utterly relaxed. He brushed a speck of blood from his coat and smiled. Isn't it obvious? He said lightly. I'm reorganizing the power structure. You crazy bastard. The man shouted. Did you lose your mind after Kelkani died? You are breaking the unwritten rules of the back alleys. Fei tilted his head, as if genuinely puzzled. Unwritten rules? He echoed. Where exactly are those written? His smile widened slow, cruel, amused. This place has never run on rules, he continued. Only on strength. The burly man's face twisted in fury as another of his men screamed and fell behind him. You think this will end well for you? He snarled. You'll pay for this. Every gang in the slums will come for your head. Ha! Fei let out a quiet chuckle. I doubt it. Before the man could react, Fei raised a hand. In an instant, one of Fei's subordinates lunged forward, blade flashing. Ayard! The scream was cut short as the burly man collapsed to his knees, blood pouring from a deep gash across his chest. He tried to speak, but only a wet, gurgling sound escaped his lips before he fell face first into the filth. Fei stepped over the body without a second glance. Chapter 194. When the heads fall, the chaos ends in rage. By Fei's mocking tone, the man roared and swung his massive sword down with all his strength. But bang! A sharp impact rang out. Guck dash! The man's body lurched violently, his grip loosening as something invisible struck him square in the torso. Before he could even regain his balance, Fei moved. In a single, fluid motion, he stepped in and drove a knife straight into the man's chest. Thud! The blade sank deep. The man's eyes widened, his mouth opening as if to scream, but no sound came out. His sword slipped from his fingers, clattering uselessly to the ground as his body collapsed forward. Dead. It should have ended there. But Fei Eyes didn't stop. Once, twice, 3 times. The knife plunged into the man's chest again and again. Wet sounds echoing through the space until there was nothing left but a lifeless corpse and a spreading pool of blood. Only then did Fei Eyes straighten up. "Boss!" Someone called out, their voice trembling. Fei Eyes turned toward us, his face splattered with crimson. And then he smiled, brightly, cheerfully, as if he'd just finished a pleasant conversation rather than brutally ending a life. The contrast was unsettling enough to make my stomach twist. With an almost casual motion, Fei Eyes reached into the air and produced a neatly folded handkerchief from nowhere. He calmly wiped the blood from his face, his smile never fading before tucking the cloth away. Then he walked toward me, boots stepping through the blood without hesitation. "Sorry about the mess," he said lightly, as if apologizing for spilled tea. He was louder than I expected. His eyes flicked briefly toward the corpse behind him, utterly devoid of emotion. Then back to me. "Oh my, we could handle this ourselves. Why did you bother coming all the way here?" "Handled it? My ass. You were a split second away from dying just now." "Ah, come on. I could dodge that," Fei Eyes replied casually, brushing imaginary dust off his shoulder. "That attack was nothing." What a nonsense. The man's strike had been fast, brutal, and lethal. There was no way Fei Eyes could avoided it. Anyone with eyes could tell. And yet, completely unaware of that fact, he stood there wearing a smug, self-satisfied grin, genuinely convinced he would one on his own. I narrowed my eyes at him. So this is the limit of a second-in-command. Fei Eyes was capable, no denying that. He handled logistics well, kept the underlings in line, and had decent instincts in battle. But when it came down to raw strength, true killing intent, or decisive power, he always came up short. If he were actually exceptional in combat, there's no way he would stayed under an idiot like Kelkani for so long. Strong men don't serve fools, they replace them. All the remaining men have surrendered. Someone shouted from the far end of the warehouse. "Really?" Fei Eyes brightened immediately. He turned toward me, clapping his hands together. "Boss, then let us head back. Looks like everything here is wrapped up nicely." I glanced around. The gang members were kneeling on the floor, weapons discarded, faces pale with fear. The moment their leader fell, their will to fight vanished completely. No loyalty, no backbone, just survival instinct kicking in. Pathetic but predictable. And just like that, another criminal organization had been wiped off the map. No one here felt even a shred of sympathy. These men weren't victims of circumstance or desperation. They were traffickers, extortionists, murderers, people who built their lives on the misery of others and slept soundly because they believed no one would ever touch them. If anything, the city would breathe easier tonight. Their main source of income was human trafficking, kidnapping people in the shadows, branding them as property, and selling them like livestock. There were no ordinary people among them. Not a single one. "How many are left?" I asked quietly. I think about 2 more," came the hesitant reply. After swallowing countless smaller criminal groups whole, only a few major organizations remained. The ones entrenched deep enough to believe they were untouchable. Once we seized control of those last remnants, everything would finally be in place. All preparations complete. The thought made my chest tighten. I was getting closer. Closer to returning to my original position. Closer to reclaiming what I had lost. 12 days. That is how long it had been since I became a wanted man and arrived here. Only 12 days, yet it felt like months. So much had happened in that short span of time. I had fallen from the comfortable life of a noble straight into the filth at the bottom of the empire. Stripped of protection, stripped of status, forced to survive with nothing but my own judgment and resolve. And in the process, I learned more than I ever had at the academy. That vague dream I once had, graduate, then travel freely across the world. How naive it seemed now. Reckless, even. I hadn't understood anything back then. Not the weight of power. Not the cruelty lurking beneath polite smiles. not how easily people were crushed when no one was watching. This world, this empire looked pristine on the surface, orderly, prosperous, civilized. But underneath, it was rotten to the core. Corruption had seeped into every crack of society. As long as their coffers were full, nobles looked the other way. Officials pretended not to see anything because the moment they did, responsibility would follow. And in those blind spots, monsters were born. Human trafficking, rape, murder, crimes piled up one after another. And ordinary citizens were left defenseless. Life in the capital was still relatively safe, thanks to the abundance of knights and constant patrols. But once you stepped outside, into the provincial cities, security fell apart completely. Law enforcement was inconsistent, underfunded, or outright corrupt. In the end, the world I had once consumed as a fantasy romance webtoon was nothing like reality. It was darker, messier, crueler. Of course, that didn't mean I'd abandon my dream of traveling the world. If anything, it only made me want to see it with my own eyes to understand it, instead of clinging to a prettied-up illusion. That was when Boss Fei Eyes. We've got a big problem. The shout echoed through the warehouse, sharp and panicked. Fei Eyes, who had been calmly checking a ledger, frowned and looked up. What else with all the shouting? The Chirpa gang and the Jinshipa gang dash. The subordinate swallowed hard before finishing his sentence. They're both heading here. Together. The room fell silent. What? Fei Eyes' expression hardened instantly. Don't tell me they VE joined forces. That's exactly it. TCH, damn it. Fei Eyes slammed his fist against the table, the sound ringing sharply through the room. His jaw clenched as his eyes darkened with irritation and something closer to concern. What else with that reaction? Confused by the sudden shift in atmosphere, I tilted my head and spoke up. What's going on? Fei Eyes turned to me, his face tense. Boss, the last two remaining gangs have allied. I blinked. That it? From the way everyone was reacting, I'd expected something far worse. Two gangs teaming up hardly felt worthy of this much panic. At least, that was what I thought. When Fei Eyes saw the look on my face, he let out a dry laugh, one completely devoid of humor. You really don't get it, he said quietly. His voice was stiff, almost strained. Those two groups hate each other more than anyone else in this district. They've been killing each other for years. So, Fei Eyes ran a hand through his hair, agitation clear on his face. That's exactly why this is bad. They've been enemies for so long that I never once imagined they'd join hands. If they did, then this isn't just a random clash anymore. Before I could respond, the noise outside suddenly intensified. Shouts, footsteps, the unmistakable chaos of too many people moving at once. Kill all these bastards. We're screwed. Boss, let us retreat for now, boss. A group burst into the warehouse, panic written all over their faces. As Fei Eyes had said, the numbers were overwhelming. Two organizations combined meant dozens more flooding in from every direction, weapons drawn, eyes burning with hostility. They swarmed the building like ants. And among that mass, two men stood out immediately. They didn't shout. They didn't rush forward. They simply watched. Men like that didn't need to announce themselves. The way the others instinctively parted around them, the confidence in their posture, the vicious calm in their eyes, leaders. I didn't hesitate. Before Fei Eyes could even react, I pushed off the ground and sprinted straight toward them. What the dash? Too late. Slash. My blade cut through the air in a clean arc ARRRGH. Both men screamed as crimson lines tore across their chests. Blood sprayed forward, splattering the floor, the walls, the people closest to them. They collapsed almost simultaneously, their bodies hitting the ground with dull, wet thuds. Huh. The warehouse fell deathly silent. No one moved. No one breathed. The only thing left was the heavy stench of blood hanging thick in the air. Dozens of eyes stared at me wide, stunned, unable to process what they had just seen. The leaders cut down in a single exchange. No warning. No straged. I wiped the blade clean with a slow flick of my wrist. Then, without sparing them another glance, I turned my back on the frozen crowd and walked calmly toward the exit. Footsteps echoed behind me, but no one dared follow. By the time I stepped outside, the noise was gone, replaced by silence and fear. Sometimes, chaos didn't need a long fight to end. Sometimes, all it took was removing the head. Chapter 195. A bargain forged in the shadows. Wah. Cheers erupted throughout the back alley warehouse as mugs were slammed together and laughter filled the air. After forcibly uniting all the criminal organizations that lurked in the slums, we ended up throwing what could only be called a grand party, at least by their standards. The alcohol was cheap, burning my throat on the way down, and the snacks were barely passable. Stale bread, greasy meat of questionable origin. Still, the gang members seemed to be having the time of their lives. They drank, shouted, sang off-key songs, and boasted about how today marked the beginning of a new era for the underworld. I, on the other hand, simply ate to keep my stomach from growling, my expression completely flat. For them, this was a feast. For me, it was barely tolerable. Having grown used to proper meals, warm plates, seasoned meat, freshly baked bread, this whole spread felt painfully lacking. I want a steak. A thick one, medium rare, with sauce. I really need to get back to the academy soon and eat something decent before I forget what real food tastes like. Ha ha, boss. I had no idea you were that strong. Fei eyes strode over, his face flushed from drink and excitement, clapping me on the shoulder a bit harder than necessary. He'd been like this all night, endlessly praising me, replaying the scene from earlier as if it were a heroic legend. The way you took them down, that lightning boom, one swing, and they were finished. I swear, boss, I got chills. I chewed on my bread and swallowed before answering. It wasn't anything special. Fei eyes blinked, then laughed even louder. Huh, that's exactly what a real monster would say. I didn't bother correcting him. To be honest, cutting down a few thugs who couldn't even use aura wasn't particularly impressive. If anything, it felt tedious, like swatting flies that didn't know when to stop buzzing. Still, the result mattered more than the process. But Fei eyes continued, lowering his voice slightly as he leaned in. There is something I don't quite get. I glanced at him. What? Why did you spare those two? He asked. Wouldn't it be safer to just get rid of them? Eliminate potential problems before they come back to bite us. The common sense of the back alleys was simple. Don't leave loose ends. If you do, you'll get stabbed in the back when you least expect it. That was the rule everyone lived by down there. Normally, that would meant killing them on the spot, no witnesses, no future problems. But I didn't kill those two. Not out of mercy. Out of practicality. They still had value. They were dealing in drugs and illegal weapons, right? I asked. That's right, came the answer, which is why they had the most money. Chirpa and Jinseepa. I had no idea what those names were supposed to mean. Probably nonsense words chosen because they sounded intimidating enough to command fear in the alleys. People like that love theatrics. Names aside, what mattered was what they did. Drug trafficking, illegal weapons, smuggling routes that never appeared on any official map. That meant one thing. They knew the capital better than almost anyone. Not the surface, the grand streets, noble districts, or shining plazas, but the parts no one talked about. The narrow passages between buildings, the sewer shortcuts, the abandoned warehouses repurposed as meeting points. They moved quietly, secretly, without ever drawing attention. They had to. Otherwise, they'd have been erased long ago. And that made them perfect. I'm searching for Bane's remaining henchmen, people who won to show up in records. People who vanish the moment the authorities get close. Finding them by normal means would take months, maybe years. But people like Chirpa and Jinseepa, they knew how to find ghosts. That was why they were still breathing. Leaving behind the drunken, rowdy gang members sprawled across the floor laughing, groaning. Completely oblivious to how close they'd come to death, I headed upstairs. The second floor was quieter. Too quiet. Each step creaked under my boots as I climbed, the noise echoing faintly through the wooden structure. My hand rested loosely on the hilt of my sword, not tense but ready. This was the part where negotiations really began. Downstairs had been a show of force. Up here would be the real conversation. What do you want, Reaper? Sensing my presence, the man lying on the bed slowly opened his eyes. Callus, the former leader of Chirpa. The moment the word left his mouth, I frowned. Reaper? That is what everyone calls you now, he said hoarsely. They say when you show up, the wind of death follows. So that is how it spread. I'd never once given my name to anyone. I couldn't afford to. Being identified here would be inconvenient at best and fatal at worst. Not that it mattered much in a place like this. Everyone here was a criminal anyway. Still, I was a special case. And apparently, in the absence of a name, they decided to give me a title instead. A troublesome one. I stepped closer, my shadow falling over him. And you're awfully casual for someone in your position, I said quietly. Callus didn't answer. He kept speaking to me like an equal, as if he'd forgotten who was standing in front of him. I found that irritating. Without another word, I placed my foot lightly against his chest and applied pressure. GHK-EEM soda. I apologize. The reaction was immediate. Too immediate. His body stiffened, his breath hitched, and panic flooded his eyes. His tone flipped instantly, dripping with respect and fear. Honestly, what a drama queen. I withdrew my foot and clicked my tongue. I barely touched you. It had been nothing more than a shallow cut, hardly worth calling an injury. And yet he reacted like I stabbed him through the heart. I'll never understand people like this. They butcher others without hesitation, tear organs from living bodies, sell human lives like livestock. But when pain is directed at them, they crumble. Get up, I said coldly. Who told you could lie there so comfortably? Why, yes. At least he was perceptive. If he lacked pride, he made up for it with survival instincts. I watched as Callus struggled to sit up, then staggered to his feet, swaying slightly as if the room itself had turned against him. He avoided my gaze, sweat dripping down his temple. Pathetic. I crossed my arms and looked him over, taking my time. Curious why I kept you alive? Yes. Actually, I am. Callus had gotten back on his feet, but his body remained tense. His eyes tracked my every movement, sharp and wary, like a cornered animal waiting for the slightest mistake. You deal in drugs, I said calmly. That means you know the capital better than most people. The back alleys, the slums, the places even guards don't bother checking. That's right, he answered quickly. The stuff we distribute is cheap factory-made junk. Our customers are mostly poor people. If you want information, there's nowhere I can't reach. I nodded slowly. Then if I asked you to catch a few people from me, how long would it take? For a brief moment, he didn't answer. Then I saw it, the shift in his eyes. Understanding. Well, he said carefully, choosing his words, it depends on how many people you're talking about. But if it's just a handful, I could do it within a day. At most. Within a day? I raised an eyebrow. Yes, he said firmly now, confidence creeping into his voice. If I focus only on that, it's doable. Of course it was. This was his world. His territory. For the first time since I met him, we were speaking on ground where he had the advantage. And he knew it. Now that his value was clear, he could see a thin lifeline stretching out in front of him. Hope. I'll give you exactly one day, I said. I'll provide the names and descriptions. You bring them all in. Alive. Callus swallowed, then nodded. Understood. There was a brief pause. Then, hesitantly. Then, may I ask, he said, is there any sort of reward? I let out a quiet laugh. A reward? I repeated. His shoulders stiffened, as if he feared he'd overstepped. I am not asking for much. Just something to make it worth the risk. I stepped close enough that he had no choice but to tilt his head back to meet my gaze. Handling men like this was simple. Give them hope, then make sure they cling to it. There's a way out, I said calmly. If the results are satisfactory, I'll spare your life. Not only that I give you a position in the organization. Do your job well, and you won't have to live like this anymore. Oh, really? His eyes widened, fear instantly replaced by desperate excitement. I'll do it. I'll do anything I work hard. I swear. Good. I turn away slightly. Come to my room later. I'll give you the details then. Yes. The way his eyes sparkled almost made me laugh. Perfect. Now Callus would throw himself into the mission with everything he had. Fear had kept him obedient, but hope would make him efficient. I stood and turned toward the other man, who had been watching the exchange in tense silence. His jaw was tight, his eyes flicking between me and Callus as if trying to decide whether this was salvation or another trap. I took a step toward him. By the way, Mr. Reaper? I stopped, slowly turned my head. Fuck, I said flatly. Call me that one more time, and I'll cut your throat. Dash. Sorta. He stiffened instantly. Then what should I call you? Boss. You understood, boss. The change was immediate. His posture straightened. His voice sharpened. Gone was the sluggish resignation replaced by alertness and resolve. Hope really was a powerful thing. To him, this was a chance at survival. A chance to crawl out of the gutter and stand on solid ground again. Whether he succeeded or failed was up to him. I glanced at both of them, silently assessing their expressions, their breathing, the subtle shifts in their stances. Fear, ambition, desperation, good, raw materials. Now all the pieces were in place. I turned toward the door. Well then, I said, my voice steady and cold, let us begin. The real work was about to start. Chapter 196, The Ladder Late at Night. In a remote corner of the capital, far from the brightly lit main streets, darkness clung stubbornly to the narrow alleys. Not a single lantern burned here. Huff, huff. A cloaked figure sprinted through the deserted street, footsteps echoing sharply against the stone pavement. His breathing was ragged, uneven panic made flesh. The man glanced back more than once, as if something invisible were snapping at his heels. Thud! He slipped into a narrow alley and pressed himself against the wall, clutching his chest. His heart pounded so violently it felt like it might burst through his ribs. He tried to slow his breathing, tried to be silent. Please, please don't let them find me. But hope was short-lived. Where do you think you're going? Jiga. I appeared out of the darkness in an instant and drove my foot straight into his face. A clean dropkick. The man never even had time to react. His body lifted off the ground and slammed hard against the alley wall before crumpling to the floor. The impact was brutal. He twitched once, then went completely limp unconscious from the blow to his head, utterly incapable of getting back up. Huff, huff. You finally caught him, boss. Fayez stumbled into the alley a moment later, hands on his knees as he gasped for air. His eyes locked onto the fallen man, wide with disbelief and relief. I thought he'd slip away for sure, he added, straightening up slowly. That bastard has been running us in circles for days. I looked down at the unconscious figure, nudging him lightly with my foot to confirm he wasn't faking it. No response. Running only makes it worse. I said flatly. Fayez let out a short laugh, wiping sweat from his brow. Guess he finally learned that the hard way. The others. Did you catch them? Yes. Callus already captured 8 of them and gathered everyone at the hideout. 8? I blinked, momentarily caught off guard. He is more competent than I gave him credit for. He bragged that it would take a day, and I assumed that was optimism at best. In my mind, this was the kind of job that dragged on for several days, chasing shadows through alleyways, flushing rats out holes one by one. But he actually did it, within a single day. Then that leaves only one. This man in front of me. 9 in total. All the remaining henchmen I learned about from Bane, every last one of them had been accounted for. No more loose ends lurking in the dark. No more names scribbled in the back of my mind, waiting to resurface at the worst possible moment. Now all that's left is to take them Bane included to the Knight's Order. And then it's over. I let out a slow breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. So this is what relief feels like. For the first time in a long while, my shoulders felt lighter. The tension that had been coiled tight in my chest finally began to loosen. Too much has happened. Being branded a wanted man overnight. Barely scraping by in the slums. Sleeping with one eye open. Never knowing when someone would come for my head. Hunting down criminal organizations one after another. Dragging myself through filth and blood just to survive. All of it, every hardship. Every close call flashed through my mind like a badly edited montage. And now, somehow, ID reached the end of it. Why get back? What should I do first? Eat something good? No, definitely not. I want a bath. A long one. Hot water. Clean towels. No stench of blood or damp stone clinging to my skin. I want to scrub away every trace of these back alleys, every memory of rot and desperation. Then maybe, just maybe, I'll sleep. Aprupe slup. One where I don't have to wake at the slightest sound. I glanced once more at the grimy surroundings. The familiar filth of the underground world I'd been forced to live in. Yeah, I muttered quietly. I'm done with this place. Soon, I'd finally be able to leave these filthy back alleys behind for good. The thought alone lifted my mood. Once this mess was wrapped up, I could return to the academy. Back to clean halls, scheduled classes, and a life that didn't stink of damp stone and blood. Just as I was indulging in that pleasant fantasy, a sharp voice cut through my thoughts. Boss, come look at this. Fey eyes. I frowned. What now? Suppressing my irritation, I walked over to where he was standing. He looked unusually tense, clutching something in his hands. This, he said, holding it out to me. It was a crumpled piece of paper, wrinkled and smudged, as if it had been stuffed into a pocket and gripped far too tightly. What is this supposed to be? I asked. I don't know, Fey Eyes replied. But that guy he would let go of it, even when he went down. My gaze shifted briefly to the unconscious man lying nearby. So this was something he protected even in the middle of chaos. That alone made it suspicious. I took the paper from Fey Eyes and slowly unfolded it. The creases were deep, the edges worn soft, as if it had been read over and over again. It was a letter, addressed to someone. Can you even read this? I asked without looking up. Nope, Fey Eyes said immediately. Can't read a damn thing. As expected, that was probably why he called me over in the first place. Around here, being able to read wasn't exactly common. Unless you were nobility or closely tied to them letters, might as well be magic scrolls. Even Fey Eyes, who was considered relatively sharp compared to the others here, couldn't read it. Letters had always belonged to the privileged. Words, writing, education, these weren't just tools for communication. They were tools of control. The more ignorant the lower classes remained, the easier they were to rule. That was why most empowered deliberately withheld education, turning literacy itself into a weapon. But there were exceptions. There was once a great man who created a writing system solely for his people. A king who believed that knowledge should not be hoarded by the elite. The legendary King Sejong. As always, I found myself briefly awed by his greatness. Then reality snapped back into place. I lowered my gaze and slowly read the letter myself. And as I did, these crazy bastards, the words slipped out before I could stop them. The further I read, the colder my blood became. Each line was worse than the last, but nothing prepared me for what waited at the very end. Unbelievable. They're going to blow up the Imperial Palace? I shouted. These guys are completely insane. What? Fey Eyes recoiled in shock. What do you mean? Why would they blow up the palace? I clenched the tattered letter in my hand. It was old, wrinkled, and smeared with dirt, as if it had passed through countless hands before reaching mine. At the very bottom, written almost carelessly, was the final message. They had already planted explosives inside the Imperial Palace. The execution date was set for tomorrow, the Emperor's birthday celebration. For a moment, the room went completely silent. Tomorrow? Fey Eyes whispered, his face draining of color. That's impossible, right? No, I said grimly. That's exactly why they chose that day. Tomorrow, the palace would be packed. Nobles, foreign dignitaries, high-ranking officials, knights, servants, and at the center of it, all the emperor himself. If those bombs went off, it wouldn't just be an assassination. It would be a massacre, an act of terror meant to shake the empire to its core. My mind raced. Security would be at its tightest during the celebration, but that also meant chaos. Too many people, too many blind spots, too many places to hide something deadly. Whoever planned this knew exactly what they were doing. The Emperor's 50th birthday banquet was tomorrow, a single day carefully chosen. Every pillar of the empire would be gathered in one place. High nobles, military commanders, court magi, influential families, and of course, the emperor himself. They were exploiting that convergence, planning to wipe them all out in one stroke. An absurd fantasy one most people probably entertained at least once in idle resentment, if they all disappeared at the same time. But imagining it and actually preparing to carry it out were two very different things. Who in their right mind would seriously plan something like this? What should we do, boss? Fei Eyes asked, his voice tight with panic. I could see it in his eyes. He understood just how insane this was. It's already too late, I said quietly. Fei Eyes stiffened. If they're talking about bombs being planted, I continued, staring at the letter in my hand. Then preparations are already complete. This isn't a plan anymore. It's execution. The stage where all that S left is to light the fuse. A bitter taste crept up my throat. Who would have thought they'd attempt something like this after Bane disappeared? I had assumed his fall would scatter them, leave the remnants scrambling to survive. Instead, it seems he left behind fanatics. Then shouldn't we inform the Knights? Fei Eyes blurted out. The Imperial Knights have to know. I closed my eyes for a moment before answering. No, we can't. Fei Eyes froze. Why not? They want to believe us. The words felt heavy, but they were true. No matter how desperately criminals like us shouted warnings. To them we'd just be criminals trying to save our own skins or worse, stirring chaos for personal gain. At best, I continued, they'll laugh it off. At worst, they'll arrest us for spreading false information and lock us away before tomorrow. Fei Eyes clenched his fists. But this is real. People are going to die. I know. That was the problem. The only thing we had was this letter, anonymous and signed, dripping with madness and certainty. One piece of paper wasn't enough to cancel an imperial celebration decades in the making. Not when it involved the Emperor's honor and the pride of the entire empire. Silence settled between us. Then Fei Eyes spoke again, more quietly this time. So what we do? Chapter 197. Torture specialist, do I really have no choice but to act myself? Either I find the bombs and disable them, or at the very least I make contact with Anna and coordinate from there. No matter what it takes, I need to get into the Imperial Palace. Sneaking in wouldn't be the problem. With invisibility magic, slipping past guards and wards should be manageable. Risky but doable. The real issue was something else entirely. The problem is where exactly they've hidden the bombs, I muttered. If they were scattered throughout the palace or worse, placed somewhere critical, charging and blind would be suicide. One wrong move, one delayed response, and everything would be over. Then, should we find out? I turned toward the voice. What? I asked. You mean you? Well, not me exactly, Fei Eyes said lightly, a crooked smile tugging at his lips. But we do have a specialist on our team. A specialist? I stared at him, confusion playing on my face. What kind of specialist can locate bombs without triggering them? Fei Eyes didn't answer immediately. Instead, he raised his hands and began making exaggerated gestures, idly inspecting his fingernails, tapping them together, then flicking his tongue out as if tasting the air. The movements were casual, almost playful, yet somehow I understood immediately. You don't mean, Fei Eyes hummed, cutting me off. Exactly that. So that's what he meant. Someone who didn't search places but people. Someone skilled at extracting information, not through spells or machines, but through methods that made people want to talk, or left them with no other choice. I exhaled slowly. You're saying we can get the bomb locations directly from the perpetrators. If they're still alive, Fei Eyes replied calmly. And if they actually know, that casual tone of his made my skin prickle. I fell silent. So Fei Eyes has someone who is good at torture. It wasn't an appealing suggestion. From a modern perspective, torture was repulsive, something to be condemned without question. I always believed that. But this was a time for ideals. If even one bomb went off, the damage would be irreversible. Lives would be lost. Panic would spread. The academy and possibly the capital itself would descend into chaos. I clenched my jaw. I needed the locations. By any means necessary. Fine, I said at last. Bring him here. But make sure he has someone who knows how to keep his mouth shut. Don't worry about that. Fei Eyes answered instantly, far too cheerfully. Before I could say anything else, he turned on his heel and disappeared down the corridor. The silence he left behind felt heavier than before. I stood there, arms crossed, staring at the door. A part of me hoped Fei Eyes wouldn't come back. Another part prayed that he wouldn't soon. It didn't take long. The door opened again, and Fei Eyes stepped inside, followed by a man I didn't recognize. This is him, Fei Eyes said simply. The man bowed politely. Greetings, sir. I blinked. This guy? I looked him over carefully. He was slender, almost fragile-looking, with neatly combed hair and clean clothes. If I pass him on the street, I would mistaken him for a quiet clerk or a bookish assistant, not someone pulled from the back alleys. He didn't look like a torture specialist at all. The only thing that fell off was his eyes. What is wrong with his eyes? I asked quietly. Fei Eyes glanced at him, then back at me. You noticed. I struggled to find the right words. They weren't bloodshot, wearing sharp or cruel. They were just empty, not dull hollow, like wells that had been drained long ago, leaving nothing behind. No emotion, no hosetastion, no humanity. Just looking into them made an unpleasant chill crawl up my spine. The man met my gaze without flinching, without blinking. Is there a problem, sir? He asked gently. His voice was calm, polite, almost warm. That somehow made it worse. Fei Eyes smiled faintly. Don't worry. He asked very professional. He want to enjoy it, and he want to talk about it afterward. I swallowed. I see. I said slowly. And his loyalty? Fei Eyes didn't hesitate. Absolute. The man bowed again. I exist to extract truths. A shiver ran down my spine. I looked away first. Fei Eyes caught the subtle change in my expression and immediately tried to reassure me, clearly misunderstanding the reason for my discomfort. See, come on. He might look like that, but he is actually very diligent at his work. That's right. The man added enthusiastically. I'll work hard no matter what you order me to do. All right. Sure, I replied vaguely. I appreciated the enthusiasm. Truly. But the longer this conversation dragged on, the more uneasy I felt. Something about the man's eager grin paired with the aura of someone who enjoyed his job a little too much made my instincts scream at me to move things along. So I got straight to the point. See that man tied up over there? I said, gesturing toward the bound figure slumped against the pillar. I need you to find out where the bombs mentioned in this letter are hidden. Can you do that? Yes, I can. The answer came far too quickly. Good, I said after a brief pause. Then, give a try. Yes, sir. With a confident stride, the torture specialist stepped forward and placed his bag on the floor. Then, one by one, he began pulling out the contents. A hammer, nippers, a saw, an awl. Each metallic clink echoed unpleasantly in the quiet warehouse. I felt my eyebrow twitch. You carry all that around? I asked before I could stop myself. Preparedness is the foundation of professionalism, he replied proudly, carefully laying each tool out on the table as if presenting priceless artifacts. The metallic clink echoed far too clearly in the room. I stared at the growing lineup of instruments with a stiff expression. Aren't those all construction tools? Why would anyone need this many for an interrogation? No more importantly, why did he look so happy? My gaze slowly shifted to the specialist's face, just in time to see him pick up the awl and smile in a way that sent a chill straight down my spine. Ah, I see now. So that is how it is. I just remembered I have something important to take care of, I said quickly, already taking a step back. I'll leave this to you. Just let me know the results later. Understood. The man answered enthusiastically. Leave everything to me. That was the last thing I wanted to hear. Before he could say another word or worse, before he could start, I turned on my heel and fled the room. The door had barely closed behind me when ARGH, a scream so raw it made my scalp prickle tore through the corridor. I froze for half a second. Nope. I pretended I hadn't heard anything. With my heart pounding and cold sweat forming at my temples, I quickened my pace and left the area entirely, abandoning that hellish sound behind me. Some truths didn't need to be witnessed firsthand. And some methods, well, I was very, very glad they weren't my responsibility. I didn't stop walking until I was several corridors away. Even then, the echo of that scream clung to my ears like a curse. I leaned against the cold stone wall, closed my eyes, and exhaled slowly. "This is necessary," I muttered, more to convince myself than anything else. For the first few minutes, the sounds didn't stop. Muffled cries leaked through the thick walls, dull, distorted, as if the building itself were trying to smother them. Occasionally, there was a sharp clang of metal, followed by a pause. Then another scream, hoarse and desperate. I pressed my fingers into my temples. I didn't need to imagine what was happening inside. My mind was already doing a fine job of that on its own. Time stretched. 5 minutes. 10. Eventually, even the screams began to change. They lost their edge. The raw panic dulled into something weaker, broken gasps, pleading voices that no longer carried strength. Only fear. Words I couldn't make out. Promises. Begging. Then silence. Not the peaceful kind. The kind that made my stomach twist. I was just starting to wonder whether that silence meant success or something far worse when footsteps approached. Calm. Unhurried. Fei eyes appeared around the corner, hands in his pockets. Expression as casual as if he'd just finished a pleasant walk. "Is it done?" I asked. Almost, he replied lightly. He S holding out longer than expected, but that S normal. I stared at him. Normal. Of course, Fei eyes said, tilting his head. People cling to hope longer than they realize. It's impressive. Really, that wasn't comforting. At all. Before I could respond, the door behind him creaked open. The specialist stepped out. His clothes were still neat. His hair still perfectly in place. There was no blood on him. No visible sign of what had just occurred. Only his eyes had changed. They were sharper, now focused. Like a craftsman who had just finished inspecting his work. He bowed politely. "Sir, we have results." "That was fast," I said quietly. "Yes," he replied with a gentle smile. Once the subject understood the situation, cooperation improved significantly. I chose not to ask what that meant. Chapter 198. Mission Impossible 1 the next day. From early morning, the main streets were clogged with carriages bearing noble crests, arriving one after another from every corner of the empire. Lavish wheels rolled over stone roads without pause, guards in polished armor riding alongside them with tense expressions. The atmosphere was unmistakably heavy. Common citizens shut their doors and windows tight, pulling their children inside. No one wanted to be caught between nobles, soldiers, and whatever storm was about to break. When nobles gathered in this number, trouble always followed. I stood quietly at the edge of the street, half hidden beneath the shadow of a building, watching the procession pass, waiting for the right moment. "Then why are you here?" I didn't even need to turn around to know who it was. "Come on, boss. Wherever you go, Fei eyes, must follow." I sighed. "Even if it's hell?" "Huh. Well, that might be a bit much." As expected, Fei eyes scratched the back of his head awkwardly, grinning as if this were some grand adventure instead of a potential death sentence. He'd been like this lately, clingy, overly enthusiastic, and far too respectful for his own good. A shameless flatterer. Somewhere along the line, he'd convinced himself that I wasn't just some random academy student. No, apparently, I was a mysterious figure infiltrating the underworld for some grand purpose. The more I told him otherwise, the less he believed me. Unfortunately for both of us, the truth was painfully mundane. I was just an ordinary student, one who happened to know a little too much about how this world was supposed to unfold. But seriously, boss, Fei eyes lowered his voice, glancing nervously at the passing carriages. "Are you really going? Wouldn't it be smarter to run while we still can?" I didn't answer right away. Instead, I watched a carriage emblazoned with a high-ranking noble insignia roll past, surrounded by knights whose eyes scanned every shadow like they expected an ambush at any moment. "I have to go," I said finally. Fei eyes frowned. "Why? You've already done more than enough. This situation is way too big now." He was wrong. This had long since spiraled beyond something a single person could control. Once power capable of leveling the Imperial Palace itself entered the equation, the idea of safe places stopped existing altogether. Running wouldn't change anything. No matter where I went, if things truly went wrong, nowhere in the Empire would be beyond reach. Even if I ran away to save myself, the people I care about would still be left in danger. That much was certain, so there was no real choice here. I had to succeed in this mission. Those bombs they planted, they were far more dangerous than I'd initially assumed. Crude in construction, yes, but terrifyingly effective if detonated in the wrong place. If even one of them went off, the damage wouldn't stop at buildings, it would shatter lives. You should leave now, I said quietly. Only I can get inside from here. Understood, Fei Eyes replied without hesitation. I paused for a moment, then added, and what about what I mentioned yesterday? How is that progressing? All preparations are complete. Fei Eyes answered immediately. Don't worry, just focus on returning safely. I let out a small breath. Efficient as always. Fei Eyes had carried out my sudden, last-minute orders flawlessly, without a single complaint or unnecessary question. That reliability was precisely why I trusted him. I'd already taken out an insurance policy just in case things went wrong. Whether that person would act the way I expected was still uncertain, but it was better than walking in blind. In situations like this, preparation was the only thing standing between survival and disaster. As I lifted my gaze, I spotted it in the distance. The carriage, the one ID discreetly marked earlier, was approaching exactly on schedule, its wheels rolling smoothly over the stone road. Timing couldn't have been better. Without hesitation, I reached into my spatial storage and pulled out an item I was all too familiar with. A steel helmet, the same one that had helped me conceal my identity more times than I could count. Holding in my hands, I felt a strange sense of nostalgia. This weight, this cool, solid presence. It had been a while. As I placed the helmet over my head, the cold metal settled against my skin, grounding my thoughts and sharpening my focus. The world felt a little more distant, safer behind that layer of steel. Without looking back, I moved swiftly and boarded the carriage of some unsuspecting noble. The door shut with a soft click behind me. And just like that, the mission began. The inside of the carriage was far quieter than I expected. The noise of the street's hoofbeats, murmurs, the rumble of wheels was instantly swallowed the moment the door closed. Thick curtains blocked out the light, and the air inside smelled faintly of polished wood and expensive incense. Luxury. I steadied myself as the carriage lurched forward again, blending seamlessly back into the noble procession as if nothing had happened. What the hell? A sharp, startled voice broke the silence. I turned. A young nobleman sat frozen across from me, his eyes wide, hand halfway to the dagger at his waist. His ornate coat bore the insignia of a mid-ranking house important enough to matter, insignificant enough to be expendable. Good. Relax, I said calmly, my voice muffled by the helmet. If I wanted you dead, you wouldn't be breathing right now. He swallowed hard. Guards dash. He tried to shout. Before the word fully left his mouth, I pressed two fingers together and released a thread of mana. A faint shimmer pulsed through the air. Sleep. His body slumped instantly. Consciousness snuffed out before panic could turn into resistance. He collapsed against the cushioned seat, breathing slow and steady. I caught him before his head hit the wall and gently laid him down. Sorry, I muttered. I'll return you unharmed. Probably. I shifted him to the far side of the carriage and took his seat, adjusting my posture to mimic his silhouette as best I could. From the outside, nothing would look strange, just another noble riding in silence. The carriage continued onward. Step 1. Infiltration complete. Now came the hard part. I closed my eyes and extended my senses, letting mana flow thin and wide, slipping through the carriage walls like mist. The familiar structure of layered security unfolded in my mind. Knights stationed at intervals. Hidden mages woven into the escort. Detection barriers overlapping in ugly, inefficient ways. TCH, they really went all out. As expected, with so many high-ranking nobles gathering in one place, the Empire wasn't taking any chances. Chapter 199. Mission Impossible to Your Highness. It's time for your entrance. Just a moment. At the call, Anna steadied herself and lifted her gaze to the mirror. Heavier makeup than usual. An elaborate dress layered with embroidery and jewels. Accessories that looked beautiful but felt suffocating. Everything about it irritated her. Sigh. While adjusting the gloves at her wrists, Anna let out a quiet breath. What am I even doing? There was too much unfinished business. Bane still hadn't been captured. Several suspicious groups were continuing to move in the shadows throughout the capital. The aftermath of the riot hadn't settled, no matter what the official reports claimed. And yet, here she was, preparing to attend a banquet as if nothing were wrong. She understood the significance. Of course, today's party was held in celebration of His Majesty's birthday. A symbolic event meant to reassure the Empire that everything was under control. But still, couldn't it have been postponed? Even just a few days? We're ready, Your Highness. Anna straightened at the head-made voice. Very well. The moment she gave her answer, the doors to the banquet hall slowly swung open. The glory of the Empire, the great heir to the imperial family Lady Anna Blackwood, is now entering. Beautiful music had been playing moments before, but the instant her name was announced, the sound vanished completely. Silence swept through the hall. Then, hundreds of gazes turned toward her all at once. Admiration, jealousy, curiosity, barely concealed desire. Anna felt them like a physical weight pressing against her skin. She kept her expression calm, her posture perfect, and stepped forward. One step, then another. Her heels echoed softly against the marble floor as she walked toward the center of the hall, each movement precise and graceful exactly as she had been taught since childhood. A princess does not falter under scrutiny. As she advanced, nobles parted naturally to make way for her. Some bowed deeply. Others offered practiced smiles, their eyes calculating. She returned their gestures with a polite nod, never lingering too long on any one face. They're watching for weakness, she thought, or reassurance. Probably both. When she reached the center of the hall, the music slowly resumed, softer than before, as if careful not to overpower her presence. Anna paused briefly, then turned with practiced elegance, allowing everyone a clear view. A man stepped forward, cutting off her path. It's been a while, Your Highness. You're as beautiful as ever. He wore a gentle smile, his dark blue hair neatly combed, his posture refined in a way that screamed noble upbringing. Anna recognized him immediately. Bernier. The name surfaced from the depths of her memory without effort. The eldest son of a prestigious northern noble house, one that prided itself on loyalty, strength, and ambition. Thank you for the compliment, Anna replied, her voice smooth and polite. Outwardly, Bernier appeared courteous, even charming. But Anna caught at the brief, careless flick of his gaze as it traveled over her, lingering far too long. It was subtle, practiced, but she knew that look all too well. Eyes clouded with desire. Not affection, not admiration, possession. To him, she wasn't a person. She was a prize, a stepping stone, a beautiful ornament that came with a crown attached. If he could claim her, he could reach for the throne itself. Disgust twisted in her stomach. Being subjected to that kind of gaze again after so long made bile rise in her throat. It was suffocating, sticky, as if invisible hands were crawling over her skin. This was precisely why she had fled to the academy. Here, she was supposed to be free. Free from calculated smiles, from marriage proposals disguised as courtesy, from men who looked at her and saw nothing but political value wrapped in silk and flesh. She forced her lips into a practiced smile, hiding her revulsion behind flawless composure. Then, unexpectedly, someone else came to mind. Louis. His face surfaced without effort, clear and untainted. The way he spoke to her, without ulterior motives. The way his gaze never lingered where it shouldn't. The way he treated her not as royalty, not as a symbol, but simply as Anna. When she was with Louis, She didn't feel dirty. She didn't feel like an object being appraised. She could breathe. The thought softened something tight in her chest, and for a brief moment, the noise of the world around her faded. Compared to the suffocating stares and honeyed words of men like Bernier, Lewis felt like a quiet place, steady, honest, and real. But the only person who had ever looked at her without seeing the Imperial Princess first, but simply Anna. They hadn't even been in the same year at the academy, yet whenever she was with him, she felt at ease. With him, she didn't need to measure every word or posture herself behind flawless etiquette. She didn't need to carry the weight of her title. She could just exist, not as royalty, not as a symbol, but as a person. I wonder where he is now. The thought surfaced quietly, uninvited. When she was with him, she didn't have to endure the constant gazes, those eyes filled with reverence, fear, or expectation. She wouldn't have needed to wear these stiff, suffocating clothes either, layers upon layers meant to remind everyone who she was supposed to be. Lost in that memory, the present moment began to feel unbearably dull. Then Lewis? The name slipped from her lips before she even realized it. Through the tall window of the corridor, she caught a glimpse of a passing silhouette. Just for a second, but it was enough. That profile sharp yet familiar. And that steel helmet. She would never forget it. Her heart skipped. We're holding a party at our estate next month. And we'd be honored if you, Your Highness? Bernier's voice trailed off mid-sentence. Anna didn't respond. She rose from her seat abruptly, chair scraping softly against the floor, and moved as if drawn by an invisible thread. Ignoring Bernier's confused expression, ignoring the attendants who called out to her, she stepped into the hallway and turned the corner where the figure had vanished. Her pace quickened. It can't be. And yet, her chest tightened with a feeling she hadn't allowed herself to feel in a long time. Hope. She reached the end of the corridor and stopped, breath slightly uneven, eyes scanning the passing students and knights. The crowd flowed on as if nothing had happened. No estil helmet. No familiar silhouette. Just people. For a moment, she stood there in silence, her fingers slowly curling into her sleeve. I must be imagining things, she whispered. Chapter 200. Mission Impossible 3. The infiltration itself went far more smoothly than I'd expected. No alarms. No suspicious glances. No sudden interruptions. Even the main gate, easily the biggest risk and most obvious obstacle, was cleared without incident. Wrapped in invisibility magic, I slipped past the guards and entered the Imperial Palace as if I belonged there. So far, so good. Confidence swelling, I headed straight toward my destination, footsteps light against the marble floor. Then, without warning, the sensation vanished. The familiar distortion around my body dissolved, and my form snapped back into view. I stopped dead. Panicking, I immediately reactivated the spell. My body turned transparent for barely a second before it shattered again. What dash? I tried once more. Same result. The moment the magic took hold, it was forcefully undone, like something was rejecting it outright. Cold sweat broke out along my spine. I ducked behind the nearest pillar, pressing myself against the stone as my heart began to race. What is going on? My shoes were fine. The enchantment on them hadn't failed. My mana flow was stable, no signs of backlash or miscasting. Then, a realization struck me. Don't tell me. I peeked out carefully, scanning the corridor. The air felt wrong, subtly dense, like invisible threads were woven through it. Magic. No anti-magic. Or something close to it. Only then did I fully grasp what I failed to account for. This was the Imperial Palace. Of course it wouldn't rely solely on guards and walls. The place was undoubtedly layered with countless defensive spells, detection fields, suppression zones, enchantments designed specifically to counter stealth and infiltration magic. An area that automatically dispelled illusion-type spells. That explained everything. TCA. I clicked my tongue quietly, irritation bubbling up inside me. I'd been careless, too confident, just because everything had gone smoothly up until now. I had anticipated some kind of countermeasure, sure. I wasn't naive enough to believe I could rely on invisibility magic forever. But this, I never imagined they would possess magic capable of interfering with invisibility itself, especially a technique that was supposed to be unknown to the world. That realization sent a chill crawling up my spine. If they could disrupt my concealment, there was only a matter of time before my identity was exposed. And once that happened, there would be no undoing it. My heartbeat quickened as I scanned my surroundings, my mind racing for a way out. Then, at the far end of the long corridor, something caught my eye. Several suits of armor were lined neatly along the wall, polished steel reflecting the dim torchlight. Decorative at first glance, but I recognized them instantly. They were identical to the armor worn by the knights patrolling this area. My eyes lit up. That's it. Without wasting another second, I broke into a sprint, my footsteps echoing faintly as I rushed toward them. The magic field brushing against my skin intensified for a brief moment, sending a sharp prickle through my body, confirmation that lingering here was dangerous. I reached the armor stands and immediately grabbed the nearest set, pulling it free with practiced efficiency. The metal was heavier than it looked, but adrenaline drowned out the strain. Sorry, I muttered under my breath to no one in particular as I stripped off the outer layers of my coat. Piece by piece, I fitted the armor onto my self-breastplate, gauntlets, greaves. The cold steel pressed against my skin, grounding me, anchoring my presence in a way invisibility never could. Clad in armor, I walked through the Imperial Palace with steady, unhurried steps. The weight of the metal resting on my shoulders felt unfamiliar, but not uncomfortable. Confidence came easily when no one questioned your presence. After all, I was wearing the same armor as the Imperial Knights stationed throughout the palace. No one suspected a thing. There was no helmet attached to the armor ID taken apparently. It had been hung separately, but I had no choice but to keep wearing the one ID brought with me from the start. Fortunately, it didn't matter. If anything, it helped. Although the Imperial Knights were required to wear identical armor, helmets were a different story. That seemed to be the one place individuality was tolerated. Some had crests, others horns, plumes, or strange engravings. Compared to them, my helmet didn't stand out at all. Thanks to that small mercy, I was able to move freely through the palace corridors without drawing attention. 3 bombs. That was how many had been hidden within the Imperial Palace. I quickened my pace, heading for the nearest location, the banquet hall. As I approached, music drifted through the halls, soft and sweet, weaving through the air like honey. The sound alone made it obvious a party was in full swing. The moment I stepped inside, the atmosphere shifted completely. Warm light poured from crystal chandeliers overhead. Laughter echoed across the hall. Nobles dressed in extravagant attire mingled effortlessly, wine glasses in hand, their faces relaxed, carefree, untouched by worry. It was a stark contrast to where I had been just moments ago. The back alleys, the slums, dark, damp places where sunlight rarely reached, where hunger was a constant companion, and people numbed themselves with strange pills just to endure another day. Here, excess was treated as normal. Luxury was expected. The gap was painfully clear. As I walked through the banquet hall, my gaze swept over the scene while my thoughts drifted elsewhere. Isn't this how people like Bane are born? When the difference between those who have everything and those who have nothing grows too wide, resentment festers. Desperation twists into hatred, and hatred, given enough time, becomes revolution. I couldn't deny it. Seeing this made even me understand the urge to burn it all down. Tables overflowed with food, each dish more elaborate than the last. Roasted meats glazed to perfection. Fresh fruit imported from distant lands. Cakes decorated like works of art. Enough food to feed an entire block of the slums for days. I nearly drooled inside my helmet as I hurried along the corridor. No, focus. I mustn't be tempted. Once everything is over, I can eat all of it, every last dish. Until then, patience. With what I considered truly heroic self-control, I tore myself away from the banquet hall and continued on my way. The scent of roasted meat and sweet pastries still clung to me like a curse, but I forced my feet forward. The bomb came first. Food came later. Just as I was about to turn toward the location where the explosive was supposedly hidden information obtained after a very serious and definitely not terrifying conversation. "Excuse me," a quiet voice called out from behind. I stopped. Given my current appearance, they probably thought I was just another night on duty. Maybe someone needed directions. Maybe they were lost. Maybe they wanted to complain about security being too tight. I turned around without much concern and froze. Anna? Standing there was the very last person I expected to see. Even with my helmet on, she seemed to recognize me instantly, and that realization alone made my stomach twist. Why is Anna here? No more importantly, why is she here, of all places? When I turned around, the sight that greeted me made me freeze in place. Anna. She was standing there in a glamorous dress, elegant yet striking, as if she didn't belong to the chaos surrounding us. The soft fabric shimmered under the lights, and for a brief moment, I forgot how to breathe. She looked straight at me, into me, and spoke softly, her voice certain. "Louis, right?" My mind went completely blank. How did she know? I was covered head to toe in armor, every inch of my body concealed, my face hidden behind a helmet, my voice distorted, my presence no different from any other armored figure. There shouldn't have been any way for her to recognize me, and yet she did. Confusion washed over me, but along with it came a strange sense of relief. Before I could stop myself, I reached out, took her hand, and led her away from the crowd. We slipped through narrow corridors and shadowed passages until we reached a quiet corner, far from prying eyes and noise. Once we were alone, I yanked off the suffocating helmet and sucked in a deep breath. Phew! Cool air rushed over my sweat-drenched face. My hair clung to my forehead, my heart still pounding from everything that had happened. The moment Anna saw my face, her expression lit up. "You're safe, Louis." Before I could react, she stepped forward and wrapped her arms around me. My body stiffened. I hadn't expected that. For a second, I just stood there, unsure what to do, my arms hovering awkwardly in the air. Then, carefully, I pulled back, clearing my throat as I created a bit of distance between us. "Ahem. How did you know it was me?" I genuinely didn't understand. No matter how I thought about it, there was no logical explanation. I scratched my cheek, feeling strangely embarrassed. Anna, on the other hand, just smiled playful, almost teasing. "HM? Just a feeling," she said lightly. So she was going to tell me. I let out a small, helpless laugh. That is not an answer, you know. She only smiled wider, hands clasped behind her back, clearly enjoying my reaction. For a moment, silence settled between us. Not uncomfortable, just quiet. Then it hit me. Despite everything, the danger, the confusion, the masks and armor, she had found me. Not because of logic or proof or appearances, but simply because she knew. That realization left a faint, unfamiliar warmth lingering in my chest. Chapter 201. Mission Impossible 4. Judging by Anna's expression, I could tell almost immediately she had no intention of giving me a proper explanation. Well, she's a princess. For all I know, she probably has some special artifact intelligence network or secret channel that explains everything neatly behind the scenes. Pushing further wouldn't get me anywhere, so I decided not to make a big deal out of it. "Then why did you bring me to such a secluded place?" I asked instead, changing the topic. But the moment I didn't react much, Anna's eyes gleamed faintly as if my indifference had sparked her competitive streak. She leaned a little closer and teased me again. "You're more aggressive than I expected, Louis. What exactly are you planning to do with a grown maiden in a place like this?" "No, that's not it," I replied quickly, rubbing my temple. Still, her words made me pause. Her attitude toward me had definitely changed. Before, she'd always maintained a careful distance, formal speech, polite expressions, the unmistakable air of royalty between us. Now, she joked without hesitation, teased me openly, which meant only one thing. Anna felt far more comfortable with me than before. Whether that was a good thing or a bad thing, I honestly wasn't too sure. In the past, I would felt awkward, maybe even pressured in a situation like this. Being this close to someone like her would made me instinctively put my guard up. But now, seeing her relaxed smile and playful tone, it didn't feel unpleasant. More than that, something else stood out. Lately, she hadn't been trying to subtly pull me into her faction. No probing questions, no wild suggestions, no political bait disguised as casual conversation. That alone was strange enough to make me uneasy. This really isn't the time for jokes, I said, straightening in my seat. 5 hours. At exactly 7 p.m., the bombs hidden within the Imperial Palace would detonate. HM? What do you mean? Anna tilted her head, clearly confused. I didn't waste time dancing around it. My voice dropped, urgency bleeding into every word. There are bombs planted here. Right now. Bombs? She blinked. What are you suddenly talking about? You know Bane, right? I cut in. His gang planted them. 3 bombs, spread throughout the Imperial Palace. They're set to explode in exactly 5 hours. For a brief moment, the room went silent. Then, what are we waiting for? Anna shot to her feet, chair scraping loudly against the floor. We need to move. Immediately. No hesitation. No doubt. Not even a flicker of suspicion. I stared at her in disbelief. You believe me? I asked. Of course. She replied without missing a beat. I know you wouldn't lie about something like this. Her answer was immediate. Certain. Too certain. I frowned inwardly. I was sure I hadn't done anything to earn that level of trust. We weren't close friends. We hadn't shared life or death battles. If anything, our relationship was built on duty and circumstance. And yet, she believed me completely. That realization sent a strange chill down my spine. Anna, I said carefully, choosing my words, you don't even know where I got this information from. That doesn't matter, she replied without hesitation. What matters is that you're warning me now. Her tone was calm, too calm. I let out a small, incredulous laugh. And what if I'm in league with them? What if I'm just feeding you lies for fun? She didn't flinch. Do you have a reason to? Anna asked instead. You're in a position where you could harm me right now if you wanted to. I fell silent. She was right. At the moment, the room was empty. No guards. No attendants. Just Anna and me, seated across from each other in the student council room. If I truly had malicious intent, this would been the perfect opportunity. Anna understood that perfectly. And even if that weren't the case, she continued softly, I would still believe you. Why? I asked. She met my gaze directly. Because I owe you a great deal. That answer caught me off guard. Oh me? A great deal? My mind immediately drifted to Bane's recent plot, the one that nearly pushed the entire country into chaos. An incident where anger and misinformation had spread like wildfire, stirring citizens toward revolt exactly as he intended. If things had gone even slightly differently, the Empire might faced a full-scale uprising. Fortunately, it hadn't come to that. Because of my judgment, because I stepped in when I did, we managed to stop it before it spiraled out of control. Anna knew that. She also knew the price I paid afterward. My name dragged through the mud. My face plastered across broadcasts. Branded as the oppressor, the villain, the convenient scapegoat. Forced to move carefully, watching my back even within academy walls. From her perspective, I was someone who'd taken the blame, so others wouldn't have to. That was probably why she felt indebted to me. Still, a great deal feels like an exaggeration, I said slowly. Wasn't it just that one incident? Anna shook her head. No, that was only the most visible one. I frowned. I did save her secretly, without her ever realizing it. But that was something Anna didn't need to know. And honestly, she was probably exaggerating things anyway. Well, do you know where these locations are? I asked. Yes. They should be here. I spread the rough sketch out on the table. There was no way I could obtain a proper map of the Imperial Palace. Naturally, a place with the highest level of security in the Empire wouldn't allow something like that to circulate. Even thinking about it was laughable. Instead, I settled for extracting information the old-fashioned way by interrogating the man who'd been carrying the letter. Pain has a way of loosening tongues, and thanks to that, ID managed to piece together a vague layout based on his descriptions. Still, it was crude at best. Just a handful of lines and landmarks scratched onto parchment. I'd been planning to investigate further on my own, but meeting Anna had made things far easier than expected. I slid the paper closer to her. "Do you recognize any of these places?" Anna leaned forward slightly, eyes scanning the sketch. She didn't hesitate for long. Then she raised her hand and pointed. Her fingertip landed near the upper section of the drawing, just past what ID marked as the banquet hall. "It should be around here," she said calmly. "Above the banquet hall, toward the inner corridor." I blinked. "You're sure?" She nodded without hesitation. "Yes, I've passed through that area many times." As expected of a princess, the geography of the imperial palace seemed to be completely etched into her memory. What ID struggled to piece together through force and guesswork, she identified in seconds. I let out a quiet breath. That actually helps a lot. She shot me a sideways glance, as if gauging my reaction, then spoke as though it were the most natural thing in the world. "What are you standing around for? Let us move. Won't it be uncomfortable for you?" I asked hesitantly. "I can go up there by myself, if, this." Anna interrupted, glancing down at her dress. Before I could finish my sentence, she turned to me and extended her hand. "Can I borrow your sword for a moment?" "My sword?" I handed it to her without really thinking. The blade was elegant, well-balanced, definitely not something meant for casual use. Anna examined it briefly, nodded in satisfaction, and then, rip, slash. The sound was sharp and decisive. "Hey!" In one clean motion, she cut through the fabric of her dress. The long skirt that had reached all the way to her ankles, restrictive, heavy, almost ceremonial, fell away in pieces, pooling uselessly at her feet. What remained was a skirt short enough to be called a mini-skirt without exaggeration. For a moment, I just stared. "You didn't even hesitate," I muttered. Anna stretched her legs lightly, testing her range of motion, then rolled her shoulders. "Now I can breathe," she said with clear relief. I swallowed. She bold. Way bolder than I expected. Still, I couldn't deny it. She was right. The dress had been like shackles, beautiful, dignified, but utterly impractical. Now, her movements were fluid, unrestricted. If anyone could maneuver through the palace quickly like this, it was her. She handed my sword back, completely unfazed. "At this point, I can move around just fine," she said. "You don't need to slow down for me." I took the sword and nodded slowly, forcing myself to refocus. She's not wrong. This isn't the time to get distracted. I glanced at the corridor ahead, then mentally reviewed the situation. 5 hours remaining. 5 hours to locate every single bomb hidden within the Imperial Palace. Miss even one, and the consequences would be catastrophic. Author note: thanks for reading the novel. I hope you like the chapter and continue to read as you always have. By chapter 202. First bomb 1, but shouldn't we evacuate the people here even now? No. Anna answered immediately, her tone calm but firm. It's better if we move quietly on our own. I glanced out toward the grand hall. The nobles were still enjoying the party, laughing, chatting, raising their glasses beneath the glittering chandeliers, completely unaware that a ticking countdown hung over their heads. I had asked whether we should begin evacuating them anyway, but Anna's response remained lukewarm at best. Besides, she added softly, "It's already too late." Isn't it? She was wrong. Less than 5 hours remained. If the device hidden somewhere in this vast imperial palace truly had enough power to level it, then even an immediate evacuation wouldn't save everyone. No matter where they ran, they'd still be well within the blast radius. Worse still, if panic broke out and people began fleeing in every direction, the palace would descend into chaos. Searching for the bomb would become exponentially harder, if not impossible. In that sense, Anna's plan made the most sense. Move quietly. Avoid suspicion. Find a bomb before anyone realizes there's a problem. Then what about calling for help? I asked after a moment. Other knights. Court mages. This is the Imperial Palace. There are plenty of people here, far more capable than we are. With their assistance, the search would be faster, safer. But once again, Anna simply tilted her head. I would recommend that either, she said. If the culprits sense even the slightest disturbance, they may detonate the bomb immediately. I frowned. That cautious, huh? They plan this carefully, Anna replied. People who go this far don't hesitate at the last moment. Silence fell between us for a brief moment. Then, I've already captured all of them. What? I stared at her, unsure if I'd heard correctly. All of them, she repeated, as if stating something trivial. The ones directly involved, at least. They're being held in a secure location as we speak. My thoughts froze. Yuen? Earlier, Anna said calmly. Before the party began. Earlier. Before all this. Meaning she'd been moving behind the scenes long before I'd even realized the situation had escalated this far. That alone was unsettling. Still, one thing didn't sit right with me. The people who had planted the bombs had already been captured by my own hands and were now locked deep underground. There was no chance they could detonate anything anymore. The threat, as far as I could tell, had been neutralized. Are you sure that's all of them? I asked slowly. Anna paused. What do you mean? I mean exactly what it sounds like, I said. It's highly unlikely those people were the only ones involved. The Imperial Palace wasn't some poorly guarded warehouse. It was one of the most secure places in the Empire. Just thinking about it made my brows knit together. Could a small group of radicals really have infiltrated this place, bypassed layers of security, and planted bombs without any help? Their abilities alone didn't add up. I hadn't questioned it much at the time. Back then, I'd been too busy dealing with the chaos right in front of me. But now that I had the luxury to think calmly, something fell off. How they even managed to plant the bombs in the first place? I muttered. The question lingered in the air. Then suddenly it clicked. I looked back at Anna. You're saying there might be an insider? She didn't confirm it outright. Instead, she gave a small, non-committal shrug. Who knows? She said lightly. But being cautious never hurts, right? Her tone was casual, but there was something beneath it, a quiet confidence that made my stomach tighten. That wasn't the voice of someone making a random guess. You already have someone in mind, I said. Anna met my gaze. For a brief moment, her expression didn't change at all. Then just as subtly, her eyes narrowed. She didn't answer, but she didn't deny it either. That was enough. I exhaled slowly, fingers tapping against the armrest of my chair. If there really was an insider, then this incident wasn't over. Not by a long shot. And worse, it meant the danger wasn't lurking outside the palace walls. It was already inside. If that's the case, then I suppose there's no avoiding it. We'd have to deal with this ourselves. So it's up there, right? I asked, looking toward the ceiling. Yes. According to the information I gathered, Anna replied. Then she frowned slightly. Are you planning to go up there yourself? Of course. I shrugged. Wouldn't it be better if I'm there to help disarm it? Truth be told, I didn't know much about magic. At best, I had a rough understanding of magic circuits, the theory behind how mana flowed, how spells were structured. But the bomb itself, I had no idea who made it, how it was assembled, or what kind of trigger it used. Still, one thing was obvious. Going together with Anna, a proper mage, was far safer than letting her handle it alone. The bomb had been planted at the very top of the grand banquet hall. A narrow balcony tucked so high it nearly brushed the ceiling, hidden among decorative beams and unused fixtures. It was clearly designed to be hard to access. The only way up was a long, old ladder leaning against the wall. I'll go up first, I said. Follow me. Without waiting for a response, I placed my foot on the ladder. The wood creaked faintly under my weight as I climbed, rung by rung. Each step upward made the hall below feel farther away. The voices and light shrinking into something distant and unreal. When I reached the top, I carefully shifted my weight onto the balcony and scanned the area. Crates, broken decorations, dust-covered equipment that looked like it hadn't been touched in years. And then, there it was. Nestled among the clutter sat a large sphere with an unmistakably unnatural presence. Its surface was etched with unfamiliar symbols, faint lines of mana pulsing beneath the metal like veins under skin. Found it. I turned my head just in time to see Anna climbing steadily behind me. Once I confirmed she was safe, I stepped closer to the device. The closer I got, the worse it felt. Mana leaked from it in an unstable rhythm, like an irregular heartbeat. This wasn't something meant to sit quietly, it was waiting. The exterior was reinforced with thick steel plating, and the symbols etched across its surface complex, overlapping, almost crawling were anything but ordinary. Even to my eyes, they felt wrong. Heavy, ominous. If I'd come here alone, I would been in serious trouble. I still had no clear idea what this thing truly was. A bomb. Yes, but not the kind you'd find in any standard military manual. Of course, I had extracted the disarming method from the man who carried the letter. He de-spilled everything under pressure. But knowing how to disarm something and actually being capable of doing it were two very different matters. Just because you're handed a blueprint doesn't mean you can suddenly build or dismantle the machine. Did you find it? Anna's voice came from behind me. I turned just in time to see her pull herself up, steadying her footing after the climb. I think it's this one, I replied, stepping slightly aside. Her gaze immediately locked onto the object. That's right, she said quietly. Then her expression hardened. But I didn't expect it to be this serious. They really intended to blow up the Imperial Palace. The device was roughly the size of a small child. Compact, deceptively so, yet apparently, this alone was enough to cause the explosion they planned. Anna moved closer and crouched down beside it, her eyes scanning every symbol, every seam, every irregularity. And that's when a chill crept up my spine. She being too careless. Every time Anna moved, parts of her body that really shouldn't have been exposed kept slipping into view. I did my absolute best to avert my gaze staring at the wall, the desk, the ceiling, anywhere but there. Lewis, come here and take a look at this. Still struggling to figure out where my eyes were allowed to land. I carefully approached her when she called. Do you see this? Following the tip of Anna's finger, my attention finally settled on the object in question. Embedded deep within the broken mechanism was a strange metal component, dark silver, slightly warped, and riddled with tiny grooves that didn't resemble any standard design I knew. First, we need to extract this, Anna said thoughtfully, but it's wedged in so tightly that human strength alone probably won't be enough. I agree, I replied, crouching down to inspect it more closely. Forcing it out would likely damage the surrounding structure too. The metal wasn't just stuck, it was anchored, as if it had fused with the device itself. So, Anna continued, glancing at me, I was hoping you could pull out using your ability. My ability? She gave me a look that clearly said, don't play dumb. You know, that pulling ability of yours, she said casually. If you use that, shouldn't it come out pretty easily? That one. She was wrong. If I applied it carefully, I could extract the component without applying any physical force at all. Chapter 203. First bomb 2, so, Anna continued, glancing at me sideways, I was hoping you could pull it out using your ability. My ability? She looked at me like I just asked whether the sky was blue. You know, she said, tapping the table lightly. That pulling ability of yours. If you use that, this should come out pretty easily, right? That one. She wasn't wrong. If I applied it with enough precision, I could extract the core without applying any physical force at all. No shock, no backlash, no unnecessary strain. Still, one question lingered. How do you know about my ability? Anna blinked, then waved it off. Oh, I saw you fighting before. She did? Thinking back, it wasn't impossible. Lately, I'd been using that ability far more openly than I realized. Subtle pulls here, invisible adjustments there. To someone observant like Anna, the pattern must been obvious. It's not like I'd gone out of my way to hide it anyway. So I let it go. Well, fine, I said, shifting my focus back to the object between us. I just need to pull this out, right? That's right, Anna replied, her tone turning serious. But you have to do it in one go. If there's even a moment of hesitation, we don't know what kind of reaction it might cause. So, no pressure at all. Don't worry, I said lightly. Simple work like this is well within my skill set. That wasn't tea bravado, I meant it. Compared to everything ID dealt with recently, this barely even registered as a challenge. Still, caution never hurt. To be safe, I reached into my spatial storage and pulled out Furion. The familiar weight of the weapon settled into my palm, grounding me almost instantly. Just holding it was enough to steady my breathing. Anna, who had been quietly watching me equip Furion, tilted her head with open curiosity. "What is that?" she asked. "I've never seen a weapon like it before." "This?" I replied casually. "It's a gift. From a blacksmith I know." "A blacksmith?" Her eyes widened a little. "You had connections like that?" I glanced at her and saw that she was genuinely surprised. Did she really think I wooed tea? Well, considering how I usually behaved at the academy, keeping to myself, avoiding attention, it wasn't tea exactly an unreasonable assumption. Still, hearing it said out loud made a faint heat creep up my ears. "We met a while back," I said vaguely. "When?" Anna pressed, brows knitting together. "I didn't receive any reports about this." She trailed off, mumbling under her breath as if already mentally flipping through stacks of documents. I decided it was best not to engage. Leaving Anna to mutter incomprehensibly to herself, I focused on Furion instead and slowly channeled mana into it. Whoom! The weapon responded immediately, letting out a low, pleasant hum that resonated through my arm. It felt almost alive, like it was acknowledging my presence rather than merely reacting to the mana. I extended my hand and aimed it toward the empty space ahead of me. Boom! A light, metallic sound rang out. Something detached itself from Furion and snapped neatly into my grasp. "Is this a detonator?" I stared at the object in my hand. It was small, cold, unmistakably mechanical, and far too familiar. It looked almost identical to the detonators I'd seen in movies, the kind pulled out at the last second while a countdown blared in the background. That was when it finally clicked. So that was why Anna had emphasized pulling it out in one clean motion. If I'd hesitated, if my hand had slipped, if I'd tried to remove it halfway, the bomb could have gone off right then and there. A chill crept up my spine. "Now," Anna said calmly, rolling up her sleeves as if we were about to sort documents rather than dismantle a bomb, "shall we proceed with disarming it in earnest?" I didn't answer. My body had completely locked up. The weight of the object in my palm suddenly felt unbearable. If I'd made even a single mistake with that casual pull, "You're insane," I muttered under my breath. Thankfully, she didn't hear me. Or maybe she did and chose to ignore it. With Anna, either was possible. The bomb could be detonated at any second. Only after the thought crossed my mind did my heart start pounding violently, as if it had just realized how close to death we were. Swallowing hard, I forced myself to breathe and turn my gaze back to Anna. Her long, purplish hair was tied loosely to one side, strands slipping free as she leaned forward, completely absorbed in the task at hand. Her fingers moved with steady precision, carefully adjusting wires and mechanisms as if she were dismantling a clock rather than a device meant to kill us. Watching her like this gave me a strange sense of déjà vu. She didn't look like the Anna I knew. No regal posture. No flawless smile meant for public appearances. No elegant composure drilled into her since childhood. Right now, she looked more like a mechanic or an engineer, someone deeply familiar with machines and danger. And somehow, that image felt refreshing. This version of her felt real. "Do you know something?" "Huh, about what?" "I used to have a dream too." Her hands paused as she said those words, that alone caught me off guard. This was news to me. Anna had been born a princess, raised as one from the moment she could walk, speak, and think. Her entire life had been paved straight toward the throne. Responsibilities, expectations, and obligations had surrounded her like invisible chains. I'd always assumed she'd accepted that path without question. To think she had a dream something outside of that predetermined future had never even crossed my mind. "A dream?" I repeated quietly. She let out a small breath, almost a laugh. "You look surprised." "I am," I admitted honestly. "I didn't think you ever had the luxury to dream about anything else." For a moment, she didn't answer. Her fingers kept moving instead, deft and practiced as she loosened one component and tightened another, never hesitating. The faint ticking sound grew softer, then stopped altogether. "What kind of dream did you have?" I asked. "I want to be an alchemist." "An alchemist?" The word slipped out before I could stop myself. Alchemists. People who lock themselves away in workshops, conducting bizarre experiments, surrounded by smoke, strange liquids, and a constant risk of explosions. Every alchemist I'd ever heard of was an eccentric at best and outright insane at worst. And Anna wanted to become one of them? As if to answer my unspoken doubt. She straightened up slightly. "Done." She wiped her hands together, then realized too late how dirty they were. Dark smudges streaked across her gloves, her sleeves, even her cheek. Her neatly kept appearance from earlier was completely gone. No elegant princess. No dignified student council president. Just Anna Messi, tired and unmistakably alive. And somehow, this version of her felt far more charming, especially the smile on her face. It wasn't the composed, polite smile she showed others. This one was brighter, freer, almost proud. How should I put it? It felt real. "Where's the next one?" she asked, pushing the now harmless bomb aside with a relieved sigh. I blinked, momentarily caught off guard by how casually she said it. "The next one is—" I took out the memo ID brought, scanning the notes once more, cross-checking locations, timing, and the information extracted earlier. There was no mistake. After a brief pause, I spoke. "It's in His Majesty's bedchamber." "What?" Anna froze. For the first time since we started, her hands stopped moving entirely. She slowly looked up at me, her expression blank, as if she hadn't processed the words yet. "The second bomb," I continued quietly, "was planted inside the Emperor's bedroom." Silence fell between us. Of all places, not a hallway, not a public hall, not even a ceremonial chamber. The bedroom, the most private space of the ruler of this vast empire. That Anna swallowed. That's not a prank. That's not even a warning. "No," I agreed. "It's an execution attempt." Her jaw tightened. Security around the Emperor was absurdly strict. Layers upon layers of guards, magic barriers, detection arrays. Planting a bomb there meant one thing. The culprit wasn't just bold. They had inside help or terrifying competence. Anna slowly exhaled, then clenched her fists. "So that is how far they're willing to go," she muttered. I nodded, "Which means we don't have much time." She looked at her smudged hands, then at me, resolve settling into her eyes. "Then let us move," she said firmly. Dream or not, I didn't learn alchemy just to stop halfway. For a brief second, I saw it clearly. The girl who dreamed of becoming an alchemist, standing on the edge of history, about to defuse a disaster that could shake the entire empire. And somehow I knew, whatever happened next, there was no turning back now. Chapter 204. Emperor's room, one deep within the imperial palace far beyond the halls open to guests. We lay hidden in the shadows near the Emperor's bedchamber, scarcely daring to breathe. The air was heavy with incense and silence, broken only by the distant echoes of music drifting in from the grand hall where the celebration was underway. Laughter, clinking glasses, and polite applause, all of it felt unreal compared to the tension here. "How long do we have to wait like this?" A hushed voice muttered beside me. "Just a little longer," came a reply, equally quiet. "His Majesty will come out soon." I clenched my jaw. We didn't have much time. Every passing second made my nerves tighten further. This was the heart of the palace, the most heavily guarded place in the empire. One mistake here wouldn't just mean failure. It would mean death. Just as my unease threatened to overwhelm me, he coming out. The massive doors, sealed tight moments ago, began to open with a low, solemn groan. Light spilled into the corridor, casting long shadows across the marble floor. Then the Emperor appeared. He was clad in magnificent ceremonial robes. Layers upon layers of fabric embroidered with gold thread and jeweled insignias. Every ornament proclaimed power, history, and authority. Even standing still, he radiated an oppressive presence that made it hard to look away. "Were there any problems?" the Emperor asked, his voice calm but commanding. "No, Your Majesty," A knight replied immediately, dropping to one knee. There has been no disturbance so far. Good. The emperor nodded once and stepped forward, his expression unreadable. The guard straightened as he passed, their movements sharp and disciplined. Before heading toward the banquet hall, he paused briefly, receiving a quiet report on the status of the celebration. A birthday banquet for the emperor himself, lavish, extravagant, and filled with nobles wearing carefully crafted smiles. On the surface, it was nothing more than a celebration. But beneath that glittering facade, the air was thick with schemes. Alliances were being tested, loyalties weighed, and ambitions quietly measured. With imperial authority weakened more than ever, this gathering wasn't just ceremonial, it was strategic. An opportunity for the emperor to remind the nobles of his existence. An opportunity for others to judge whether that presence was still enough. And an opportunity to prove that he was far from fading. This was not merely a celebration. It was a declaration. Strengthen security even further, the emperor ordered calmly. No troublemakers are to be allowed anywhere near the palace. Understood, Your Majesty, came the immediate reply. The recent, unprecedented incident had cast a long shadow over the empire. Foundation Day, one of the most magnificent celebrations held each year, had been tainted. Worse still, the chaos hadn't been contained to the capital alone. It had spread throughout the country, even reaching the academy. To the emperor, these weren't isolated accidents. They were warnings. If anything, this banquet had become more important than ever. A stage to display authority, a reminder of power, a message to those watching closely that the throne was still unshaken. Your Majesty, the head butler said softly, bowing his head. It is time for your entrance. The emperor gave a slow nod. He adjusted his attire one final time, straightening his collar, smoothing the fabric of his ceremonial coat before turning toward the doors. Very well, he said. Let's depart. Surrounded by knights and attendants, he moved down the corridor toward the banquet hall, his steps steady and unhurried. We waited. Only after his figure disappeared around the corner did we cautiously step out from behind the pillar. We won't have much time, I whispered. Once the emperor enters the hall, patrols will shift again. We need to finish this quickly. Are you ready? Yes, came the quiet reply. Let us go. Now, we had already confirmed everything: the guard rotation, the servant routes, even the moment when the knight assigned to the emperor's bedroom would leave his post. And just as planned, the room was empty. No footsteps, no voices, only silence. Sleep. The word left my lips softly, almost like a sigh. The knights standing guard outside the door didn't even have time to react. Their stiff postures slackened in unison, eyes glazing over before their bodies gently collapsed to the floor, sinking into a deep, dreamless slumber. One use of the dream orb was enough, leaving them sprawled across the hallway. Anna and I exchanged a brief glance before carefully pushing the door open and slipping inside. Fwoosh dash. The moment we crossed the threshold, the magic lamps embedded in the walls activated automatically, flooding the room with warm light. This was it, the emperor's bedroom. Spacious, far more than I expected. The ceiling was high, draped with elegant patterns of gold and white, and the massive bed at the center looked more like something from a palace showcase than a place meant for sleeping. Every piece of furniture screamed authority and excess. And somewhere in here, where could they have hidden something that big? I muttered under my breath. A bomb powerful enough to threaten the imperial palace wouldn't be something you could just tuck into a drawer. Or so I thought. The sheer size of the room made it worse. Too many places to check. Too many blind spots. I felt a bead of sweat roll down my temple as my eyes darted from wall to wall. We split up and searched in silence. Behind curtains, under furniture, along the floor panels. I even checked the underside of the bed, half expecting something absurd. Nothing. Minutes passed, each one tightening the knot in my chest. Just as frustration was starting to creep in, Lewis, Anna called out quietly from behind me. Come look at this. There's something strange. Her tone made my heart jump. I turned immediately and walked over to where she was standing, near the head of the bed. She was pointing upward toward the corner of the ceiling. At first glance, it looked completely normal. Too normal. But when I followed her finger more closely, I saw it. At the very edge where the wall met the ceiling, there was a gap. Tiny, barely more than a hair's breadth. It was the kind of tiny gap anyone would normally ignore. A hairline seam, a slight unevenness. Nothing that would catch the eye in ordinary circumstances. But right now, nothing could be treated as ordinary. A quiet sense of unease crawled up my spine. If there's another one, this is where it would be. Hoping my suspicion wasn't just paranoia, I raised my hand and pressed against the panel. Creak. The ceiling tile lifted far more easily than it should have. My breath hitched, and there it was. A bomb nestled neatly inside the hollow space. Identical to the one we had found earlier. Same casing, same wiring, same malicious intent. You've got to be kidding me, I muttered under my breath. Hiding it in a place like this. If we hadn't already suspected something, we never would have thought to check here. This wasn't random. This wasn't sloppy. This was intentional. Anna's earlier words echoed in my mind. There might be a spy on the inside. Back then, I brushed it off as a worst-case scenario. Now, it felt disturbingly plausible. To plant a bomb inside a secured Area 1 that should have been restricted wasn't something an outsider could accomplish easily. No matter how capable they were, there were limits. Which meant only one thing. Someone helped them, I murmured. Or worse, someone is working with them. My gaze darkened as I studied the device more closely. This wasn't just sabotage, it was preparation, planning, confidence. Whoever did this knew the building's structure, knew the patrol routes, knew where blind spots existed. They knew us. A chill settled into my chest. Who could it be? Who orchestrated all of this? At this point, there was very little we could know for sure. The pieces simply didn't fit together yet. Once everything settled down, I'd have to go back and try talking to them again. Of course, using very effective methods of conversation. Carefully, I placed the bomb on the floor. Just like before, I removed the detonator first, separating it from the main body. Only then did I let out a slow breath. Anna immediately knelt down, her expression sharpening as she focused on disarming the device. Her fingers moved with practiced precision, completely absorbed. That was when, "Who are you people?" The sudden voice sent a jolt through me. Before my thoughts could catch up, my body moved on instinct. I quickly pulled my helmet down, covering my face as I turned toward the source of the sound. Standing a short distance behind us was a man I'd never seen in person before yet, recognized instantly. A middle-aged man with neatly tied blue hair, his posture relaxed but solid, like an unmoving mountain. The air around him felt different. Heavy, sharp. Lord Signat. Anna stiffened. "Your Highness?" Her voice wavered for just a fraction of a second before she stood up straight. "What on earth are you doing here, Your Highness?" Signat's eyes widened the moment he saw her face. Genuine surprise flickered across his otherwise composed expression. "Princess Anna." His gaze shifted between her and me, lingering briefly on the bomb at our feet. The faint crease between his brows deepened. "I should be asking you that," he said slowly. "This area was sealed off hours ago." I swallowed. I'd never seen him before in my life, but I knew exactly who he was. Lord Signat, one of only 5 sword masters in the entire empire. Chapter 205. Swordmaster, the youngest man ever to reach the rank of Swordmaster. That alone was enough to make the air feel heavier. Signat's initial shock quickly faded, replaced by sharp suspicion. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked between Anna and the surroundings, clearly sensing that something was off. "Why is Your Highness here?" he asked, his tone calm but edged with pressure. "You should be at the banquet hall. The celebration hasn't ended yet." That is. Anna hesitated, her usual composure faltering under his gaze. She opened her mouth, then closed it again, struggling to find a convincing explanation. Signat didn't interrupt. He simply waited, arms crossed, silently applying pressure. After a few moments of this one-sided interrogation, his attention shifted. To me. And you? He said, eyes locking onto my helmet. Which division are you from? His gaze swept over my armor in a single glance. I don't recognize that helmet. I stayed silent. Not because I didn't want to answer, but because I couldn't. A sword master's senses were no joke. If I spoke, even a single word, there was a real chance he'd pick up on my voice and piece things together. The silence stretched. Signat's brows furrowed. Who are you? The temperature in the room seemed to drop. His hand slowly drifted toward the hilt of his sword, not in open hostility, but as a warning. Remove your helmet, he said firmly. Now, his eyes sharpened. If you refuse, I'll remove it myself. Cold sweat slid down my back. This wasn't an empty threat. If he made a move, there was no chance I could stop him, not without revealing far more than I wanted to. If I took off my helmet now, I'd be recognized instantly. Someone of a swordmaster's caliber would miss it, not my face, not my presence, not the faint traces of mana clinging to me. To him, I'd be nothing more than a wanted criminal standing right in front of his eyes. But defying his command wasn't an option either. Disobedience here and now would invite consequences far worse than exposure. I turned my head slightly and looked at Anna, desperation clear in my eyes, a silent plea for help. But the moment our gazes met, my heart sank. Her pupils were shaking violently. This is bad. Anna was panicking. She was usually composed to the point of being unshakable. Yet right now, she looked completely thrown off balance. I didn't know what had unsettled her so badly. But one thing was clear: relying on her in this moment was impossible. This is my final warning, the swordmaster said coldly. Remove your helmet and reveal your identity. Now, final warning. Those words carried weight. When spoken by a swordmaster, they weren't a threat, they were a declaration of intent. The pressure around us thickened, invisible yet crushing. The air itself felt heavier, as though my lungs were being squeezed with every breath. Killing intent. Pure, overwhelming, and completely undisguised. My instincts screamed at me to move, to do something, but my body refused to obey. Sweat trickled down my spine beneath the armor as my thoughts spiraled. If I reveal myself, everything ends here. If I resist, I might not leave this place alive. My fingers twitched at my side, hovering uncertainly near the hilt of my sword, not to draw it, but out of reflex, like a cornered animal baring its fangs. No, that would only make things worse. Think, there has to be a way out. As the sword master took a single step forward, the pressure spiked sharply, and the faint creak of strained metal echoed from my armor. Anna, who had been frozen in panic just moments ago, suddenly moved. Before I could even react, she lunged forward. And then, Hiya, why your highness dash? Guck. She slammed straight into Signat's torso. For a sword master like him, dodging something like that would been effortless, almost instinctual. But he didn't. Maybe it was hesitation. Maybe it was surprise. Or maybe just for a split second he was afraid that dodging would put Anna in danger instead. Whatever the reason, that single moment was enough. Signat staggered, eyes wide, and fell backward from the unexpected impact, crashing heavily against the floor. Run, Dash. Run away now, Anna shouted. Her voice shook, but it was loud enough, clear enough. She had created an opening. I wasn't about to waste it. I sprang forward without a second thought. Kaya. Anna had lost her balance in the collision and fallen alongside Signat. I reached her in an instant, slipping an arm beneath her knees and another around her back, lifting her up before she could even protest. Her body was light, far too light for someone carrying the weight she did. Hold on, I muttered more to myself than to her. What about the bomb? Did you disarm it completely? Yes. It won't activate anymore, Anna replied without hesitation. Good. That single word loosened a tight knot in my chest. If the bomb was neutralized, then there was no reason for us to remain here any longer. Staying would only invite unnecessary trouble. I turned on my heel and left the Emperor's chamber, lifting Anna into my arms without another thought. And then, how dare you? The roar came from behind us, filled with pure fury. With her highness stop right there. Damn it. I clicked my tongue as I felt a terrifying pressure surge through the corridor. He regained his senses far faster than I'd expected. Signut. I didn't even need to look back to know his eyes were blazing red. His presence alone was overwhelming, his aura raging wildly, flooding the hallway like a storm about to tear everything apart. It felt less like a human chasing us, and more like a beast unleashed from its cage. Fierce, violent, and terrifyingly sharp. The killing intent pouring from his sword scraped against my skin, sending a chill straight down my spine. It was the kind of pressure that made your instincts scream before your mind could catch up. If that blade reached me, there would be no second chance. I tightened my grip around Anna and poured every ounce of strength into my legs. Run. That was the only thought in my head. If I get caught, I muttered grimly, breath coming faster, I'm dead. No explanations. No excuses. I'd be dragged back, labeled a traitor or a criminal, and beheaded on the spot. Stop right there. The moment those words left his mouth, a sharp warning screamed through my instincts. I didn't think I moved. I twisted my body sideways, dragging Anna with me as I shifted my footing. Crash! The ground where my foot had been about to land exploded inward, stone shattering as Signut's aura carved a clean crater into the floor. Damn it! Cold sweat burst out all at once. If I'd even a fraction of a second slower, my ankle would been gone. No borse. If I were an ordinary person, that single strike would ended everything right there. My heart pounded violently as I stared at the smoking crater. Is this man insane? He launched an attack like that while I was holding Anna, the Imperial Princess. Of course, judging by the angle and timing, he aimed for surgical precision. If everything had gone according to his plan, only my ankle would have been severed clean, efficient, disabling. A sword master's confidence. But that was exactly what made it terrifying. The fact that he could calculate something like that in an instant. Thanks to my unnaturally sharp senses, my accumulated experience from countless near-death moments, I barely managed to evade it. Barely. Even so, this was madness. Attacking so recklessly while the princess was right here. If anything had gone wrong, the consequences would been unthinkable. I tightened my grip slightly around Anna, positioning my body between her and Signut without even realizing it. She sucked in a quiet breath behind me, but didn't scream. That alone told me how much composure she was forcing herself to maintain. You dodged that? Signut's voice carried genuine disbelief. How? His brows knit together as he stared at me, eyes sharp, searching as if trying to recalculate everything he thought he knew. He hadn't expected this. Not even a little. The momentary confusion on his face told me everything, but I didn't have the luxury of savoring it. Where to next? I asked the question while tightening my grip around Anna, my feet already moving before she even answered. My lungs burned, the cold night air slicing into my chest with every breath. Over there, Anna pointed urgently. That tall building, the armory. I followed her gaze. Rising above the surrounding structures was a massive stone building, its silhouette sharp against the dark sky. Even from a distance, I could feel it an overwhelming presence of mana, volatile and dense. The armory, which meant only one thing. Explosives. A ridiculous amount of them. So that's the plan? I muttered. They hadn't just thrown bombs around at random. Every location had meaning. First, the banquet hall packed with nobles, symbols of power and authority. Then the Emperor's bedroom, an unmistakable declaration of defiance. And now the armory. If that place went up, it wouldn't just be an attack. It would be chaos. A chain reaction capable of tearing half the capital apart. They really had planned this thoroughly. Stop right there. A furious shout rang out behind me. Signut. I didn't need to look back to know how close he was. I could hear the heavy rhythm of his footsteps, feel the pressure of his presence bearing down on my back. TCH. I clicked my tongue and immediately changed direction, veering sharply toward the armory. Stone pavement scraped beneath my boots as I pushed my body harder, faster, ignoring the protests screaming through my muscles. Hold on tight. I murmured to Anna. She nodded without a word, arms tightening around my neck. Behind us, Signet swore loudly, his pace increasing as he realized where we were headed. Don't even think about it. Too late. If they wanted to turn the armory into their final move, then I'd make sure it became the place where everything ended instead. Chapter 206. This is bad, KWANG dash. A dash. I twisted my body just in time. The violent surge of aura slicing past where my head had been a split second earlier. The shock wave still grazed my shoulder, sending a sharp jolt through my arm. So he has realized it now. The moment Signet understood that I could avoid his attacks, his strategy changed completely. No pauses, no probing. Just relentless pressure, one aura strike after another, fired with killing intent. You dash, he roared. What exactly are you? His eyes were locked onto me. Only me, not Anna, who was still in my arms. Not the fact that he was an Imperial Knight sworn to protect her. Just me. No, especially me. What kind of knight ignores the princess's safety to obsess over a single student? Focus on your job, damn it. I muttered under my breath as another blast screamed past us, pulverizing the stone wall behind into dust. I grit my teeth and kept moving. We're almost there, I shouted. It should be in there. Through the chaos of flying debris and thunderous impacts, the armory finally came into view. A towering spire rose above it, cold iron and reinforced stone built to withstand siege-level attacks. Earlier, it had felt impossibly far away. Now it was right in front of us. I rushed beneath the spire and carefully set Anna down on her feet. Can you stand? I think so, she said, her voice shaky but steady enough. She nodded, gripping her skirt tightly. Bang! I slammed my fist against the massive iron door. Nothing. Again. Bang. Oh no. Anna gasped. The door is closed. Of course it is. I pressed my palm against the cold metal, pushing, pulling nothing. The armory door didn't even creak. It was sealed tight, probably locked down the moment the emergency was declared. Behind us, the air distorted. A pressure like a crushing wave rolled over my back. I didn't need to look to know another aura attack was coming. TCH-. The armory was packed wall to wall with weapons, swords, spears, halberds, every last one of them designed to kill. Naturally, the door was locked. Not just locked either. Solid steel, reinforced hinges. Thick enough that even a skilled swordsman couldn't hope to force it open with brute strength alone. I clicked my tongue quietly. Got us. This was bad. Really bad. Behind us, our escape route had already been cut off. Signet had caught up. And in front of us, the armory door stood firm, unmoving, as if mocking our situation. Trapped. I could feel the pressure of the moment settling onto my shoulders. My mind raced through excuses, explanations, half-truths, none of them convincing enough to defuse what was coming. Judging by the heat burning in Signet's eyes, he wouldn't listen anyway. At this point, even if I tried to explain everything, I doubted it would matter. Maybe I should been honest from the start. Told him the truth before things escalated this far. But that had been a gamble I couldn't afford. With Signet's notoriously short fuse, the moment he recognized my face, he probably would try to take my head off on the spot, context be damned. While I hesitated in front of the locked door, Signet closed the remaining distance in a few long strides. The sound of steel scraping against its sheath rang sharply through the corridor. He raised his sword. There was no hesitation in his stance, only raw, murderous intent. For a split second, I considered reaching for my own weapon. Then, his movement faltered. Signet's gaze shifted just slightly. To my side, to Anna. It was subtle, but I didn't miss it. The tension in his shoulders loosened by a fraction. The red flush of rage coloring his face slowly faded, replaced by something closer to restraint. His sword was still raised, but no longer trembling with the urge to strike. Your Highness, please come this way. It's dangerous where you are. Signet stepped forward, his voice rigid, hand half raised, as if to pull her away by force. Standing right beside me, Anna didn't move an inch. Instead, She turned and glared straight at him. No, she snapped. Sir Signut, you're the one who needs to stop interfering. The words hit harder than any slap. What? Signut stiffened, clearly caught off guard. Why would you say something like that to me, Your Highness? Because it's true. Anna shot back. You're always ordering me around, always treating me like a fragile doll. I'm sick of it. I do everything for your sake. Don't lie. Her voice trembled, but it didn't waver. I know you hate me. That's a misunderstanding. What? I blinked, completely lost. What was this suddenly about? Their words weren't the kind exchanged in a simple disagreement. There was history here, something deep, something festering for years. An emotional rift I had no context for, yet one that had clearly reached its breaking point. Anna was breathing heavily now, fists clenched at her sides. This was unexpected. The Anna I knew was composed, reserved, almost untouchable. Seeing her like this angry, raw, openly venting her resentment felt unreal. Strangely enough, it was refreshing. I spent my entire life wondering what I did wrong. She continued, voice sharp. Why you looked at me with such cold eyes? Why you never once trusted me to stand on my own? I was protecting you, Signut insisted, his tone rising. You are the imperial princess. Do you have any idea how many threats? Enough. She cut him off. You never asked what I wanted. You just decided everything for me. Silence fell between them. Then, I see, Signut said quietly. His expression changed. The anger drained from his face, replaced by something darker, something colder. So that's what it was. He nodded slowly, as if reaching some grim realization of his own. And then, his gaze shifted. It locked onto me. The air around him seemed to distort, a suffocating pressure bearing down as raw killing intent poured out unchecked. It wasn't subtle. It wasn't restrained. It was aimed squarely at me. You. Signut's voice dropped into a low growl. You've been manipulating our princess. What? For a split second, I genuinely wondered if I misheard him. Manipulating? Princess? When did this turn into my trial? Before I could even process it, his glare sharpened, burning straight through me. Seeing Anna behave differently than usual, standing so close to me, speaking on my behalf, he must have already reached his conclusion. Signut took a step forward. There's no other explanation, he said coldly. For Her Highness to act this way, you must be the cause. Now, that's a huge leap. Isn't it? Inside my invisible steel helmet, the one I wore whenever my survival instincts kicked in, I was screaming internally. Outwardly, I could only manage a stiff, awkward smile as cold sweat trickled down my back. The killing intent pouring off him was no joke. It felt heavy, suffocating, like standing in front of a drawn blade, knowing full well that if I moved the wrong way, it would swing. My body reacted before my mind, could muscles locking up, breath caught halfway in my chest. I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. Pray. That was exactly how I felt. And yet, completely unaware of my internal panic. Anna stepped even closer. Close enough that I could feel the warmth of her shoulder brushing against my arm. She leaned in, her lips barely moving as she whispered in a voice only I could hear. When I give the signal, she said softly, embrace me. What? My brain short-circuited. Of all the things I expected her to say, that wasn't even on the list. What are you talking about? I muttered back, barely moving my mouth. Why would I? Just do as I say. She interrupted quietly, her tone calm but firm. If you follow my instructions, we'll be able to open the armory door. Armory? I flicked my eyes toward her for a split second, then back to Signut, whose hand was now dangerously close to the hilt of his weapon. Open the armory door? The armory door loomed before us, solid steel, thick enough that brute force alone wouldn't even scratch it, even if I put everything I had into it. There was no chance we'd get inside that way. But Anna didn't seem troubled in the slightest. She leaned closer and spoke in a low voice, calmly laying out a plan. No. Instructions. Clear. Precise. Almost unsettlingly confident. In our current situation, I had no better options. So, I trusted her. I did exactly as Anna said. I wrapped my arms around her. Because I was still wearing full armor, there wasn't too much physical sensation to speak of, but that didn't matter. A faint, gentle fragrance reached me anyway, and my body stiffened despite myself. This was a terrible idea. No, this was a dangerous idea. You dash. How dare a thug like you lay your hands on Her Highness? Signat's voice cracked as he shouted. When I looked over, his face had turned a vivid red, fury and shock twisting his features as he stared at us locked together in what could only be interpreted as an intimate embrace. Unforgivable. The moment the word left his mouth, the air changed. A violent pressure surged outward from Signat, far denser and more oppressive than anything he'd shown before. His aura flared wildly, rippling through the corridor like a visible wave. The floor beneath his feet creaked. Oh no, this wasn't just anger. This was the kind of rage that made people stop thinking. Anna, still held in my arms, didn't flinch, but I could feel the subtle tension in her body. This is worse than I expected, I muttered. Signat's hand tightened around the hilt of his weapon, veins standing out as mana spiraled violently around him. At this rate, the armory door wouldn't be the first thing destroyed. So yeah, this was bad. Very, very bad. Chapter 207. The last bomb won, as if everything that had happened until now had been some kind of elaborate joke. Signat suddenly began radiating an aura from an entirely different dimension. The pressure alone made my skin prickle. Yeah, we're in trouble. A lot of trouble. My thoughts spiraled as I stared at him, then a voice cut through the chaos. Do you trust me? I blinked and looked down. Anna was still in my arms. Her expression too calm for someone caught between a furious monster and an imminent explosion. I hesitated. Not entirely, but I don't think I have much of a choice right now. She laughed softly. Even now, you don't sugarcoat things. That was exactly what scared me. She showed no sign of panic. No tensión. No fear. Of course, Signat couldn't attack recklessly not while Anna and I were pressed so close together. One wrong move, and she'd be caught in it. But still, I couldn't understand how she could stay this composed with a ticking bomb behind us and a furious Signat in front of us, glaring like he wanted to rip me apart molecule by molecule. Lewis. Yes? What is it? Could you lower your head for a moment? What? Now. This was definitely not the time for whatever mysterious plan she had in mind. Signat's killing intent was spiking by the second. I could practically feel his gaze digging into my skull. And behind us, somewhere in the armory, the bomb-esque countdown was continuing without mercy. Tick. And yet, despite my confusion, despite every instinct screaming at me not to look away, I lowered my head just as she asked. The moment I did, Anna leaned closer. I felt her breath brush against my ear. Don't move, she whispered. And whatever happens next, don't let go of me. My heart skipped. After a brief moment of hesitation, she slowly reached up and lifted my helmet just enough and pressed her lips gently against my cheek. Smooch. A soft warmth lingered where she touched me, vanishing almost as quickly as it came. My mind went completely blank. My body froze, every thought short-circuiting at once. What was that all of a sudden? Startled, I hurriedly stepped back from Anna, my hand instinctively flying to my cheek. What has happened? I never expected her to do something like that. Before I could even process the situation. Why you? Thunderstruck scoundrel. A furious roar exploded from behind me. I snapped back to my senses and turned around. Signat. His entire body was shrouded in a violent blue aura, mana flaring so intensely that the air around him distorted. His face was twisted with rage, veins bulging at his temples. The moment he saw that I'd moved away from Anna, his fury only intensified. He drew his sword in a single smooth motion and raised it high above his head. Pay for your sins with your life. Hold on. I was standing still. Anna was the one who leaned in. And yet, somehow, I was the one sentenced to death. This guy didn't even bother with logic anymore. With a feral roar, Signat unleashed his aura, the pressure crashing down like a tidal wave. And then, Anna was suddenly there. She rushed forward and wrapped her arms around me. pulling me into her without hesitation. Oh no! Only then did Signut realize her presence. His eyes widened in shock, and at the last possible moment, he forcibly twisted the trajectory of his sword. The motion was awkward, desperate. The aura meant for us tore past our side, instead, crash, slamming into the armory door behind us. The explosion of force shattered it instantly. Metal screeched, stone cracked, and fragments flew as the once solid door split cleanly in two. Smoke and dust billowed into the hallway, filling the air with the sharp scent of ozone. For a brief moment, everything went silent. As the dust slowly settled, the ruined remains of the door came into view. That was close. No, too close. I felt Anna's grip tighten for just a second before she pulled back slightly, still standing protectively in front of me. Was this her plan? The thought struck me all at once. She had deliberately closed the distance, deliberately used physical contact skinship to provoke Signut. And it worked. Caught off guard by her sudden appearance, he lost control of his emotions. His killing intent flared. His aura surged, and in that instant he exposed himself. Everything unfolded exactly as Anna had planned. Let us get inside. Now. Ah, yes. Her sharp voice snapped me out of my daze. Before I could even gather my thoughts, Anna grabbed my wrist and pulled me forward. We sprinted straight into the armory, our footsteps echoing loudly against the stone floor. This wasn't the time to hesitate. There wasn't much time left. The armory was packed wall to wall with weapons, armor, and sealed crates, the metallic scent of oil thick in the air. We split up immediately, scanning every corner, every rack, every shadow. Then, there, Anna said, that has to be it. After a brief but frantic search, we found it, the last remaining bomb. But the moment Anna crouched down in front of it, her expression changed. It's different. What? I asked, quickly moving beside her. This bomb isn't like the others, she said, her voice tight. I swallowed and leaned closer. She was right. At a glance, it was obvious. Unlike the previous two bombs, which shared the same structure and magical layout, this one looked entirely alien. The casing was darker, the surface etched with unfamiliar symbols that pulsed faintly, like a living thing breathing. The magic pattern, Anna muttered, tracing the air just above it without touching. It's completely different. Even the components were wrong. Where the other bombs had used standardized mana cores, this one was layered with multiple circuits, overlapping and intertwining in a way that made my head hurt just looking at it. This isn't something made in a rush, I said quietly. It's deliberate. Anna nodded grimly. Someone prepared this one separately. A chill ran down my spine. If the previous bombs were meant to cause chaos, then this one felt like it was designed to ensure something went wrong. Ich glänzte her. How long do you think it'll take to disarm? She didn't answer right away. Her eyes moved rapidly, analyzing the runes, the flow of mana, the unstable core at the center. I don't know, she finally said. At least 10 minutes. Maybe more. My heart sank. 10 minutes was an eternity right now. Chapter 208. The last bomb 2, I quickly checked the time. 8 minutes. Only 8 minutes remained until detonation. My heartbeat thudded violently in my ears as the reality settled in. There was no time left to think of clever solutions or safer alternatives. Then, there was only one option left. I knew it was reckless, insane even, but there was no other choice. If I hesitated even for a moment, everyone here would die. Anna, throw me the bomb. What? Dash. Hurry. My voice came out sharper than I intended, but there was no room for gentleness now. I could see the fear in her eyes, see her instinct screaming that this was wrong. I understood that fear, but understanding it wouldn't save lives. If we stayed here, none of us would survive. All right. Clenching her teeth, Anna nodded firmly. In the next instant, the heavy metal sphere was flying toward me. I caught it against my chest, the cold surface sending a chill straight through my arms. No turning back now. Without another word, I spun around and bolted for the stairs. Upward, toward the top of the spire. My legs burned as I ran, boots slamming against stone steps that seemed to stretch endlessly above me. Each breath came out ragged, my lungs screaming in protest, but I forced myself onward. 7 minutes. 6. Finally, I burst through the narrow doorway at the top, staggering into the open air. Wind whipped against my face as I looked out from the spire, my heart pounding harder than ever. Below me, the city spread out in every direction, dense rows of buildings packed tightly together, rooftops overlapping like scales. Homes, shops, streets full of people who had no idea how close they were to death. There was nowhere to throw it. No empty field. No river wide enough. No place far enough away. My fingers tightened around the bomb as its faint ticking echoed in my head, louder than the wind. Damn it. Casualties would be inevitable if this continued. That thought alone was enough to make my chest tighten. So this is how it ends, I muttered. I tilted my head back and looked up at the sky. It was absurdly clear, pristine even. Not a single cloud in sight. The kind of sky people admired on peaceful days. Not one meant to witness destruction. As the lights slowly dimmed and dusk crept in, I checked the remaining time. 1 minute. No room for hesitation. I hurriedly equipped Furion and poured every last drop of mana I had into it. Wung! The device responded instantly, emitting a deep, pleasant resonance that vibrated straight through my bones. At the same time, agony tore through my arm. It felt like my muscles were being twisted apart, like my bones were on the verge of snapping. My vision blurred, and sweat poured down my face. But I couldn't stop. Not now. Gritting my teeth, I endured the pain and continued forcing mana into Furion. My heartbeat thundered in my ears. Then, using Furion's ability, I hurled the bomb high into the sky. The bomb shot upward at terrifying speed, tearing through the air like a comet. Quang! A deafening explosion echoed across the heavens. The blast ballooned mid-air, scattering blinding light in all directions before dissolving into sparks that vanished against the darkening sky. At the same time, the shock wave slammed into the ground beneath me. Crack! The floor collapsed. My body dropped violently. Thud! Ugh! Pain exploded through me the moment I hit the ground. It felt like every bone in my body had shattered at once. I couldn't even scream. My lungs refused to cooperate. Lewis, are you okay? Through my fading vision, I saw Anna rushing toward me, her face drained of color. She knelt beside me, her hands trembling as she checked me over. Her touch was gentle, almost too gentle, fingers brushing through my hair as if afraid I'd break apart if she moved too roughly. Idiot, she whispered, her voice tight. I wanted to laugh, or say something witty, or reassure her, but my lips wouldn't move. My consciousness was slipping, sinking into something heavy and warm. At least, it worked. All the bombs were gone. No more explosions. No more needless deaths. That was enough. I'll leave the rest to Anna. As my vision dimmed completely, I vaguely caught sight of Signut sprinting toward us in the distance, shouting something I couldn't quite hear. Then, everything went dark. Darkness swallowed Lewis whole. The world faded out, not with noise, not with pain, but with an odd sense of relief, as if he'd finally been allowed to rest. Lewis. Anna knelt beside him, both hands gripping his shoulders. Lewis, hey, open your eyes. No response. His chest was still rising and falling, shallow, uneven, but alive. That alone kept her from panicking completely. But her hands were shaking. You absolute idiot, she whispered again, her voice cracking this time. Behind her, heavy footsteps approached. Slow, measured, oppressive. Anna didn't need to turn around to know who it was. The pressure alone told her. Move away from him. Signut's voice was low, dangerously calm, like the stillness before a storm. Anna gently laid Lewis down, then stood up. She turned. Signut was there, sword lowered but still humming with residual mana. His blue aura hadn't fully dissipated yet, flickering violently around his body. His eyes were locked onto Lewis Snow, burning into him. You, Signut said, jaw clenched. Anna stepped forward, placing herself directly between them. If you take another step, she said quietly, I'll stop you. Signet froze. For a moment, disbelief flashed across his face. You're protecting him? Anna didn't hesitate. Yes. His grip tightened around the sword hilt. The stone beneath his feet cracked slightly. He endangered you. He provoked me. He stole. That's enough. Anna cut in sharply. The sudden firmness in her voice made even Signet pause. You think he did this for fun? She continued. You think he enjoyed carrying that bomb? Throwing himself off a spire? Her voice trembled, but she didn't back down. He chose to die, so others wouldn't. Silence fell between them. Signet's breathing was heavy. His gaze flicked back to Lewis's unconscious form, bloodied, broken, barely breathing. He kissed you, Signet muttered. Anna's eyes narrowed. I kissed him, she corrected. That hit harder than any blade. Signet's expression cracked just slightly. Why, he asked hoarsely. Why would you do that? Anna exhaled slowly. Because I knew you'd hesitate, she said. Because I trusted you wouldn't strike if I was in the way. And because... She glanced back at Lewis, her expression softening despite herself. He was ready to die, and someone like that shouldn't face it alone. Signet's sword trembled. For several long seconds, he said nothing. Then, he slowly lowered his blade. The blue aura surrounding him finally dispersed, fading into the air like mist. He clicked his tongue, turning his head away. You're infuriating, he muttered. Anna didn't relax yet. Are you done? For now. Signet took a step back, then another. But understand this, he said, eyes sharp once more. If he ever puts you in danger again, I'll decide that, Anna said immediately. Their gazes clashed. Then Signet looked away. Umph. He sheathed his sword with a sharp motion. Imperial knights were already arriving in the distant shouts, footsteps, orders being barked. The crisis was ending. Signet glanced once more at Lewis. That fool, he said quietly. Anna knelt back down beside Lewis, brushing his hair away from his face. Yes, she agreed softly. But he is my fool. Signet didn't reply. He simply turned and walked away, leaving Anna alone beside the boy who had just saved the city. Chapter 209. Too far, an unfamiliar ceiling filled my vision. I woke up somewhere I didn't recognize. Where am I? Although my eyes were open, my thoughts lagged behind, wrapped in a thick, heavy fog. I couldn't grasp the situation at all. All I could do was blink as I stared at the plain white ceiling above me. No patterns, no decorations, just emptiness. Then a voice came from beside me. You're awake? Slowly, I turned my head toward the sound. Through my blurred vision, I saw Anna sitting next to the bed, wearing a gentle, relieved smile. As if that smile grounded me slightly, I forced my aching brain to work and asked, Where am I? Here? She said lightly. My room. What? The moment those words reached me, the fog in my head evaporated all at once. My room? No, her room. Why was I lying in Anna's room of all places? Startled, I instinctively tried to sit up. A sharp, overwhelming pain tore through my body, forcing a scream out of my throat. My limbs refused to obey me, strength draining away in an instant as I collapsed back onto the bed. Every breath felt like it scraped against broken glass. Easy, don't move. A familiar voice hurried to my side. Warm light flickered briefly, and I felt a faint sensation of magic wash over me, dulling the pain just enough to keep me conscious but not nearly enough to make it bearable. Are you okay? The voice asked anxiously. I treated you with magic, but you must still be in a lot of pain. Pain? That word didn't even begin to cover it. It felt as though my entire body had been crushed, rebuilt incorrectly, and then set on fire for good measure. Tears welled up in my eyes before I could stop them. My jaw clenched tight as I tried not to groan again. Only then did fragments of memory begin to resurface. The explosion, the deafening roar, the ground vanishing beneath my feet. Ah, right? I fell. I muttered hoarsely. From the blast. So that's why. No wonder my body felt like this. I must have hit the ground hard, very hard. I'd been so disoriented when I woke up that I hadn't even processed it yet. How long was I out? I asked, forcing the words past my dry throat. There was a brief pause. About 2 days, she replied carefully. A little more, actually. 2 days. You're kidding. 2 whole days unconscious. That wasn't tea, just fainting. That was practically taking a stroll past the gates of the afterlife and deciding, nah, not today. You collapsed immediately after the explosion, she continued. Your condition was critical. Honestly, we weren't sure you'd wake up. I let out a weak, breathless laugh. Good to know I made an impression. Don't joke, she scolded softly. Almost every bone in your body was shattered. My smile froze. Every bone? Yes, she said gently. Your ribs, your arms, your legs, most of them were fractured or completely broken. If help had arrived, even a little later, she stopped herself. But the Imperial Court S mages arrived in time. She finished. They treated you immediately. You should have any permanent damage. The Imperial Court S finest mages. Of course they would been mobilized. An explosion like that in the capital, with people watching? There was no way they'd let me die not after everything that had happened. They saved my life. Still, even their magic couldn't erase the pain. Another wave surged through my body without warning, and I couldn't suppress the groan that escaped my lips. My fingers curled weakly against the sheets as I fought the urge to scream again. I really could used a painkiller right now. Unfortunately, this was a world where magic outpaced medicine by centuries. Healing spells could knit bone and flesh back together, but they didn't care much about comfort. Pain was something you were just expected to endure. Fantastic. I stared up at the ceiling, breathing shallowly, waiting for the agony to ebb if only a little. Guess I'm not getting out of bed anytime soon, I muttered. She gave a small, helpless smile. No, you're on strict bed rest. If you move too much, the pain will only get worse. Figures. I lay there, barely able to lift a finger, my entire body heavy with pain and exhaustion. Through the fog, clouding my mind, one clear thought surfaced. Is it really okay for me to just lie here like this? The moment that question formed, a wave of anxiety washed over me. This was Anna S. bedroom. Not a guest room. Not an infirmary. Her room. Was it really acceptable for an unrelated man? No. Worse, a former fugitive of the Empire to be sprawled across her bed, so casually? At this very moment, there should still be people out there searching for me, with clenched teeth and burning eyes. Yet here I was, lying in soft sheets, breathing in a faint, unfamiliar scent. Before I could spiral any further, Anna's calm voice cut through my thoughts. It's fine. You can stay here as long as you need. She stood beside the bed, arms folded, expression steady. I've already taken care of everything. Just rest until you're fully recovered. Everything? I asked weakly. During the 2 days I'd been unconscious, it seemed Anna had done far more than just watch over me. She explained everything. Why I had entered the Imperial Palace in secret. The bomb hidden within its walls. My intentions, my actions, and the chaos that followed. She pieced together the truth and presented it clearly without embellishment, without hesitation. What about objections? I asked after a moment. Surely someone tried to make an issue out of it. I can't imagine everyone just accepting the explanation. Well, Anna said thoughtfully, there were a few voices like that at first. My chest tightened slightly. But once it was made clear that if not for you, everyone gathered in the palace would have died. She shrugged lightly. Most of them decided it was best to let things go. I let out a slow breath I hadn't realized I was holding. If it hadn't been for Anna, no. For both of us, there wouldn't have been anyone left to argue in the first place. That fact alone had silenced most opposition. Of course, if things didn't turn out that way, I would been forced to prove my innocence all over again. The thought alone made my head throb. And Anna continued, We've arrested all the culprits you subdued. I blinked. All of them? Yes. Every single one. A faint, satisfied smile curved her lips. Thank you. You made things much easier for us. Hearing that, a strange feeling settled in my chest. No, well, I scratched my cheek awkwardly. In truth, none of it was as noble as she made it sound. I caught Bane and his gang, because I didn't want a revolution that would leave me crushed under the rubble. I dealt with the bomb for the same selfish reason. I simply didn't want chaos. That was it. And yet, somehow, everything had neatly resolved itself in Anna's favor. From the perspective of an imperial princess, this really was the best possible ending. Then I guess my wanted status has been cleared? I asked carefully. That's right, Anna replied. Some nobles even suggested giving you a commendation. I embellished the truth a little, but I didn't expect them to react so favorably. Embellished? I frowned. What exactly did you tell them? What kind of nonsense did she feed those snake-like nobles to make them suggest rewarding me? Seeing my expression, Anna laughed softly, clearly amused. Hee hee. I made it sound like you knew everything from the beginning. What? I claimed that your escape with Bane was intentional. She continued casually. That it was all part of your plan. My brain stalled. She went on, counting it off on her fingers like she was reciting a report. That you'd received intelligence about the bomb in advance. That you deliberately allowed yourself to be taken to infiltrate their ranks. And that you successfully extracted information while inside. Is that really okay? It was certainly convenient. A clean, heroic narrative that tied everything together. But that was a plan an ordinary academy student should be able to execute alone. They didn't question why I didn't inform them beforehand. I asked. That story has way too many holes. It feels like it could backfire at any moment. Anna's smile didn't fade. Instead, her eyes sharpened slightly. Do you remember what I told you? She asked. That Bane and his group couldn't have planted a bomb inside the Imperial Palace by themselves. I did remember. That implication alone changes everything, she continued. Once you introduce the idea of a larger force operating behind the scenes, your actions become reasonable, even praiseworthy. So they assumed I was working under someone? Exactly. They believe you were acting as a hidden piece either under Imperial orders or as bait to draw out the real conspirators. I let out a dry laugh. So they filled in the blanks themselves. They always do, Anna said calmly, especially when it suits them. I leaned back in my chair, rubbing my temples. This was bad. No, this was dangerous. If they truly believed I was capable of that level of foresight and planning, expectations would only rise from here. And if the truth ever slipped out, I feel like I've been promoted into something terrifying, I muttered. Anna tilted her head, looking almost apologetic. If it helps, you're also much safer now. No one will dare touch you lightly. That was supposed to be reassuring. Somehow it wasn't. I looked at her, this girl who could rewrite reality with a few carefully chosen words, and sighed. Well, I said slowly, I guess I should thank you. Anna smiled again, softer this time. You saved lives. That part isn't a lie. Maybe so. But as I stared at the sunlight filtering through the student council windows, one thought lingered stubbornly in my mind. At this rate, I was getting further and further away from being just an ordinary Chapter 210. Traitor 1, when we were disarming the bomb in the banquet hall, Anna continued quietly. There was a concern raised that there might be a spy within the Imperial Palace itself. Yes, I remember that, I replied. We found them, she said. Once that happened, everyone's attention shifted entirely to the traitor. Compared to that, your involvement stopped being the main focus. I let out a slow breath. It was a convenient explanation. Too convenient. There were holes in it, obvious ones, even, but with a crisis of that magnitude dangling in front of them, people chose not to look too closely. Or perhaps they simply didn't want to. Still, so there really was a traitor inside? I asked. Anna nodded once. My fingers tightened slightly against the armrest. That wasn't something to be taken lightly. The Imperial Palace wasn't just any building. It was the most heavily guarded place in the Empire. For someone to plant bombs there, this wasn't the work of a random extremist or an outside force acting alone. Smuggling explosives in from outside was already difficult enough. Installing them without detection was another matter entirely. And one of them had been placed in the ceiling of the Emperor's bedroom. That alone sent a chill down my spine. Who was it? I asked slowly. Who planted the bomb? There were only a handful of people with enough authority, access, and trust to pull something like that off. someone whose movements wouldn't be questioned, someone who belonged there. Anna hesitated for just a fraction of a second. Then she spoke. The Imperial Knight Commander. What? For a moment, I genuinely thought I'd misheard her. Leonardo, she said, her voice steady but heavy. Commander of the Imperial Knights. He was behind everything. The room felt colder all of a sudden. Leonardo, the man entrusted with protecting the Emperor, the sword and shield of the Empire itself. The one person everyone believed would never, under any circumstance, betray the throne. And yet I knew of him. Not personally, of course, but I knew of him. Leonardo, one of the strongest fighters in the world, a character who had only appeared briefly in the manga, yet left a lasting impression. A sword master whose strength was said to exist on an entirely different plane from the rest of the Empire's elites. A man whose name alone carried weight. And now I was being told that this Leonardo was the culprit behind the incident? That didn't make sense. It couldn't. But surely, isn't he not that kind of person? Anna said hesitantly. From what I've heard, he was known to be a good person. The doubt in that voice echoed my own thoughts. Unlike the stiff-necked nobles who hid behind their titles and bloodlines, Leonardo was different. He was renowned not just for his strength, but for his character. A knight who spoke politely to commoners. A warrior who bowed his head in thanks after receiving a meal. Someone who never flaunted his power, even though he had every right to. Among the citizens, he was always one of the most beloved figures. Children admired him. Aspiring knights idolized him. Veteran soldiers respected him. To many, he wasn't just the Emperor's guardian, he was what a knight should be. A living role model. So why? Why on earth would someone like him betray everything he stood for? The room fell quiet before another voice spoke. Lower this time. Apparently, Leonardo was an illegitimate child. The words landed heavily. He was born outside the imperial bloodline. It seems Bane found out and used it against him. From what we know, Leonardo was completely swayed by his words and decided to join. Illegitimate. That single word carried more poison than any blade. In this empire, blood was everything. Loyalty could be questioned. Merit could be ignored. But lineage? Lineage was law. If what they said was true, then everything started to fall into place uncomfortably so. No matter how loyal Leonardo had been, no matter how much he had sacrificed, no matter how many times he had bled for the throne, to the Empire, he would always be less. Always something that should not have existed. So that was Bane's angle. Not promises of power, not threats, but truth. A truth that could shatter even the strongest will. If Leonardo had spent his entire life protecting an empire that would never truly acknowledge him, then maybe, just maybe, betrayal wasn't born from greed. Maybe it was born from despair, creating a world where everyone was equal. That had always been Bane's ideal. A world without invisible chains, without restrictions imposed by birth, lineage, or status. A world where no one was treated as lesser simply for how they came into existence. Where everyone, at the very least, possessed the same rights as human beings. It was a naive dream to some, a dangerous one to others. But to Leonardo, it had been something else entirely. Perhaps it was why Bane's words had reached him so deeply. Leonardo had lived his entire life beneath the shadow of discrimination, branded from birth as an illegitimate child. No matter how outstanding his talent was, no matter how much effort he poured into his training, the stain of his origin had never faded. Whispers followed him wherever he went. Contempt hid behind polite smiles. Even when he climbed higher than anyone else, those eyes never truly changed. Despite rising to the very top through exceptional skill and relentless perseverance, the wounds carved into his heart during childhood remained unhealed. Power could silence voices, but it could not erase memory. Recognition could not replace dignity. And respect, gained through fear, was never the same as respect freely given. Maybe that was why Bane's vision had felt like salvation. Not for himself, but for a world that would never produce another child like him. So have you caught him? The question was asked calmly, yet the atmosphere in the room tightened the moment the name went unspoken. Chapter 211. Traitor 2, so have you caught him? The question was asked calmly, yet the atmosphere in the room tightened the moment the name went unspoken. No, unfortunately, he escaped. Anna replied. He concealed his whereabouts starting the day before the incident. It seems he anticipated our movements. A quiet breath passed through the room. Leonardo, a man once hailed as the Empire's strongest force, a symbol of stability, power, and absolute loyalty, and now its greatest traitor. Given who he was, capturing him would undoubtedly be a difficult task. Not only did he possess overwhelming strength, but he also understood the Empire's systems, strategies, and weaknesses better than anyone. After all, he had helped build them. But no matter how skilled he might be, no matter how far he ran, he would eventually be caught. That was inevitable. Leonardo's actions crossed an unmistakable line. His actions were unmistakably treason. He had raised his blade not just against an idea, but against the Empire itself. There would be no mercy for him. They would mobilize every available force. Intelligence networks, knights, mages, informants, nothing would be spared. The Empire could tolerate cracks in its image. It could not tolerate a symbol turning against it, especially not one as powerful as Leonardo. That was why it had only ever been a matter of time before he was caught. So it's all over now. The wanted order against me has been lifted. The dangerous elements have been captured. The streets that once swallowed me whole have finally gone quiet. We've reached the end of this long, exhausting story. When I close my eyes, the moments I spent wandering the back alleys rise up uninvited. Rain-soaked stone, the smell of rust and smoke. Footsteps that were never mine, but always felt too close. My body still aches, as if it refuses to forget. Every stiff muscle feels like proof of how much I endured just to stay alive. How many times I ran. How many times I barely escaped. Can I finally rest now? The thought drifts through my mind, fragile but tempting. The tension I've been gripping for so long begins to loosen, thread by thread. For the first time in what feels like forever, sleep starts to pull me under instead of fear. By the way, Lewis, just as I'm about to sink back into sleep, Anna's cautious voice reaches me. It's soft, careful, as if she's afraid the question itself might shatter something. I open my eyes again and turn my head slightly. What is it? She hesitates. I can see it in the way her fingers fidget with the blanket, the way her gaze avoids mine for a moment before finally meeting it. Why are you being so formal with me again? What? The question catches me completely off guard. Why is she asking that all of a sudden? Genuinely positive. For a moment, my exhausted brain struggles to understand what she even means. Formal? Then it clicks. Since everything ended, since the title and the weight of the Empire settled back onto her shoulders, I must have unconsciously drawn a line again. Words chosen more carefully. Distance where there hadn't been one before. I let out a small, confused breath. Because you're the Imperial Princess? The answer feels obvious to me. Too obvious. Anna blinks. Once. Then again. Anna was the only Imperial Princess in the entire Empire. Although she had younger siblings beneath her, she alone was named as the next emperor. The court spoke of it as if it were a natural law, inevitable, unquestionable. And because of that, there was an invisible line drawn between her and people like me. I couldn't speak casually to someone like Anna. Naturally, I had to use honorifics. We were on different levels. In the armory, you call me by my name, Anna said, tilting her head slightly. Why are you being formal again now? What? When did I? The words slipped out before I could stop them. Oh, a vague memory surfaced, hazy but sharp around the edges. The countdown. The red digits blinking mercilessly. The bomb's timer screaming that there was no time left. In that moment of urgency, I hadn't been thinking about status or etiquette. I had spoken to Anna as if she were just another person standing beside me. I had even ordered her to throw the bomb. No, I stopped myself mid-sentence. Was she upset about that? If she was going to reprimand me now, there was nothing I could do. Disrespecting the future emperor wasn't exactly something that could be brushed aside with an apology. My stomach tightened as I searched her face for any hint of displeasure. Maybe, just maybe, if I pretended I didn't remember, she would let it slide. As I hurriedly scrambled for excuses, trying to arrange words polite enough to soften the situation, Anna spoke first. Call me by my name from now on. What? Her words didn't register right away. I blinked, certain I had misheard. Just call me by my name comfortably, she repeated. No formalities. Speak casually. Then she smiled. Not the composed, ceremonial smile she wore in public, nor the distant one she used during official meetings. It was bright, open, and strangely warm, like sunlight breaking through a clouded sky. I stared back at her, completely dumbfounded. Are you sure? I asked before I could stop myself. I mean, Your Highness. She frowned immediately. There, she said, pointing at me. That. Don't do that. I awkwardly closed my mouth. Sorry. It's just, habits don't disappear that easily. I know, Anna replied softly. That's why I'm telling you now. She took a step closer, her voice lowering just enough that it felt personal. In the armory, she continued, you didn't hesitate. You didn't stop to think about who I was supposed to be. You trusted me. I stiffened. I was thinking, I admitted. I just wanted everyone to survive. That's exactly my point, she said, eyes bright. You spoke to me as Anna, not as the Imperial Princess. And I liked that. Liked it. I didn't know how to respond. The distance I had carefully maintained suddenly felt fragile, as if a single wrong word could shatter it. But the court, I began. The court isn't here, Anna cut in. And even if it were, this is my decision. She straightened her posture, and for just a moment, I caught a glimpse of the authority that made nobles bow and ministers tremble. Then it faded, replaced by something far more human. I'm tired of everyone measuring their words around me, she said quietly. Tired of being treated like a title instead of a person. She met my gaze. When you called my name, it felt normal. Silence settled between us. I swallowed. Anna? Her eyes widened, then curved into a smile even brighter than before. Yes, she said. That's perfect. Somehow, saying her name felt heavier than using any honorific. More dangerous. More intimate. And yet, for the first time, the distance between the Imperial Princess and myself felt just a little smaller. Author note: thanks for reading and supporting the novel till now. I hope you will continue to do so. Chapter 212. Dragon warning. Several more days passed. By then, my condition had improved enough that staying put no longer made sense. I packed up and moved to a fairly large hospital in the capital one, with proper facilities and fewer prying eyes. I couldn't keep imposing on Anna's room forever. More importantly, rumors had already begun to circulate. Whispers about what kind of relationship Anna and I supposedly had. Anna herself didn't seem particularly bothered by it. If anything, she treated it like an amusing misunderstanding. But I wasn't as carefree. Unnecessary gossip had a way of spiraling out of control, especially when people were already looking for someone to blame. I had no intention of adding fuel to the fire. So before those vague suspicions turned into something uglier, I moved out. That Insignia's increasingly strange gaze had become far too heavy to endure. Every time our eyes met, it felt like he was trying to dissect me down to my bones. No thank you. So, I said, lying back on the hospital bed, why are you here? HM. Lumen, who had appeared out of nowhere as usual, was sitting by the window, leisurely munching on a piece of fruit she'd definitely stolen from somewhere in the hospital. Juice dripped down her fingers as she tilted her head. I told you already, didn't I? I came to warn you. About what exactly? I pressed. You keep saying danger, but that's incredibly vague. She popped another slice in her mouth, chewing thoughtfully. I can't tell you the details, she said after swallowing. There are rules. Dragons aren't supposed to interfere directly in human affairs. If I say too much, I'll get into serious trouble. Then why come at all? Lumen shrugged, utterly unbothered. Because doing nothing would bother me more. That answer somehow irritated me even more. She leaned back against the wall, her golden eyes briefly losing their playful glint. For just a moment, something ancient flickered beneath the surface. All I can say is this: She continued quietly. Something big is coming. Not today, not tomorrow, but soon. My fingers tightened slightly against the bedsheet. Big enough to matter? She met my gaze. This time, she didn't smile. Big enough that if you're unprepared, she said, you won get a second chance. Silence settled between us. After a moment, I exhaled slowly. So you want tell me what it is. You want tell me when. And you want tell me who is involved. Correct. You're awful at giving warnings. She laughed. And you're awful at hiding that you're worried. I clicked my tongue and looked away. So what exactly is it supposed to mean? If she is going to tell me something, she should just say it outright. Instead, she keeps circling the same point: danger is coming. Stay alert. Don't lower your guard. Over and over again. Yet when it comes to the important part, what that danger actually is, she falls completely silent. And this mysterious we she keeps referring to, I still have no idea who that includes. Dragons? Gods? Something else entirely? Still, one thing is clear. The fact that even Lumine Dragon can speak freely means there are restrictions far beyond common sense. Heavy ones. Honestly, I don't really want to know the details. Call it intuition. But I have a strong feeling that the moment I understand everything, I'll be dragged into something I can't escape from. The kind of trouble that doesn't let you walk away once you're involved. But knowing that danger is approaching while being given nothing to prepare with is its own kind of torture. Can't you at least give me some kind of hint? I said, exhaling slowly. This is just making me more anxious. Lumen hesitated. For once, she didn't respond immediately. She tapped her chin, eyes drifting upward as if weighing something invisible. After a short pause, she nodded to herself. I suppose a small hint would be acceptable. Her expression shifted, lighter playfulness gone, replaced by a seriousness that made my back straighten unconsciously. Beware the devil's eye. What? Istère de hair. What kind of hint is that supposed to be? That is all I can say, Lumen replied flatly. If I explain any further, I might get taken away. Taken away by what? She didn't answer. Just gave me a look that clearly said, don't ask. I rubbed my temple, feeling a headache coming on. Devil's eye? Is that a person? A magic artifact? A monster? A metaphor? Or just another cryptic phrase meant to sound ominous without being useful? I shot her an incredulous look. You do realize that a hint is supposed to help solve the problem, right? Lumen shrugged lightly. From my perspective, that is the crucial part. That simple phrase was supposed to be a hint. If anything, it only shoved me deeper into confusion. Well, I'll be going now, Lumen said casually, already turning away. Already? She ate my precious fruit, dropped a cryptic line, and now she was just leaving like that? I'd even hoping she'd at least give me something concrete, some explanation I could actually work with. But while I was left sitting there, mildly disgruntled, Lumen rose from her seat without a hint of hesitation. You'll figure it out eventually, she said lightly. Besides, it looks like you've got other visitors today. I frowned. She really was impossible when she wanted to be. Judging by the way she deliberately avoided saying anything more, pressing her further would just be a waste of breath. I'll ask you later, I muttered under my breath. Using the Sage S bookmark if I had to. Goodbye, I said as she headed for the door. She waved once, over her shoulder, and disappeared down the corridor as if she'd never been there at all. Just as I was about to let out a sigh, knock, knock. Lewis, may I come in? Elena's voice came from outside, gentle and familiar, accompanied by the soft sound of knocking. Oh, come in. Excuse us. The door opened, and Elena stepped inside, followed closely by Lena. Hi. Long time no see. For a moment, I simply looked at them. After everything that had happened, the chaos, the rumors, the tension, it felt strangely reassuring to see their faces again. Familiar. Normal. Elena smiled faintly, though a trace of hesitation lingered in her eyes. Lena, on the other hand, swept her gaze across the room, sharp and vigilant, as if checking for hidden threats. Only after a few seconds did her shoulders finally relax. Who are you talking to just now? Elena asked. Who else but... I paused mid-sentence. Where did she go? I turned around, following Elena's gaze. Lumen was gone. I was certain she'd been standing right there just a moment ago. I hadn't heard footsteps, hadn't felt any fluctuation of mana either. When did she disappear? Well, she's a dragon. Teleportation magic was probably second nature to her. I shrugged it off and gave Elena a vague response when she looked at me curiously. It's nothing. Don't worry about it. Then something else occurred to me. By the way, where's Lisa? Wasn't she supposed to come too? I distinctly remembered Viola mentioning yesterday that Lisa would be visiting as well. Yet today, only Elena and Lena were here. Elena's expression softened slightly. She really wanted to come, she said. But she said she wasn't feeling well this morning. A headache she had since last night got worse, so she stayed behind. I see. That was unfortunate, but not much could be done about it. I'd be discharged soon anyway. If nothing else, we'd meet again at the academy before long. Oh, right, Elena suddenly added, as if she just remembered. Lisa asked me to give you this. She reached into her bag and handed something to me. What is it? I asked as I took it. I'm not sure, Elena replied honestly. She said it's a gift, for hoping you recover quickly. In my hand was an oddly shaped bracelet. At first glance, it looked like two bracelets intertwined into one thin silver bands looping around each other in an elegant, almost organic design. The craftsmanship was delicate, far more refined than anything sold at an ordinary shop. As I turned it slightly, the metal caught the light, revealing faint engravings along the inner curve. While I was still examining it, Lena suddenly gasped. Oh my! Her reaction was sharp enough that I immediately looked up. What is it? Why are you looking at me like that? I frowned and followed Lena's gaze, then looked back at her wide eyes and frozen expression. She was staring at the bracelet in my hand as if she'd just seen a ghost. That reaction alone told me enough. Her shock was far too genuine. Do you know what this is? I asked. Huh? Me? Lena blinked, then tilted her head with forced casualness. Well, I'm not really sure. Yeah. No. The way the corners of her mouth twitched ever so slightly betrayed her immediately. That, and the fact that she wouldn't meet my eyes. Lena was a terrible liar when caught off guard. She definitely knew. I lowered my gaze to the bracelet again, rolling it slowly across my palm. It fit my hand a little too perfectly, as if it had been made with me in mind. Just what exactly is this thing? Before I could press her further, a familiar voice interrupted us. Louis, how are you feeling? I heard you were badly injured. Elena stood beside my bed, her brows knit together, worry written plainly across her face. Her hands were clasped together so tightly that her knuckles had gone pale. I'm fine now, I said lightly. At first they said my bones were shattered into pieces, but there's nothing wrong anymore. I said it casually, almost proudly. Like, yeah, I nearly died, but look at me now. Amazing, right? What? Elena's eyes widened in horror. Before I could react, she rushed forward and grabbed my hand. Hard. Hey, Elena. I winced. Could you loosen your grip a bit? It kind of hurts. Oh. She immediately let go, flustered. Sorta. She pulled her hands back as if she'd been burned, then stared at them, trembling slightly. Shattered bones. How can you say that so calmly? Do you have any idea how worried everyone was? Her voice wavered near the end. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. Chapter 213. The clueless idiot. My body still hadn't fully recovered. So when she grabbed my hand that tightly, it was inevitable that it would hurt, if only a little. I let out a quiet sound before I could stop myself. Elena immediately loosened her grip, almost throwing my hand away as if she just realized what she'd done. Sorta. She said quickly. I didn't mean to. Are you okay? I'm fine, I replied, forcing a small smile. Really? Just surprised. She looked far more startled than I was. Her fingers hovered awkwardly in the air for a moment before she pulled them back to her chest, clutching them as if they no longer belonged to her. Only then did I realize something. Isn't this the closest we've ever been? That thought alone made my chest feel strangely tight. Her face so close I could clearly see the faint tremble in her lashes, the way her eyes widened ever so slightly as she tried to read my expression. And my hand. The warmth still lingered there, stubborn and vivid, as if her touch had branded itself into my skin. Without thinking, I fidgeted with the fingers she'd been holding just moments ago, rubbing them together in a pointless attempt to dispel the sensation. It didn't work. An odd silence settled between us. Not uncomfortable exactly, but heavy. Was it because she touched me? Or because this was the first time we stood this close after so long? For some reason, I couldn't bring myself to meet her eyes. I stared at the floor instead, suddenly finding the patterns in the stone tiles far more interesting than they had any right to be. "What you two doing?" Lena's voice cut cleanly through the air. I flinched and snapped back to my senses. She was standing a short distance away, arms crossed, her gaze flicking between Elena and me with clear suspicion. One eyebrow was raised, her expression somewhere between confusion and mild disbelief. "And nothing," Elena answered far too quickly. Her face flushed, and she immediately took half a step back, putting a very noticeable amount of space between us. I cleared my throat. "We were just talking." "Talking," Lena repeated flatly. Her eyes drifted very deliberately to my hand, then to Elena's, then back to our faces. "Right." For a brief moment, no one said anything. Elena shifted her weight from foot to foot, clearly unsure where to put her hands now. I straightened my posture, suddenly hyper-aware of how close we'd been standing just seconds ago. Lena sighed and shook her head. "You two are acting weird." "We are not," Elena protested, though her voice lacked conviction. I glanced at Elena, then just for a second. Our eyes met, and almost immediately, we both looked away again. Yeah, it definitely was just me who'd been affected. Elena's face turned bright red in an instant. "I'll go get some water." She jumped to her feet, so abruptly her chair scraped loudly against the floor, then hurried out of the room as if she were fleeing, nearly tripping over herself on the way out. The door shut behind her with a soft thud. An awkward silence settled over the room. Then, Lena's lips slowly curled into something unmistakably mischievous. "So," she said lightly, leaning forward, "are you two dating?" "What?" "No," I replied without missing a beat. "Elena and I aren't like that. For starters, I already had Viola, my fiancée. And more importantly, I didn't harbor those kinds of feelings for Elena in the first place. And there is no possibility of that either," I added plainly. There was no scenario where something romantic would happen between Elena and me. I never once looked at her that way. To me, Elena was more like a celebrity. Someone admirable. Someone you cheer for from afar. I was just a fan who genuinely wanted her to find happiness. Nothing more, nothing less. "This guy, seriously," Lena muttered. She frowned and shot me a sharp glare, as if I'd just said something incredibly stupid. "What? Why are you looking at me like that?" Sigh. "Never mind," she said, rubbing her temples as though she were exhausted. "No, wait. Hold on. Why are you acting like I'm the problem here?" I could only stare at her in confusion as Lena looked back at me with an expression full of disappointment, like she'd just given up on something important. I had no idea what I'd done wrong. Not a clue. What am I supposed to do with this clueless kid? I thought he was fairly perceptive sharp, even. When it came to handling incidents or reading tense situations, Lewis was always a step ahead of everyone else. But in this area, completely hopeless. It was baffling. He could analyze people, predict outcomes, and stay calm under pressure, yet somehow remained utterly blind to emotions directed at him. Romantic ones, especially. Could it be a defense mechanism? For my 100 years of experience, that was often the case. Men who were popular, truly popular, were sometimes the least aware of it, as if their minds simply refused to acknowledge that kind of attention. Usually there was a reason. Trauma. Fear. Deep-rooted avoidance. But Lewis didn't seem broken. He seemed normal, and that was what made it strange. Lena quietly watched him for a moment longer, his expression thoughtful, brows slightly furrowed, clearly unaware of the atmosphere around him. Then she let out a small, amused sigh and turned toward the door. This was probably a good moment to leave. After all, the air between the two of them had grown noticeably warm. "Slide." "Oh, are you leaving already?" Elena looked genuinely surprised as Lena opened the door, her eyes widening slightly. Seeing that reaction, Lena couldn't resist. She turned back with a playful smile, mischief flickering in her eyes. I should go. I wouldn't want to interrupt the mood. It's not like that. Elena protested quickly. Too quickly. How adorable. Elena's cheeks flushed a soft red, and she fidgeted with the hem of her sleeve, clearly flustered. Lena watched the scene with fond amusement. She really was charming, even from a woman's perspective. Kind-hearted, sincere, pretty without trying. The sort of girl people naturally gathered around, drawn in without realizing why. If there were a story centered on this girl, Lena was certain it would be loved by many. Well then, Lena said lightly, stepping out, I'll leave you two to it. Goodbye. Elena said, still red-faced. Now, if only that dense boy would realize what was right in front of him. Elena fanned her flushed face, clearly trying to cool herself down. Lena watched the scene with thinly veiled amusement. Yes, this was exactly what she'd been hoping for. Watching other people stumble their way through romance was far more entertaining than getting involved herself. The awkward glances, the sudden silences, the barely restrained emotions, it was all strangely endearing. Youth, Lena murmured with a satisfied smile. Such wonderful youth. Elena, unable to endure the situation any longer, hurried back into Louis's room, her footsteps quick and uneven. Lena's smile lingered, but only for a moment. Then, something else surfaced in her mind. The gift Louis had received in the hospital room. The bracelet. Lisa's bracelet. Her gaze slowly lost its playful warmth as the memory became clearer. That bracelet was just some random accessory. Lena knew that design all too well. It was almost identical to the ones their mother used to make for them long ago. Simple, modest, but filled with meaning. A symbol of family, of bonds that couldn't be easily severed. Because of that, Lena understood immediately what such a gift represented, especially to her and Lisa. That bracelet carried weight, emotional weight, whether Lisa had been fully aware of that when she gave it to Louis. Lena couldn't say for sure. Her sister was exactly the type to think 10 steps ahead. But one thing was clear. Lisa definitely felt something toward Louis. Maybe it wasn't love. Not yet. But affection? Attachment? A quiet fondness she hadn't realized herself? That much was obvious. Lena let out a small sigh and leaned back in her chair, folding her arms loosely across her chest. Well, I suppose it can't be helped, she murmured. She'd already heard the story countless times. Lisa had retold it over and over, each time with the same unmistakable excitement, her voice growing livelier, her expressions softening in ways she probably didn't even notice herself. Louis this, Louis that. At first, Lena had thought Lisa was simply overreacting. Being saved was a shock, sure, but the way Lisa spoke about it felt excessive, too vivid, too personal. But now, Lena understood why that unease had lingered in her chest. Lisa didn't realize it yet. She didn't understand what those feelings truly were. Lena had lived long enough to recognize the signs. She had seen countless stories unfold, people meeting by chance, bonds forming in moments of danger, emotions growing quietly before anyone dared give them a name. Some of those stories ended in laughter and warmth. Others didn't. I just hope no one gets hurt, Lena whispered softly. She gazed out the window, watching the sunlight spill across the courtyard below, students moving about unaware of the fragile threads tying their lives together. An ending where everyone could smile. An ending without regret. That was all she wished for. For Lisa, for Louis, for everyone she held dear. Folding her hands together, Lena closed her eyes for a brief moment and offered a silent prayer that this story, unlike so many others she'd witnessed, would not end in tragedy. Author note: thanks for reading Chapter 214. Impossible 1. After Lena left the hospital room, silence settled in, soft, fragile, but not uncomfortable. It was just Elena and me now. For the first time in a while, we finally had the chance to talk properly about everything we hadn't been able to say before. So, you were in the slums all this time? Elena's eyes widened as she listened to my story, genuine shock written all over her face. Yeah, I replied with a small shrug. You could say I was practically homeless, sleeping wherever I could, moving from place to place. As soon as I said it out loud, memories surged back uninvited. The stench of rotting garbage clinging to the air. The narrow alleys where sunlight barely reached the ground. Cockroaches scattering at every step. Rats bold enough to stare back at you, unafraid. People who would smile at you one moment and stab you the next if they thought you were weak. I grimaced slightly. I never want to go back there. Elena's expression softened. She clasped her hands together on her lap, her gaze dropping for a moment before lifting to meet mine again. I'm just glad you're okay, she said quietly. I really thought something terrible had happened to you, Lewis. Her voice trembled just a little. That made my chest tighten. There was a warrant out for your arrest, she continued. People were saying all kinds of things. Some thought you betrayed the academy. Others thought you'd been killed. I let out a dry laugh. Sound about right. Apparently, everyone who knew me had been thrown into confusion. Professors, students, even a few nobles who barely remember my name. If I'd been caught back then, yeah, it wouldn't have ended with a simple explanation. Interrogation at best. Execution at worst. They were worried, Elena said softly. Everyone was. I looked away, staring at the white hospital wall. While they were worrying, I'd been busy carving out territory in the back alleys, dealing with criminals, fighting for survival, barely thinking about anything beyond the next day. I didn't even realize, I admitted. I was too busy just living. Elena shook her head gently, as if scolding me without words. You always disappear without telling anyone, she said. And then you come back acting like nothing happened. Sorry. She sighed, then smiled faintly. Just don't do it again. I turned back to her, meeting her eyes. I'll try, I said honestly. For a moment, neither of us spoke. After a few moments of silence, Elena spoke again. Her voice was calm, but there was a weight behind it like she'd already turned the situation over in her head countless times. According to her, the academy had already reached a conclusion regarding the incident. The regular academy students who had acted as the main instigators were, on the surface, given relatively light punishments. Suspension. From Anna's standpoint, it would have been difficult to come down on them too harshly. Politically and socially, reckless punishment would only invite backlash. And from the academy's perspective, there was little reason to stir up embers that had already cooled. Letting the issue quietly fade was the safest option. So officially that was that. But reality, of course, wasn't so kind. There were consequences. Every student who had participated in the protest, whether they led it or simply followed along, was required to sign a pledge. 2 years of mandatory military service upon graduation. In other words, a contract that was a slave agreement in everything but name. My lips tightened slightly as I listened. They had no real choice. Refuse and face expulsion, losing their status, their future, and any chance of climbing the social ladder. Accept, and at least keep the possibility of advancement alive, even if it came at a steep cost. Reluctantly, they must have signed. After all, they had committed crimes. Intentional or not, manipulated or not, the law didn't care about excuses. Under normal circumstances, most of those students would have gone on to join a magic tower or be inducted into an order of knights after graduation. Safe, prestigious paths, ones that promised comfort and honor. Now, instead, they were bound to the battlefield. A quiet punishment, efficient, ruthless, no public outrage, no martyrs, just consequences. I exhaled slowly. This is why, I muttered, more to myself than anyone else. You always verify the facts before acting. Elena glanced at me, listening. First, confirm a truth, I continued. Only then do you move. That's the most basic rule when you start something that actually matters. Charge ahead fueled by anger, rumors, or half-truths, and this is what happens. You think you're fighting injustice, and before you realize it, you've signed away years of your life. After that, Elena told me about the current atmosphere at the academy, how classes were being conducted, how the students were acting, and all sorts of little things I hadn't known while I was laid up here. None of the topics were particularly exciting. But listening to Elena talk, her calm, gentle voice filling the quiet room, I felt an unexpected sense of peace settle over me. It was the kind of peace that made dangerous thoughts surface. I wish time could just flow like this forever. No plots, no incidents, no unnecessary suffering. Just quiet days like this. Would you like me to peel some fruit for you? I realized I'd been nodding along absent-mindedly, and Elena must have mistaken it for hunger. She gestured toward the basket beside her. The fruit basket Viola had brought yesterday. She wished me a speedy recovery and left it behind, saying something about the fruits being rare and difficult to obtain. I heard it in passing, but I hadn't paid much attention at the time, with my hands still stiff and weak. Peeling fruit on my own hadn't even crossed my mind. Even though healing magic had repaired my bones, it couldn't instantly restore damaged muscles and strained tissues. My body still felt heavy and uncooperative. That was why I was still stuck in bed. Could you peel just one for me? I said quietly. My hands don't move very well yet. Of course. Elena replied at once, smiling brightly. Just wait a moment, okay? Truthfully, I had started to feel hungry. A little before Elena arrived, I watched Lumen eating with such enthusiasm that my appetite had stirred on its own. Sweet fruit after so long. Just imagining it made my mouth water. I turned my gaze toward the basket, anticipation building. And then, Elena froze. There's nothing here. What? For a moment, I wondered if I misheard her. That can't be right. Maybe they're hidden underneath? No, really, Elena said, lifting the basket and tilting it toward me. There's nothing at all. It's completely empty. She turned it upside down, just to be sure. Nothing fell out. The inside was spotless too spotless. What? My brows knit together as I stared at the empty basket. That made no sense. I was sure it had been full earlier. I could still vividly remember the pile of fruit stacked inside it. Then a thought struck me. Earlier, Lumen had been here, casually reaching into the basket, eating one fruit after another, as if she were sampling snacks at a market stall. Don't tell me. She didn't I muttered under my breath. Lumen had definitely been grabbing fruit earlier, and she hadn't stopped. Slowly, the horrifying truth settled in. Did she really eat everything in that short amount of time? I pressed a hand to my forehead. This woman, no, this dragon was unbelievable. As a dragon, she could probably obtain rare fruits and delicacies with a snap of her fingers. Legendary fruits, even. And yet she had shamelessly eaten all the fruit meant for a patient. Every last piece. A deep, deflating sigh escaped me. Just a moment ago, I felt a bit grateful toward Lumen. She had come all the way here to warn me about the danger approaching. After all, I'd even thought briefly that maybe she wasn't so bad. That goodwill evaporated instantly, reduced to dust. I see, I said weakly. With nothing else to do, I reached for the cup Elena had brought and took a slow sip of water, moistening my dry throat. It didn't quite fill the emptiness left by the missing fruit, both literally and emotionally. Elena watched me carefully, her expression tinged with concern. Are you feeling all right? Yeah, I replied after a pause. Just processing something. She didn't press further, thankfully. After a moment of silence, I glanced toward the window. The light outside had shifted slightly. It had been longer than I realized. Shouldn't you be heading back soon? I asked gently. Elena blinked, then looked around as if only now noticing the passage of time. All right. I stayed longer than I meant to. She stood up quickly, brushing imaginary dust from her skirt. I just wanted to check on you properly. I appreciate it, I said honestly. It seems soon I will be alone. Author note. Thanks for reading Chapter 215. Impossible to the sun that had once hung high overhead was now sinking toward the horizon, staining the sky a deep, burning red. Ever since the terrorist incident at the Imperial Palace, the atmosphere in the city had been tense, uneasy in a way that lingered in the air. It would be safe for her to stay out after dark. Time really flew by, Elena said, glancing toward the window before pushing herself up from the chair. I should head back now. Only then did I fully realize how late it had gotten. Get well soon and come back to the academy, she added with a light laugh. It's really boring with the seat next to me empty. As she reached the door of the hospital room, Elena turned back toward me. Her face was bright, unclouded by worry, and she smiled as if to reassure me. The red light of the sunset poured in through the window, catching in her hair and tinting it gold and crimson as it swayed gently. For a moment, the sight stole my breath. "Be careful on your way back," I said, returning her smile. "I'll be back soon, too." She nodded once, satisfied, and then quietly slipped out of the room, heading back to the academy. The door closed. Silence followed. A deep, unfamiliar quiet settled over the hospital room once everyone was gone. No footsteps, no voices, just the faint hum of the building and the distant sounds of the city outside. Alone at last, I stared up at the ceiling, feeling an odd sensation tighten in my chest. I'd always been someone who preferred solitude. Crowded places exhausted me, and I'd never minded being by myself. If anything, I used to find comfort in it. And yet, now that I truly was alone, the room felt hollow. Too spacious, too still. I let out a slow breath, closing my eyes. Guess I got used to the noise, I muttered to myself. Elena's laughter, the conversations, the constant interruptions, they filled the space more than I realized. Their absence left behind something like an echo, one that refused to fade. Maybe I changed more than I thought. All right, now that I thought about it, as I stared absent-mindedly at the sunset beyond the hospital window, the sky dyed in soft shades of orange and crimson. A forgotten thought suddenly surfaced. Lumen, the warning she'd given me before everything spiraled out of control. Danger. At the time, there hadn't been any room to think about it properly. Too much had happened too fast. But now, lying here with nothing but time and a restless mind, the unease crept back in. I should ask the bookmark. If anyone or anything could clarify what Lumen meant, it would be the Sage's bookmark. Carefully, I reached into my coat and took it out. Even now, it felt warm in my palm, as if it were quietly aware of my intent. In the corner of the hospital room, I pulled out a random book I hadn't read before and slid the bookmark between its pages. Then, slowly, I infused it with mana. The familiar reaction followed. A soft blue glow spread from the bookmark, gentle but unmistakable. Good. It's working. Once I confirmed that, I didn't hesitate. Please tell me what danger Lumen was talking about. Wong. The air hummed, as if something deep within the room had resonated with my mana. Letters began to rise, floating lazily into the air before arranging themselves into a single line. Response. Impossible. I stared at the words. Then I blinked. What? Impossible? That was it. The answer was so short, so absolute, that it took me a moment to even process it. My chest tightened slightly as confusion set in. What does that even mean? Does it mean the bookmark can't answer? That the information doesn't exist? Or that the danger itself is something beyond its scope? This was the first time something like this had happened. Every other time I used the bookmark, no matter how vague or inconvenient the answer was, it had always given something. Cryptic, brief, indirect, but never outright refusal. Yet now, I frowned and checked again. The bookmark was still glowing faintly. The mana flow felt stable. Nothing seemed wrong. I asked again. The letters were formed. Response. Impossible. You've got to be kidding me. No matter how many times I checked, no matter how carefully I phrased it in my head, the result didn't change. The same word hung in the air, cold and unyielding. Impossible. I leaned back against the bed, staring up at the ceiling as the letters slowly faded away. If the Sage's bookmark an artifact that could draw from all knowledge past and present couldn't answer this, then what exactly had Lumen seen? Or worse, what if the danger she warned me about wasn't something that existed yet? A faint chill ran down my spine. This just keeps getting better, I muttered quietly. Whatever was coming, it wasn't something I could simply prepare for with knowledge alone. And that realization unsettled me more than any clear warning ever could. A dark underground passage, where barely any light managed to seep through the cracks above. GRRK. NGH. A figure lay sprawled across the cold stone floor, writhing as if his body were being torn apart from the inside. His limbs twitched uncontrollably, fingers clawing at the ground. The man once human was Leonard. His body was coated in a viscous, black substance that clung to his skin like tar, pulsing faintly as if alive. Veins bulged unnaturally beneath it, and every breath he took came out ragged and broken. This was the price of ambition. After dreaming of a plan to blow up the imperial palace, Leonard had fled into the shadows. But escape and tea saved him. It had only brought him here reduced to nothing more than a specimen, groaning in agony at the feet of another. Almost complete, the old man murmured. He stood calmly before Leonard, hands clasped behind his back, his long beard swaying slightly as he leaned closer. His eyes gleamed with quiet fascination, like a craftsman admiring a nearly finished masterpiece. Perhaps it's because the material is exceptional, he continued thoughtfully. Yes, I can already tell. This one will be extraordinary. Leonard's body convulsed violently in response, a hoarse scream tearing from his throat. The old man paid it no mind. Originally, this wasn't how things were supposed to go. His first target had been a female student, Viola. Al fragile mind, al gento disposition. Perfect for corruption. He had carefully woven nightmares into her dreams, dredging up fear and trauma, pressing again and again until her heart should have broken. The conditions were perfect. Sufficient trauma, a clear trigger, an inevitable descent. At least, that's what he had believed. And yet, she resisted, the old man muttered, a rare hint of displeasure crossing his face. Viola had endured the nightmare, faced it, overcame it, instead of falling into darkness. She had woken stronger, untouched by corruption. Why? It shouldn't have been possible. Not with the scars she carried. Not with the seed he had planted. For the first time in years, his expectations had been betrayed. But that irritation quickly faded, replaced by a thin, satisfied smile. Still, perhaps this outcome is even better. He looked down at Leonard once more. After all, I obtained far superior material. Leonard had come to him of his own accord. Desperate, burning with obsession, willing to sacrifice everything for power. And above all, the sword master, the old man whispered, eyes shining. The strongest in the empire. A man who had stood at the peak of swordsmanship, admired by all, now reduced to this state. How ironic. How beautiful. Black tendrils surged once more across Leonard's body, and his scream echoed through the underground chamber, swallowed by the darkness. Yes, the old man said softly. This would do nicely. If Viola had been a failed experiment, then Leonard would be his masterpiece. A twist of fate or perhaps mockery had granted him the finest material imaginable, a body praised with countless accolades and whispered legends, in exchange for fulfilling Leonard's final wish. His own body was discarded like a worn-out shell, replaced entirely by that of the old man. Time passed. Slowly, inevitably, two more horns pushed their way out from Leonard's head, splitting skin and bone alike. Blood trickled down his temples, but he didn't scream, not anymore. The doctor observed the transformation with unconcealed delight, lips stretching into a satisfied smile. Good, he murmured. Perfect. Then his voice sharpened. Now, he commanded, eyes gleaming, unleash your anger. KKARGH. Leonard's roar shook the chamber, raw hatred flooding the air like poison. The restraints groaned as dark mana surged outward, distorting the space around him. Recently, during the raid on the underground prison where Clarice had been held, the doctor had finally uncovered the truth. The one he had been searching for all along. The vessel that carried the true power of the devil was not hidden in some forgotten ruin or sealed abyss. She was at the academy. A pink-haired woman. Lisa. Yes, that was her name. The irony made him chuckle. To think the final piece had been sitting so openly in the heart of the empire, protected by rules, tradition, and naive children playing at nobility. All preparations were complete. The experiments, the sacrifices, the failures piled atop failures. Everything had led to this moment. It's time, the doctor whispered, spreading his arms. Rise, my children. In response, Countless eyes opened within the darkness inhuman, glowing, filled with hunger. Shapes twisted and writhed, their forms incomplete yet unmistakably monstrous. "Come," he continued, his voice trembling with ecstasy, "let us devour this resentful world together." Deep beneath the empire, a colossal shadow stirred, and far above, unaware of the impending doom, the Academy continued on in fragile peace, unaware that something vast and merciless had begun to crawl toward the light.